Act 4, let's play. It looks like we could explore a bit from where we came from. Oh, this is the fast travel for the abyss. Okay, but we need coins, it looks like, to use it.
This is my path.
Oh, I need a rest. I never did rest in the Midnight Fane, huh? Oh, hey. How's it going? You don't look too hot. Though it seems incredible, the deformed succubus's body still contains a flicker of life. As you approach, she opens her eyes. Her lips, crusted with blood, release a groan. You, Baphomet spawn. Run. Run through your portal. You too, Zamira. You think you're strong, but Our Lady in Shadow's stronger. She will get her revenge anyway. Who did this to you? Zamira. The succubus groans with hatred through her lips, half sealed with clotting blood. I've been following them, wanted to warn Our Lady. Curses on Baphomet and his spawn. What were the spawn doing here? Crystals. They've been mining crystals. They said it's to attack the Crusaders, but I believe they want to attack the realm of Our Lady in Shadow. Our enemies fight each other in the Abyss instead of attacking Golarion with their joined forces. That was to be expected, but it's still nice to hear. The ones who maimed you, where'd they go? Through the portal. Her green eyes brighten. Are you chasing them? Find them. I'll get my revenge even after I die. Having lost the last of her strength, the succubus drops her head onto her chest. Then she adds in a wheezing voice. My key! I've got it hidden in a lesser shaft. Not the one with bones. And another one in a bigger shaft, among the tools. Find them, follow their trail through the portal. Let's heal her. You may be a demon, but I still can't stand aside and watch you suffer. Oddly, the healing powers have no visible effects. She just moans, slightly shakes her head, and stares at you with her dull green eyes. Maybe it was too late, she's taking too much damage. When there's nothing I can do. Find them! The succubus whispers as you leave. Yeah, nothing. Oh! One of the storyteller's notes is here. Why? Why is it in the abyss? Hey Suture, why are you here? What? You hear some muttering coming from the piles of bones. Gone! They're all gone! Left me with nothing. I've been searching and searching, but there's not even a trace. A large, giant skull shakes, and an old acquaintance of yours, the Dretch called Suture, climbs out from under it, grumbling and groaning. He notices you, he blinks, and then he says in a tone of extreme melancholy, Oh, it's you! What the heck are you doing here? Can't you see for yourself? I've been browsing decorations for my newest luxurious palace with a view of Ishiar's best beaches. The Dretch mumbles, then without missing a beat, he states wistfully, I was on my way to see Mistress Aurilu, but I can't teleport when I'm like this. Every lousy Brimorock can do it, but I can't. All I could do was reach the Midnight Fane and slip into the rift, but now I can't go no further. So I've been searching for portal keys. Oh, that's what the succubus told us. Boots! Boots, what the bar, what the bar?
Let's move!
Oh! I got two now. Do I need to? Hey man, I found a key. Oh, I can't give it to him. Vamonos. Everybody, let's go. I know you can do it. Something to it. Hey, man. Champion. Regarding our mission. I'm listening, Champion. I have reason to believe that the crystals were mined right here, in the mines. He flexes his wings. So the source of our troubles, these powerful crystals, can be mined from the soil of the abyss? As if they were just ordinary minerals? I was convinced that the secret of their origin must have been more complicated and nefarious, but this new knowledge terrifies me. There are half a dozen mines in the vicinity, and those mines are huge. The largest was abandoned just recently, it seems. How many crystals did the demon manage to mine? How many monsters with mythic powers did they manage to create? We must find out. Zamira was the one in charge. Zamira herself. Anger rings in the hand of the inheritor's voice. I know her. She is an old, dangerous adversary. A Nephilim, a spawn of Baphomet himself. Yes, now I see it. The path we stepped onto is a dangerous, but it is the right one. The demons you have encountered before, even Darazan, were just officers in the Abyssal Army, whereas Hempzamira is a true princess of the spawn of chaos and evil. I'm not surprised she is behind the secret of these cursed crystals, and I dread to think what she is capable of doing with them. A dying succubus told me about the conflict between Nocticula and Baphomet's servants. I'm not surprised at all. The alliances between the demon lords are usually fragile, and they break like a spider's web in the wind. However, the discord between our enemies can work to our advantage, no matter how repellent it is for me to even countenance. We must learn about what is going on. Minago warned me about the danger that the closed portals pose. Before we move on, we need to take care of that. I am not well versed in such matters, but perhaps we should set a trap for the demons near the gates, in case they attempt to activate those portals again. Tell me, what do you think of the one you call the Champion of Galarian? I would be lying if I told you I don't observe you with some trepidation. Sometimes I wonder what will happen if you falter. For power and responsibility represents the most difficult trial of all, and many righteous souls have failed to pass it. What can you tell me about Nocticula? The Lady of Shadow, the first of the succubi kin, and likely the most dangerous demon to have ever been spawned by the Abyss. I cannot tell you much about her, for she cunningly hides in the shadows, eluding the daggers of her foes and the schemes of her rivals. All I know is that she gained power after she overthrew Viriac Baxis, who was the lord of shadow demons. She took his power, his realm, and his subjects, and that merely whetted her appetite. Many demon lords have perished since then, cut down by her treacherous and sudden strikes. With each fallen enemy, her power grew stronger and her glory greater. I cannot tell which of her weapons is more dangerous. Her unerring strikes, her seductive charms, her unbridled courage, or her astounding stealth. You must beware all of these dangers. Look, another mortal. You can't swing a dead cat without hitting one of Elushinria's guests nowadays. Rumor has it that you convinced Minago to betray Baphomet, and now she is plotting against her former allies. You're a cunning one, aren't you? Finding your way around Elushinria. In this strange abyssal realm, space itself sometimes behave in a weird, unexpected way. By turning the camera, you can change the set. Oh my god, are you freaking kidding me? Oh my god, it does. Oh, that's gonna be confusing, okay. Alright. This place is creepy, isn't it? Even by the city standards. She cast her eyes over the devastated landscape of the slums. But you know, believe it or not, one of my few good memories of the Abyss is from this place. Will you tell me what happened? It was a bad day for me. I was hiding from some dangerous demons I owed money to. Or rather, now I come to realize that was just a low-grade street gang who must have been eaten up by someone stronger since then. But back then, they were a real threat to me. Their thugs have already made a hole in my side, and they were following my blood trail to finish what they started. I barely managed to find a quiet corner, some basement or shed, but it was already occupied by this tiefling. I was ready to flee, but he smiled and told me I could sit beside him. She smiles. I was probably acting like some skittish animal. I sat as far away from him as I could, ready to stab him or make a run for it at a moment's notice. But he just gave me a healing potion and told me I could hide there as long as I needed. We started talking. He was a traveler from some other plane. Not Galarian though. He was also hiding, though I don't remember from who now. We remained in that hideout for several days. He shared his food with me. Some kind of pancakes. Odd ones. Spicy. I never tried anything like it before. I thought he expected something from me in return. Well, you can guess what I thought he wanted, but he didn't lay a single finger on me. Instead of saying goodbye, he said, "Don't thank me, just pass it on." Back then, I didn't get him at all. Only when I came to Dresden did I hear that phrase again and learned what it meant. What do you think the phrase means? It's like revenge, but turned around. Yeah, I guess that's true. A stranger does you a good turn and doesn't demand payment. In exchange, you find another stranger and do them a good turn for free. It sounds odd, Demons wouldn't understand it. I barely understand it even now. But the main idea is to increase the good in the world, right? Did you ever meet him again? No, never. So did you pass it on? You know, now that I think of it, I didn't. I helped many people since then, of course. All of them were mortals back on Galarian. I never helped anyone in Elishinria, which means I still owe him a debt. Well, why don't you repay the debt right here and now? Now? But... She looks at the dirty streets and the even dirtier locals. You're right. Why not? Hey, you! Wait, hold on. Don't run away. Just stay where you are. That sounds threatening. With a fast, determined pace, a Rushula approaches a dirty, scab-covered Abricandilu. What you need? The demon's eyes dart around, seeking potential escape routes, but as soon as he realizes that no one is gonna beat him up, he bares his teeth. You must... well... The succubus cringes under the little demon's glare and hastens to finish. You must need money, so here you go. Take it. The Abricadilu snatches the pouch out of her hands and weighs it in his crooked and deformed palm. Ha! So what I gotta do? Stab someone? Torch something? What? Oh, okay. You don't have to do anything. This is simply for you. No reason. Pass it on. The succubus says the last word to the Abricandilu back as he scurries off. That's it. He's gone. I'm not even sure if there was any point in all that. I bet he didn't even understand a thing. Well, you needed a lot of time to understand too. That's right. The confused expression on the succubus's face gives way to a timid smile. I don't know if I really have changed anything by giving gold to that poor wretch. But you know, I feel better now. It's not because I repaid my debt to that traveler. It's just, I did something for someone by myself. I didn't think. I just did it. Before, I only knew a world where everyone tried to devour each other. But now, when I know what it feels like to help others, I can think of another world. A world where everyone helps. And it's an amazing thought. Maybe that's what Elysium is like? Senior guard, rumor has it that you convinced... Oh, you said the same thing. Convinced Minago to betray Baphomet. And now she is plotting against her former allies. You're a cunning one, aren't you? The guard takes a close look at Arushula and flashes an interested grin. Your face is familiar. Have we met before? Suddenly, recognition dawns on him. Arushula, is that you? They said you defected on the Crusaders, but I always said a rabid bitch like you would never deal with a goody-goody mortal scum. Welcome home. Alushinria missed you and your wild escapades. Arushula purses her lips and turns away. Not deigning to answer, her face grows deathly pale and there's despair in her eyes. I want to go through. The demon sucks his teeth and replies, his voice tinged with lazy menace. No can do. This quarter is where decent people live. When they want to dismember someone, they can go down to the lower city. They're standing here so they won't be bothered by the riffraff that wants to dismember them. Believe me, you don't want to go there. The slave traders have a magic collar that fastens themselves around the necks of chancers, such as yourself, and drag them straight to the cages. Oh, that's guaranteed, man. Out of my way, scum. The demon seems to have shrunk and lost most of his bluster. I don't care what Nocticula says. I'd rather live to see another day. Come on, hurry on through while I just happen to be looking the other way.
Follow me.
So this goes to the middle? Oh yeah, it is. Okay. Oh, Ember. Why are you here alone? Walking down the street in the city, you see Ember. She is sitting on the ground surrounded by demons, shielding a scrawny babao who looks like he's been beaten. Why are you doing this to him? You're hurting him. Hey, you little ragmuffin. We'll beat you up too. Who are you anyway? I'm just a mortal. Weak and silly. Compared to you, I'm a mayfly. One moment I'm here, the next I'm gone. But you better listen to what I tell you because I've lived more than you have. Listen to her carefully. This might be the most important thing you hear in your entire lives. Yeah, right. We always dreamed of listening to what a charred piece of meat has to say. The demon draws close to the girl and looks at her over with contempt. What's with all the riddles? What do you mean you live more than us? It's very simple. I haven't lived very long, but I have friends. Those I can protect. Those who are glad to see me. There are many sad things, but I still know what happiness is. But you? Beating, biting, fearing, hating each other? Are you really happy? And if you aren't, is this any kind of life? So yeah, I lived a lot. But you spent centuries and centuries without really living. Bah, this mortal brat, this lump of meat, is going to preach to us? The demon gives a predatory sniff, bends down, and shows off his mouth filled with sharp teeth. You know what makes me happy? Gobbling up tasty pieces of meat like you. Ember looks at him serenely. She reaches out and strokes his horned head with her burned palm. Poor thing. You're so hurt and scared all the time. You feel a little bit better for a while when you torture others and forget about your suffering. But is that really happiness? The demon recoils from her touch. There's a combination of surprise and terror on his face. Are you crazy or something? The demons stand around Ember. Their faces show caution and rapacious interest. It is clear they are slightly afraid of the strange girl who shows no fear, but at the same time, they see no obvious threat. Ember, the demon is wounded. Words are well and good, but let's help him. Oh, you're right. How embarrassing. There. Ember whispers a spell, and the demon's wounds heal.
Yes.
The babao jumps up and runs away from Ember and the demons who were beating him. Screw you, I owe you nothing. Of course you don't. She smiles serenely. I helped you for no reason, just because I wanted to. I hope you'll be alright. For no reason? Ah, you're stupid. No one does anything without a reason. She's a witch. Probably wants to sell us something. Some magic potions or herbs? Come on, show us. What do you got? What? No. I'm not selling anything. I just want to tell you how much you're missing. I mean, you're free. Freer than anyone in the world. But you use this freedom to make life miserable for yourself and everyone else. Just think how much happier you could be. Ember keeps preaching. The demons listen, occasionally interrupting with laughter and obscene jokes. Finally, they get bored and walk away. Well, dang, you ended that without a confrontation. They left. Do you think they understood anything? Well, if anyone in this world can convince a demon to repent, it's you. Thank you. But it's not about me. There's kindness in every creature, even demons. They just forget about it sometimes. You know, I was thinking, I tried sending prayers to the demon lords, and I tried talking to demons in the street. But one of the demon lords lives right here in this city. Nocticula, right? What if I tried to talk to her? Not through prayer, but in person? You're going to meet her sooner or later, aren't you? Please take me with you. I'm sure we can meet face to face, like you and I are talking right now. I'll be able to convince her to stop being mean. You'll take me to her, right? What the heck, really? Okay. I guess I should have Ember in my party. Oh, whoa. A monstrous shadow appears somewhere at the edge of your vision. It does not seem to be in a hurry to approach, and keeps his distance as it begins to speak. The shadow's voice is very strange. It's constantly shifting. One moment, it sounds young and melodious. The next, it rasps and rattles in age. However, despite the different intonations, the voice has a stern, ominous quality that never changes. We've heard this guy before, the Echo of Discari. He's a big dude, like a big shot.
I heard your toy soldier crusaders had taken over the Midnight Vein and the rift located there. But I never thought you'd have the nerve to descend into the abyss. I assumed you'd block the underground passages, put guards out by the rubble, and sit there, shaking, waiting for someone to attack you again.
I know that, fiend. Champion, this is the Echo of Discari, the avatar of our arch-enemy. This is a mighty, cunning, and vengeful opponent. He cannot see or hear me, but he will pounce if he knows I am here. He hates everything related to Iomade. Be cautious.
Well, we're very lucky he can't detect him. The Echo of Discari, I know who you are.
You come from the land of Iomade's servants. And Iomade's servants know me.
What do you want from me?
Many of them. It may surprise you, but nothing. You overestimate your importance, mortal. You probably think your victories in Dresden and the Midnight Fane have dealt us a fatal blow, don't you? But my lord's hordes are endless, and there are other rifts in the wound that will serve our purpose when the hour comes. So no, I did not come here for you, mortal.
Well, I guess he doesn't know that we know about the other rifts. So after being defeated in Canabras, Dresden, and the Midnight Fane, you no longer think those places are significant? How convenient.
Look back across the history of the Crusades and remember how many times you have been defeated. A few scattered victories mean nothing. I was looking for Muntasafin. I need to speak with him. I stumbled upon you by accident.
Yeah, he jumped us. Why do you need him?
Do I really need to answer that? Well, I suppose there's no harm. Mutasafin is clever enough to work with Nahindrian crystals, and he is a demon. We can finally stop using former mortals like Xanther and Arilu as servants. I had a task for him. It's unfortunate that you interfered with my plans, but that's all right. They will soon come to pass anyway.
The paths of evil can be a strange labyrinth. They are not always rational or straightforward. The Echo of Discari himself could have been considered mortal. After all, the Demon Lord molded him from the souls of many mortal followers. Yet despite his origins, he still despises Xanther and Arilu.
Well, what a shame. I killed the demon you were looking for.
No, you did not. Mutasafin can't be killed, at least not by conventional methods. He's probably groveling at Hepzimira's feet by now, begging her not to punish him for wasting a few demons on such a stupid escapade. She will not be happy about that. Oh no, she most certainly will not.
Huh. Is he gonna be like a necromancer or something? Where we're gonna have to destroy something so he could finally die? Well, if you don't want to fight, then you can go your way and I'll go mine.
Begone, and hope we do not meet again. You will still perish in the abyss, but death by my hand will be far, far more painful than any other possible demise you might suffer here.
Okay. What the heck? The abyss is full of hideous creatures, but you have just met one of the worst. The Echo of Discari is an old enemy of mine. He is both vile and cunning. I wish I could comprehend his dark machinations, but I do not understand why he has revealed himself this way. It seems unlikely that he would just come here just to gloat. The angel falls silent, lost in thought. Want to find another early sunset. The vague outline of the apparition does not allow you to see the face and appearance of the speaker, but you recognize the voice without difficulty. It is your Azata companion, Early Sunset, and his words radiate dismay. Stardust, I found you at last. Even with my spells, it was no easy feat in the abyss. Where were you before you came here? I have not yet arrived. I'm on my way, at the edge of the abyss. I first wanted to contact you to make sure you were still alive. I did not expect you to find you in the city. It's a nasty place, and its rulers is more dangerous than most of the other demon lords. It goes without saying that you should be incredibly careful there. Why were you looking for me? I bring you the latest news from Galarian. You will surely want to hear it, and I was sincerely worried about you. The abyss is a dangerous place. It's far too easy to disappear there. How wonderful it is to see I am not alone, and that some of your allies from other planes are willing to rush to your aid. Sunset does not react to the angel's words. He does not see the angel, nor does he Or he does not consider it necessary to answer. Isn't that bad? Because didn't the angel said that as long as you're not evil, you could see him? Or maybe he just can't see him because he's not actually here. You see a massive, beautiful, decorated door. It appears impregnable. At eye level, an elegant inscription reads 10,000 delights. In smaller letters, another inscription reads, a gift from Velexia the Wonderful to Shivaro the Beautiful. Examine the door. The door looks solid and sturdy, but anything can be broken. The deceptively simple lock is likely enchanted. It would have been reckless of those who put the door here not to protect it with magic. The door mocks you. You're probably wondering how to pick my lock. It talks? Well, don't bother. Many have tried it before you, but go on. I could do it with a laugh. Well, let me in immediately, or I'll scroll obscenities all over you, and I'll add an illustration or two. Damn, Vandal, you think that's funny, do you? How would you like to have something obscene painted on your forehead? Fine, come in and be quick about it. It was that easy, huh? So you gotta pass a test to enter this place? Wait. Richelieu stares nervously at the door of the building you're walking past. Do you know this place? This is a brothel called the 10,000 Delights. The biggest and most popular one in all of Eleutheria. Did you frequent this place in your former life? Or maybe you used to work here? Blushing a little, she nods. I'd like to ask you about something. If you have to go in there, please go without me. I don't want to see the inside of that place ever again. I especially don't want to meet any of its denizens. Why? This is my former life, and I would prefer to leave it behind, in the past. My old acquaintances, accomplices, clients. I don't want to run into any of them. Alright, if I go in there, I'll go without you. Thanks. This entire city is filled with bad memories for me, but this place, particularly so. But we can't change our party here, though. And I still haven't found a portal to, like, go back. Frick it. Shouldn't be too bad, I hope. Rockhorn. Wow, look what the cat dragged in. A muscular incubus grins at Richelieu. Hey, why so shy? Come here, give your old pal a hug. Haha. Hello, Rockhorn. Richelieu answers quietly, without looking into his eye or making any move toward him. Lots of gossip about you floating around. Some say you sided with the mortals now. He shoots a quick glance at you. You live among them? You walk around them? Lucky you. Always have a snack and kicks within arm's reach. How'd you pull that off? Here to share your secret? There's no secret. Richelieu sighs. You know, Rockhorn, I would be happy if you followed my path, but I'm afraid you wouldn't like it. Huh. Yeah, whatever. Get away from her now. Hey, calm down. I'm not bothering her. We're just talking, right? Right, but you know, Rockhorn, I don't think we have anything to talk about. I'm not the Richelieu you used to know. Sure, of course. Richelieu repented and now she's a righteous saint. The incubus presses his palms against each other in a fake prayer. All pure and innocent, she will never again come up with the idea to flay a loving couple and make an elegant dress out of their skins. Wow! Hehe, why are you wincing? Am I not telling the truth? No, my friend, the only one who's telling lies here is you. You're wrong. You just don't know. Alright, get away from her right now. The smug grin vanishes from the incubus's face. Glancing angrily at you and frowning, he runs away like a little... Now you see, that's exactly why I don't want to come back here again. Rockhorn can get under others' skin. literally and figuratively. Thank you for getting rid of him. Oh, there is a portal. Oh, but we don't have the coin. Chivaro, an attractive Lilitu in a simple but revealing dress, greets you with a warm smile. Her eyeless face is serene. A new guest. We're always happy to welcome guests to the 10,000 Delights. I am Chivaro, ruler of this palace of pleasure. The only taboos here are brawling, moderation, and talking politics. Aside from that, anything goes. As my guest, you can expect to receive gentle caresses, or if you prefer, wild and untamed ones. I have servants of every type to suit your every taste. Any of them could be yours for the night, or forever, if your pockets are deep enough. What are your preferences? Never mind, I'll find out for myself. The Lilitu tilts her head to one side, as if studying you with her non-existent eyes. Oh, I failed. A 32. Oh damn, and I got a 24. You feel warm. Gentle hands seem to touch your consciousness. They neatly separate thoughts from memories, feelings from emotions. Occasionally, images of long past or recent events drift through your mind. Ah, Galarian. I see. Yes, and the commander of the Crusade, no less. What fascinating memories you have. Now we've been properly introduced. You're not offended, are you? The Lilitu gives a deep, pleasant laugh, but her voice trembles with inexplicable excitement. Well, I guess before we do that, I have a few questions. She smiles mysteriously. Are you interested in me or my establishment? I want to know more about this place. Some are foolish enough to call this place a brothel, but that's a facile misrepresentation. The 10,000 Delights is a pleasure palace for every taste. You'll find everything that brings pleasure here. Wine, sex, music, good company, violence, gossip, stories, drugs. Every kind of drug. Herbal, alchemical, even telepathic. That's the thing. And many things that seem incomprehensible to us, but are very popular on other planes. You're seeing but a small part of 10,000 Delights. Behind these inconspicuous doors lie entire streets, houses, and rooms. A veritable labyrinth of pleasure. No one knows how large this place really is. Anyone who attempts to measure it returns weeks later exhausted and happy, and somehow changed from when they left. After all, no matter who you are, no matter what your predilections, in the 10,000 Delights you will find the room where you will be fully satisfied. Allow me to paraphrase. Illusionaria is a mousetrap, and we finally found the cheese. Darian smiles wryly. It looks like a delightful place, but it feels like a leper colony. Somehow I can detect no happiness in the eyes of its denizens. I see a pack of predators and their future victims. Even the predators do not experience true joy, but instead only revel in their vileness and depravity. Oh right, he's here, I forgot. Oh, you're in the brothel, dude. I wish I could see what this fiend would say if she met Arshea, the Imperial Lord of Freedom, Beauty, and Sincere Physical Intimacy. The Abyss offers a distorted reflection of everything we value in the upper planes, even physical attraction, beauty, and love. Rego being here is kind of weird. Casting a gloomy glance around the hall full of partying demons and mortals, Rego says, "This is the most dangerous place I've seen in the Abyss so far. I would rather an army of hungry demons await us." Yeah, I can kinda get it. An endless labyrinth where a new delight awaits around every corner. Why do people say the Abyss is a bad place? As far as I'm concerned, it's the best place ever. Okay. I don't want to be lawful. Chaotic or this? Let's try chaotic. This place looks really fun. The Lilitu smiles smugly. Glad you like it, honey. I can see you're intrigued, but slow down. We need to be friends first. With a sensual laugh, the Lilitu playfully wags her finger at you. Do this one teeny thing for me, and we'll be best friends. A brazen gang of demons keep harassing my girls, attacking them on the streets, dragging them back to their lair in the lower city. A foul den called the Rotten Guttery. Oh, we were just there. Spill their blood, rescue my girls, and come back here for your reward. The words of this fiend sound sweet, but what lurks behind them? Lust? A desire to use you? Something even more insidious? I sense danger here, like the reek of decay near a crypt. Faint, but clear. Beware this trap, champion. You won't let my girls die in the clutches of those monsters, will you? She smiles enticingly. You are so confident and have such potential. I think you and I will enjoy being friends. I went to the guttery. You hired assassins to kill me. The Lily 2 delves into your memories and lets loose a howl of frustration. You piece of shit. Why couldn't you just quietly go there and die? You caused nothing but trouble. Damn you for all the suffering you caused Minago and me. Why did you try to set me up? The Lily 2's rage is like a stream of liquid fire burning through her mind. Oh, my mind. She tries to hurt you, but you manage to restrain her. You are Minago's enemy. My sweet Minago, vile Galarian. You'll pay for standing in our way. So you and Minago are lovers? Demons do not know love. The demoness snaps at you. Certainly not the kind you have on your stupid Galarian. But Minago and I were closer than most demons ever get. We were bound by passion. At times we irritated each other so much that we separated, but we were always drawn back to one another. We each became a drug to the other. And then you showed up and started hassling Minago. Tell me the story about you and Minago. Her rage fades. She speaks bitterly and sincerely as if in confession. I always loved to sow chaos, whereas Minago wanted to rule over it. She once usurped me in my own scheme, snatched it right from under my nose, and reaps its fruit for herself. The gauntlet had been thrown. We spent long months trying to kill each other. We were both impressed by the other's passion, and we became addicted to it. No one has ever wanted to destroy me with such fervor. Once I tried to kill her in bed as she slept. The fight somehow turned into sex. Yet it was so much more than sex. In the morning, we both realized we were bound by our craving for each other. Of course, we do still try to kill each other. Minago can be insufferable, and I'm not much better. But if one of us ever succeeded, it would be a terrible blow to whoever survived. I know demons should not have such feelings. There's nothing I could do about it. Could two demons truly fall in love, albeit in their own terrifying way? It's believed their hearts have no capacity for love, but you and I both know light is stronger than darkness, and it can shine even in the most impenetrable gloom. It sounds like a story about a serious illness. Very demonic. Is there anything in this world that hasn't been turned into a disease or disaster? What about you, Prince Charming? Chivaro smiles ominously. What I see in you is a larva. The cocoon of a beast that will one day be claimed by one of the evil planes. Or do you think you're different from us? That you alone are capable of feeling something other than this you dismissed as an illness? Well, there's an Azata one. I let Minago go. I don't know where she is now, but she needs your help. Her voice sounds baffled and distrustful, but holds a slight hint of hope. You let her go? But I thought Minago was dead. Why hasn't she come to me? Perhaps she didn't want me to see her at her most vulnerable? Or was she afraid she might draw Baphomet's wrath on me after she failed his task again? Oh, damn it! The Lily 2's voice sounds odd, as if she's about to burst into tears. I appreciate it. Minago needs my help, and I will find her no matter what. Thank you for giving me a chance to see her again, and ask for her for... I'm just so sorry for everything that happened between us. She chokes on the words of gratitude, words she is like uttering for the first time in her long life, then turns on her heel and quickly leaves. Oh wow. I mean, that sounds like... Looks like Chivaro's throne stands empty, and we are supposed to choose a new leader. Uh-huh. I regret that we must ask our guests to leave the delights temporarily. Very soon, our doors will be open to you again. So we gotta leave? Guess, what if we just leave and come back? But, yeah, I mean, that sounded like love to me. I think demons are capable of love. Oh, hey, Nenio, why are you, at the cliff? It's time for the experiment. I hope these words inspire as much enthusiasm in you as they in me. Alright, let's get started. You see, I decided though dared would be a better term, to address an issue, which up to now I have preferred to avoid due to my total ignorance in this sphere. Nenio lowers her head in embarrassment. I realize it's hard to believe that I, a person of, let's skip the false modesty, superior intellect, could not know something so simple. But it's never too late to fill in the gaps in one's knowledge, right? I'm talking about friendship. To be honest, at first I planned to assign the writing of this article for the encyclopedia to a co-author of some kind. But then I met you, my loyal follower, and suddenly I thought I could write it myself. Nenio seems to have reached the limit of her courage and looks away. She's embarrassed? The heck? Here, I made a list. I based it on my observations of individuals around me and my personal knowledge of the topic, which I have to admit is far from comprehensive. She hands you a crumpled piece of paper. Study it well. We'll start as soon as you're ready. What? How to be a friend checklist. Friends. They smile at each other. Gossip about their other friends. Drink alcohol together. No longer required. That's right, because we drank. Sometimes argue. Sometimes copulate. What the? Okay. Well, okay. I read the list. Point number 1. They smile at each other. You raise your eyes to Nenio, who has already fixed a malevolent grin on her face. The kind that would make you soil yourself if you saw it in the dark of night. Yeah, I'll smile. Keeping the unnatural grin on her face, Nenio hisses through her clenched teeth. You call that a smile? Come on, try again. Alright, a wide smile. Your eyes bore in Nenio's, and she stares right back as you both grin widely as possible. A minute passes in tense silence. She massages her cheeks with her hands. I never imagined being a friend was such an exhausting business. So what's next on the list? Point number 2. Friends gossip about their other friends. Oh, I made some preparations for that. She produces several pieces of paper from her sleeve. Come on, let's get to it. Who are we gonna gossip about? How about Darien? Excellent choice. So what do you think of him? He's a good friend. A fine comrade in arms. Oh, how interesting. Incidentally, yesterday I saw him. Daniel picks up a random piece of paper and reads it. Strutting around naked. That doesn't... Wait a minute. Do you have any idea who we're talking about? She becomes a little embarrassed, but only a little. No, I don't make a point remembering those I travel with. That's why I prepared these universal, applicable pieces of gossip. She raises her fist with several pieces of paper clenching them. That doesn't sound like Darien at all. Well, to be honest, it does. I wouldn't be surprised. Really? Excuse me, I'll try again. Yesterday I saw him. Then Neil picks up another random piece of paper. Drinking from a puddle. Alright, thanks for the info. Truth be told, this whole experiment seems like sheer stupidity to me. But how can we learn that stupidity is stupid without doing stupid things? We need to finish what we started. She gives you a satisfied nod and sews her paper back in her sleeve. Alright, stage 2 is not complete. Really? I don't feel like we did. What's next on the list? Point 3. Drink alcohol together. Then it says, no longer required. Oh right, I should cross out this point. I wrote this and then I checked the encyclopedia and recalled I already conducted the experiment. And judging by the same encyclopedia, and especially by an odd stain on the page, it would be unwise to say the least to try to repeat it. Alright, then what about number 4? Friends argue sometime. A new heap of papers appear in Nenio's hands. You are uninterested and disinterested in this experiment, and you can't even tell the difference between these two words. Let's keep the silence. You're such a freak that even Worldwound feels sorry for you. Rough beast. Let's keep the silence. Your mouth stinks so terribly, your backside is envious. Let's keep the silence. Your head's only suitable for use as a receptacle for food. Keep it. Hey, I'm running out of insults. Come on, join in the discussion. Stand your ground. Then he looks at the papers somberly, then crumples them and hides them in a sleeve. You're You're a fool. I'm not giving up. She sighs. Fine, that's enough. I think I've bickered enough for both of us. We can be considered friends now. Yippee! Alright, on that note, I conclude the fourth part of our experiment. What's next? Oh god. Yeah, we're not gonna do it, I think. Just discuss. Point number 5. Friends sometimes copulate. Oh, yes, that. Take off your underwear. No, fuck. No way. Oh, I kinda wanna do it just because it's gonna be funny. There's no way. Dude, I gotta do it. I'm so curious. There's no way it's gonna be. There's no way. I can't imagine there being a romance, but this has to be funny. Bravely pull down your underwear. Oh, Well, well, well. She produces a piece of paper from her sleeve and starts frantically covering it with drawings. Stand your ground. Nenio, so engrossed with her task, she accidentally bites her tongue. It appears a copulation won't be happening today. Keep standing. Never give up. There with your underwear down. Keep waiting and hoping, though it's not obvious, that there will be no copulation today. Nadia is so absorbed with her work that the world around her, including you, has ceased to exist. I never put my underwear back on. Holy shit, that's so funny. What is you? Our friendship experiment has taken an unexpected turn. He thinks for a while. Oh yeah, copulation. Rest assured, my sketch I made was the most detailed, and more than one generation of students. Oh my god, what? Wait, were you sketching me? Was that it? Am I gonna be in the book naked? Unfortunately, I don't remember your name, or else I would. Oh, she did! Oh my god! Alas, she shrugs. As for the original topic of research, which was friendship, this thoroughly awkward experiment is finally concluded. I have learned what it means to be a friend, and now I can write an article about it for the encyclopedia. She rubs her nose with a pencil. I am happy that it's over, and I am once again convinced that friendship is the most foolish of all occupations. Well, you did it all wrong. Friendship is more than just smiling, gossiping, bickering, and sex. Is it? We concluded all the assigned actions typical for two friends. Of course, I could have compiled an extended list, which would have included joint food ingestion, senseless banter with the aim of showing each other in the least attractive light. But how would that change the situation? Do you know what I will write in the encyclopedia? Friendship is a set of primitive rituals intended to help individuals forget about their loneliness. Ooh. However, I have no interest in that. I see my loneliness as a sign of uniqueness. The one who leads the way is always alone. Now I have time to answer your questions. Come on, ask away. Oh. Yeah, I did find the mask. Where the hell did I find it? I can't remember. I legit can't remember. Check out this mask I found. There's a writing on the inside. I think it was near one of the puzzles in the map. Nenio snatches the mask from your hand and examines it from every angle. Looks like an average mask. Smells like mold. Tastes like yuck. Disgusting. The eye holes are. She puts on the mask and looks at it through it. Utterly unremarkable. And yet I sense hidden magic in the mask. I'd bet my encyclopedia that it must be the answer to one of the riddles of the statue in the nameless ruin. Yeah, I think so. The writing on the inside looks very much like one of the answers. With a sigh, she hands the mask back to you. All we have to do now is find 4 such masks and bring them to the statue. You won't forget to take me with you when you head to solve the riddle, will you? Better write it down somewhere. Nenio is extremely interested in visiting the ruins after you find all 4 masks. Okay. Camila greets you with a broad smile, licks her lips rapaciously. Demons dance in her eyes. Hello, my friend. You don't mind if I call you that, do you? I've done a lot of thinking since we last met. You had every right to hand me to the headsman, Yet you stayed your hand. Whatever guides you, your promise to keep my secret makes us accomplices of sorts, even friends. Shared secrets bring people closer. Don't you think, my friend? She pierces you with her stare, as if trying to see inside your head. Your amulet is fascinating. I've never seen anything like it. She rests a snake-shaped bone amulet in her palm. You like it? Beautiful, isn't it? But it's more than just an ornate trinket. It's the home of one of the spirits. The spirit was so weak when I found her. She was hardly anything but a small shred of rage and madness. I locked her in my amulet, and I've taken care of her ever since. I try to talk to her. I don't know her name, so I call her Miria. Her spirit has been growing stronger, and she asks for more and more blood. I feel like every ritual bloodletting makes her madness subside. Just a few more, and I'll be able to talk to her and find out how to heal the lands of ancient Sarkoris. Tell me about the ritual killings. I killed to learn the will of the spirits of the land. Sarkoris was torn apart by demons, and the blood of many thousands of living creatures poisoned these lands for many years. The Worldwound keeps growing bigger and bigger. It's no surprise that the spirits of this land have gone mad and endlessly thirst for more and more blood. Only when bathed in blood can they regain their senses, at least temporarily. It would be a lie to say I don't enjoy what I do. She licks her lips hungrily. I remember all of them, every last breath, shriek and sob, every fatal stab, blood running down the blade as I pull it from a victim's heart, the taste of the drops of my tongue. I like to watch the blood pool beneath a body as it cools. By the way, did you know that blood only flows while the heart is still pumping? That was quite a discovery for me. I opened one of the victims and watched her heart slow. Beat, 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 and then silence. Her breath goes fast and heavy, and leaves her chest with a forceful rush. Her pupils are dilated, and she seems to look through you, or inside you. Swallowing, Camila brushes away a strand of hair dark as night. My connection to the spirits of old Sarkoris is overwhelming. Your face transforms when you talk about murder. I always dreamed of discussing it with someone other than my father. How fortunate we're friends now. Okay. Tell me what happens if the spirit asks you for my blood. I wonder. She sizes you up pensively. There's only one way to find out. Seeing the suspicion on your face, she lets out a short laugh. I jest, of course. I promise, if something like that starts to happen, I'll tell you at once. I'm loyal to you. You can trust me. We're friends. What do you think of the powers you received from me? What do I think of them? I love them. I always felt special, and my ability to talk to the spirits was proof of that. But now I feel like I can do anything. Tear someone in half, demon or human. Freeze a beating heart in someone's chest with a simple look, or a mere thought. With a wish, I can make a blood of a living being flow in the wrong direction. She laughs throatedly. It is a celestial bliss, my friend. I'm grateful for you for giving it to me. Okie dokie. Have I mentioned that I love our conversations? I just asked this, right? Yeah. Sometimes I find severed heads in my bags. Is that your handiwork? What good are they to me? Her voice is bored and indifferent. The moment life leaves the body, now that is exciting. In the moment that follow, when the body is cooling down rapidly, losing the last of its warmth, I am filled with sweet languor. But the cold corpse that remains is just a corpse. It holds no interest for me. Okay, bye-bye, crazy lady. Visit me again soon. You don't want me to start missing you. Greetings, Stardust. I'm glad to see you have not lost your presence of mind, even on foreign hostile plane. What news do you bring from Galarian? Unfortunately, the news is not good. In your absence, relations between official and free crusaders have worsened. Most of your allies have been banned from Dresden. They have been forced to rely on their own strength to fight demons. Queen Galfrey has moved the headquarters for the entire crusade to Dresden, along with part of her court. She has imposed order in the city, or order as she sees it. Many among the crusaders were saddened by your departure, but others were gladdened by it. They prefer more conservative practices and leaders they can understand. As for the demons, I expect their attacks to intensify, but this has not yet happened. It seems the attack on the Midnight Fane and the interruption of the supply of crystals dampened their fervor. Demonic activity remains strong near the Threshold Fortress and the maiming of Is Rift, but it is always strong there. I did not notice that anything changed with your departure. That's all the news I have. Not long after your departure from Galarian, a letter arrived in Dresden. The Free Crusaders' performance in the Midnight Fane was, shall we say, wholly expected but still utterly galling fiasco. The letter is a consequence of that. It was written by a priestess from Nerosian by the name of Narita. I brought it with me for you to read. There's much wailing and lamentation within, but even that could be valuable food for thought. Do you know anything useful about the city and its inhabitants? I only know that every being capable of speech is capable of deception, and those who cannot speak deceive with their silence. If you want more practical advice, do not simply follow the paths laid out for you. You must forge your own. In most places where guards bar your way, there will be a secret path or a hidden teleportation route, the most natural method for a demon. It's rare for demons to rely on locks, as they prefer to kill intruders. You should be ready for that. You recognize the name Hepzamira? Spawn of Baphomet. His lips curl in an undisguised contempt. She shares one trait with her disgusting father. He is a master of subverting expectations. Many consider Hepzamira powerful, but also think her outspoken and narrow-minded, and she is happy to maintain that reputation. In fact, she is cunning and resourceful, and does not always act on impulse. Take care if you plan to move against her. What did you mean when you said Baphomet is a master of subverting expectation? Enemies should be treated with an open mind. Therefore, I cannot fail to acknowledge Baphomet's ingenuity. Do you know how his ascent began? He was the favorite plaything of Lamashtu, but he conceived a bold plan to steal the scepter of the Prince of Darkness. He failed. Baphomet was captured, subjected to brutal punishment, and imprisoned in the Ivory Labyrinth, a prison designed to be impossible to escape by its powerful creator, Asmodeus. But a thief is a thief. Baphomet found an ingenious way to escape. He stole his prison from hell and took it to the abyss. The Ivory Labyrinth went from being his prison to his possession, his abyssal realm. From it, he rules hordes of minotaurs and secret societies of cultists. This is what I meant when I said Baphomet knows how to subvert expectation. What do you plan to do here? I could accompany you and give you advice, as I did in Dresden, but I see the role of mentor or bodyguard has already been taken over by the hand of the inheritor. It is not a good idea to take two otherly worldly creatures hostile to demons with you. Even if I were disguised, the chances of attracting unnecessary attention would be doubled. I will stay and watch over the camp. If an emergency arises, I will naturally intervene, but until then, I prefer to conceal my presence in the abyss. Oh, my friend, it's been so long since we last spent time together, wouldn't you agree? We haven't even gone for a stroll. I missed your company. Camila's eyes have an unnatural sheen to them. Her shallow breath emerges from her throat in a feverish staccato. You alright? Yes and no. She wets her lips and harshly exhales. I'm quite well, but there is a way to improve my well-being 100-fold. Where do you want to go? I'm pleased you understand me. No one understands me better than you. She bares her teeth in a predatory smile. I'd suggest a little adventure. Take me to a brothel? Seriously? I ever given you cause to doubt my seriousness? She raises an eyebrow. My request is not as simple as it may first appear. Myria is demanding blood. Her whispers are growing ever more insistent, becoming overwhelming, muddling my thoughts, stopping me from thinking about anything else. We need to help her, Stardust, and I know how. In the 10,000 Delights, there is a special service. It is only offered to those who already know of its existence. Deep below the brothel, there's a place where there are no limits. Do you understand? Pamela wets her dry lips. What's more, this service entails making a pleasure slave of the person your heart desires above all others. I would like to seize this opportunity. All we do here is fight and kill. Isn't that enough blood already? She sighs and begins to explain like she's explaining a simple truth to a child. To feed Miria blood, I must perform a particular ritual. Select a victim, cut him open from neck to navel, and wait for the life to leave his body. Then I lower Miria's amulet into the still warm flesh, and then I take a piece of that flesh inside myself. You already know how it works. You forbade me from killing your subjects in Dresden, but here in the Abyss, it's an entirely different matter. We're not even in your lands any longer. What's the difference does the death of one unknown pleasure slave make, when the fate of all Galarian might depend on that death? You're very well informed of the brothel's secret. How did you learn about him? Let's just say I made inquiries. Perception. Hold on, shouldn't Miria be the one to select the victim? In the brothel, she'll just have to accept whoever we're given. Anyway, why does the spirit from Galarian need the blood of someone in the Abyss? Camilla's answer does not come immediately. You see, Stardust, the Abyss has completely addled my little Miria's mind. Now she simply craves blood. Any blood. From whatever source. Even from someone not of Galarian. The brothel promises to turn the slave into whoever we wish. We shall do this and offer Miria a choice. Alright, let's go. Her mouth broadened into a happy smile. Oh, my friend, I'm ever so pleased to hear that. I knew I could rely on you. Before, I lived as I had to, never thinking how quickly time passes for mortals. Do you sense time the same way demons do? I guess no, because we learned about the Abyss has, time works differently. Time is a strange thing for everybody, but I think bad things seem to last a long time for both demons and mortals, and good things are over in a blink of an eye. Camila reaches for the door handle, but immediately jerks her hand back. We're in the right place, yes, so behind the door I'll see... Amelia's voice trembles from either anticipation or nerves. You nervous? It would appear so. Camelia's lips twitch into a smile before settling into a pensive frown again. I did not expect your presence to have this effect on me. That's a good sign. Alright, well, let's go. I'm ready, she answers and then adds more quietly to herself. I'm ready. Oh, it's your dad? Papa? Pleasure slave. The eyes of the transformed slave, who bears a striking resemblance to Horgus, looks at you with terror and glimmer of hope. His corpulent, short body is an exact copy of Horgus Quirm as you remember him. Hello there, my dear. Come to Papa. Shut up! Shut up! What the heck is happening? Amelia recoils as if from a blow and sways on her feet. She grips her amulet in her left hand, her knuckles turning white. This can't be. It can't be you. Why? How did this happen? Could Herix have lied to me? No, why would she? Is this some kind of joke? But what if it isn't? What if this is what my heart desires? Perception. Do you want to sacrifice Horgus? I don't know. I don't understand. She wipes away the drops of sweat from her brow. I swear to you, I never wanted to kill my father. I never thought that's what I wanted. I never thought that Miria would crave his blood. My father raised me, cared for me, sheltered me. He wiped away my tears when I was sad. He listened to me rage when I hated everyone around me. He was the only person to help me come to terms with my secret predilections. I respect them. I love him? Camellia brings the amulet in her clenched fist to her lips. Then why would Miria... Why am I seeing him here now? I guess address Horgus. Who are you? I'll be whoever you want me to be. I'll do whatever you say. Just please don't kill me. Calm down, Camellia. We need to decide what we're gonna do with that thing. Camellia stares into space for a few moments, then shakes her head and looks at you. We shall do what we came here to do. What other choice do we have? Are you gonna kill this Horgus? Why shouldn't I? She shrugs. You already paid. I don't like wasting money. No, please don't. Camellia does not deign to answer Horgus' pitiful pleas. You recover from the shock quickly. Killing this creature is Miria's will. Who am I to oppose her? I am only doing my duty. Oh, do we go all the way? Ah. I don't know. Not the real one, I think. I don't know. I don't know. We're already in this too deep, right? So maybe. Fine, okay. You decided I won't stand in your way. The silence of Iomde's herald speaks louder than any words. I forgot he was here. Camellia wets her lips suddenly. Wets her suddenly dry lips. Her left hand grips the bone amulet tightly. A sharpened dagger gleams dully in her right hand. Watch closely, my friend. I want you to see. I don't want you to miss even the smallest detail. I shall take my time so you may better observe. After once I'm finished, I shall eat a piece of the sacrifice's flesh. What will it be today? Kidney or heart? Or perhaps a morsel of spleen? It's always so difficult to choose. No, please! The blood feels so warm on my hands. Such a little cut, but so much blood. For just a moment, once I reach the heart, we'll see a veritable fountain. I'm not opposed to getting a little wet today. How about you? Jesus, this is pretty brutal, huh? He finally died. He did not go out peacefully. That was intriguing. I need to think. We just leave the body there? Oh, I guess she ate it, huh? Yay. I don't know how I feel. What I'm supposed to be, I guess. Hey, man. You know, I never thank you for accompanying me to the brothel. There's a hint of a smile on her lips. So thank you, my friend. This was an intriguing and unexpected experience. I have to admit, I'm surprised by who the slave turned into. Oh, I was so much more surprised. I was almost rendered speechless when I saw Father in the brothel. She looks down, especially considering what I was about to do to him. I was just standing in front of him with one question. How? How is this possible? She licks her lips quickly. When I realized that Father was just an illusion created by Miria's secret desire, I have to admit, my hand faltered. Does Miria really want my father's blood? If I want to heal the lands of Sarkoris, do I really have to sacrifice? Camilla's voice breaks, and she just mouths the last words. My own father? Well, I hope both of you guys got what you wanted. Oh, you have no idea how much I enjoyed driving the stiletto of the hilt into the chest of that Orgus. When his hot blood gushed on my fingers, when his eyes glazed over, when his hands grabbed my shoulders in a futile attempt to push me away, you know what I was thinking? I was thinking that you were watching me, that your eye were following my every move, and I want to do everything quickly so that I could show you the spectacle's sweet climax. And at the same time, I want to make it last longer. Make it never, ever, ever end. Her body shudders. I'm glad you shared this sweet moment with me, my friend. Thank you. What's the shall we repeat our outing? Thank you for the invitation, but no. I find I've quite lost the desire to visit, like another person. Besides, we've been there already, and the entertainment and offer is only fun until it's not. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed our little adventure. She nods slightly, lost in her own thoughts. Want to talk about more what happened in the brothel? Are you talking about the slave of Herex, whom I was about to sacrifice to Miria, turning into my father? I'm still trying to understand what all this means. I'm asking myself if I really want to sacrifice my father. Does Miria really need his blood? And I do not know the answer. I'm not even sure I want to know it. But I can't stop asking myself the question. She sighs. So no, I don't want to discuss what happened at the brothel. At least for now. Thank you for asking me how I feel. I appreciate it, I do. A warm smile appears on her lips for a moment. Alright, well, bye-bye. Visit me again soon. You don't want me to start missing you. Shedskin makes no effort to defend herself. You got your dragon back. There's no need to kill me. Where did you even get the idea of stealing my dragon? Someone suggested it to me. A demon. An utterly unremarkable Vrolikai. I'm almost certain it was a deception. Either an illusion or a transformation. I have an eye for such things. But I didn't care. He casually mentioned a tempting outsider would be paying us a visit. And I fell for it. You need to seek your true enemy. Not persecute a poor artist like me. Get out of here. And I never want to see you again. See ya! Departs with such haste that she actually leaves patches of skin and torn flesh in her wake. Ew. Dude, the Abyss is so much harder combat-wise too. With the arena in this fight, oh my god. Early Sunset. Early Sunset appears out of nowhere, no longer disguised as a demon. He stares at the tree in the middle of the flesh markets for a time. Quite impressive. I got something to discuss with you, Early Sunset. And what is that? You dropped hints for the slave traders about improving their security. Because of that, the situation turned against me. I communicated with them in a way they would find believable. It was wise to show something like interest in their fate. You did not seem to recognize the Song of Elysium that Arushale sang for you. I never cared for music. Imagine that. Not all Azatas like music. Is that true? Shedskin said someone drew her attention to us and that she had been encouraged to abduct Avu. That's not at all surprising. We're in the Abyss. Anyone could have done it. You wanted to return the escaped slave to Shedskin. What kind of Azata does that? Yeah, the fox girl. That's enough. I can see this has gone too far. Well, acting never was my calling. What the what? Holy cow, this guy has a portrait too. Let me introduce myself properly. Mephistopheles, what? Archdevil of Hell. By the light of heaven, an archdevil here in the Abyss? And you accompanied us the whole time? Dude, he was with us since the Act 2. When we first went to the court, he came to like our... What? Wait, what? Dude, what? Arushale turns pale. This is so much worse than I thought. You lied to me. Oh, not at all. Dude, look at him. This guy has such a presence, holy cow. If you recall the words I spoke to you, or to any of the other insignificant inhabitants of this city, you will find there was no obvious lie in them. I suppose I should explain myself, tell you why I followed you, and what mission of Early Sunset was. The emergence of a new figure with unknown powers could not fail to attract attention on a range of planes. Initially, I came to take a closer look, find out the source of your abilities, and perhaps even help. The Demon Lord Baphomet dealt a grievous insult to Hell in the past, and supporting his enemies is certainly in my interest. But when I got to know you and your band of renegades, any benevolent plans and aspirations came to an end. I don't think you're capable of realizing how problematic the nature of your existence is. The mortal perspective is too narrow to understand events of universal significance. Demons are certainly enemies and a threat, but they exist within established order and rules by which the universe operates. You do not. Even the most chaotic of gods are forced to obey the unspoken agreements that exist, and very rarely do they violate them. You do dare. You are immortal, with an ever-growing, semi-divine power. You are a true mortal, and therefore no contracts or restrictions concerning divine essence apply to you. You can move across all planes, wield your power, destroy the designs and established order of millennia. I mean, yeah, I guess that's what we just did right now, with the slave market in the Abyss. And Hell has no lawful means of stopping you. Therefore, in the grand scale of the universe, you are a much greater problem than Baphomet, Discari, and all the other demon lords combined. Wow. Stardust, do we have to listen to him? It's so boring. What? Come on, this is a big deal. I'm already falling asleep. Can't we just hit him on his horned head and send him packing? Like, I think Arielu is the only other character that I feel like, holy cow, this is a threat we're looking at right now. Well, I guess Discari, but we only saw him in the cutscene. Chaotic. They're gonna solve the problem and finish me off? If the Abyss does it for me, I won't be upset. Well, please get in line behind the demons who invaded my world. When I finish with them, I'll turn my attention to you. Such foolish bravado. The devil sneers. I should teach you a lesson. But that is all to come. I do not wish to linger any longer in the realm of Nocticula, the lover of backstabbing with a pathological drive to kill powerful beings. If you happen to survive, we'll meet again. If not, the problem will have solved itself. Okay.
Follow me.
It is done. It has changed the face of... Well, hold up. I gotta read that. What the heck? That wasn't even the main mission. That was the Azata mission, was it not? Mythic Quest, right? Yeah, where's my dragon? Rescuing error. It has changed the face of Eleutheria, perhaps forever. Jesus, what the hell? What the heck? That's such a big deal. And that was optional? I thought this quest was just nothing. Like, just get the dragon, that's it. Damn. What happens if you... Well, I guess Early Sunset only shows up for Azata. Like, if I did Angel Path or Demon, Early Sunset didn't show up. Would Mephistopheles be someone else? Alexia. The demon comes to greet you, has blonde hair, and is wearing a modest but elegant dress. She seems surprisingly friendly. Her soft voice and impeccable manners seem out of place in the city, where extreme passions and boundless indulgence prevail over temperance and moderation. A new guest has arrived. How exciting. A mortal from Galarian, if my eyes do not deceive me. What brings you to my manor? This is all very intriguing. Alexia. We've clashed in battle many times. Her claws were always stained with blood of those she killed on the battlefield. Now she looks different, but I am certain her true nature remains unchanged. She is still violent and dangerous. Must be on your guard, champion. Alexia greets Iratially with a cordial nod. Sweetheart, you should have told me you were coming. I would have organized a reception to celebrate your return. I must confess, I rather missed having you around, but all is forgiven, and I hope that I can count you among my regular guests once more. She forces a smile. Thank you for your hospitality, Valexia, but I doubt you'll find me interesting. Things have changed since my last visit. I am a different person now. Arishalu leans towards you and whispers, I have to warn you, Valexia is much more dangerous than she looks. She knows how to be amicable, but it's only a pretense. Her friendly demeanor is as fake as everything else in this city. If you look behind the mask, you will see someone who is old, cruel, and utterly insane. Someone who endures random acts of senseless violence. Trust me, I used to know her in my past life. Well, everyone talks a lot about you in the city. Who are you? She laughs happily. Ah, how refreshingly direct. Well, let me tell you a little about myself. My name is Lady Valexia, but it is common for others to add a few epithets before my name. Often something like magnificent or illustrious. I hold considerable influence in the upper city. You could even call it my little queendom. I'm the foremost member of the city's elite, and all the aristocrats of Eleutheria acknowledge me as their de facto leader. You might be under the misconception that the city is ruled by Shamira, but Shamira is nothing more than a glorified cleaner, entrusted with the responsibility of tending to the latrines. I, on the other hand, hold sway over the most powerful and influential demons in the city. You see, my dear friends, Nocticula allows me to lead the nobility because I look out for her interest. She knows that I am loyal. Unlike most demons, I do not aspire to power beyond what I already possess. I would never stage a coup against Our Lady in the Shadow. Nor would I ever use my position in society to support anyone else in such a foolish endeavor. I guess I seek your patronage, magnificent Velexia. She shows off her perfectly styled hair as she playfully twists a strand around her finger. A Galarian warrior who seeks the patronage of a demon from the upper city? And you're a crusader, no less. Ah, this is most intriguing. You're a curious creature indeed. I would be very interested to learn more about you. There's no need to bother with titles. You can simply call me Velexia. And you are? Don't put your trust in their words, champion. Valexia's temper is like the wind that blows across Ishiar. It changes constantly, and bodes poorly for us no matter what direction it turns. You must watch her vigilantly as the skilled sailor watches the horizon. I mean, it's just my name. I think it's okay, right? You can call me Stardust. Stardust. Alexia rolls her name slowly across her tongue as if tasting the way it sounds. What an unusual name. Certainly not in keeping with the spirit of the Abyss. But I like it. You know, Stardust, I have a proposal for you. Let's pick a place that's nice and romantic and go on another innocent little date together. It'll be a chance for us to get to know one another. How about the Battle Bliss? But I already fought that. It offers simple, spirited entertainment, and it'll be a good place for us to talk undisturbed. No one will notice us because they're too busy watching the fights in the pit. We can have a nice conversation and learn more about one another. I'll be waiting for you in the arena. I hope you'll accept my invitation. I'll be very disappointed if you deny me the pleasure of your company. Well, that was easy. Oh, legit is a date? Oh, okay. Alexia gives you an admiring smile and adds, after all, you are the champion. Oh, yeah, you have heard of me. You have conquered the arena. Where better to learn more about you than in the place you proved your worth? Who does she think we are? A circus troupe hired to entertain guests at the ball? The effrontery. Call me old-fashioned, but I rather think we should go back to the traditional kill-on-sight method of dealing with demons. Oh, now you're acting like a Mandarian. Whoa. So what? You only start to act like a true warrior when someone gets you really angry? I like you this way. When we're done here, I think we should go out into the city where we can slaughter demons until we're satisfied. Then we'll satisfy our other desires. Oh my god. After all, some pleasures are best enjoyed after a good fight. I shudder to think what pleasures you find most enjoyable after a fight. Marauding? Cutting the ears off corpses? Dancing on the graves of your enemies? I must admit, I lack the imagination to guess what else is on the list. No, don't explain. I don't want to know. Oh, Wojif. Wojif isn't looking at you. His tail twitches nervously from side to side. Chief, Wojif scratches at the back of his head, painstakingly choosing each word. I went to someplace, you see. To an abandoned mansion. It's in the upper city, not far from Nocticula's palace. You can't miss it. What do you mean you went to the mansion? Well, I walked, using my feet. You know, that's how people walk. He shifts his feet back and forth like he's dancing on hot coals. I woke you up. We're not complete strangers, you know. I need this, Chief. I've been thinking a lot here. About myself and you and the moon of the abyss. And, yeah, alright, I'm lying. I didn't think. I tried not to think. Only the shadow started talking to me, even when I didn't want it to. It told me where to go, said I need to come to terms with who I am. But maybe I don't want to understand. Maybe I'm better off being kept in the dark. He takes a small breath. I already know who I am. I'm a poor thief and a loser, born at the wrong time in the wrong place to the wrong people. But I want to be stronger, you know. I'm used to this moon of the abyss, and if it can give me even more, I'll take it. Otherwise, this Voidteal will keep bothering me to the end of my days, and everyone else will keep kicking me around. I know I'm kinda in your gang, in your party, and that helps things, but it can't keep going like this forever, you know? Everything's gonna fall apart someday, and the party will fall apart too. I need this power. Did Shadow speak again? What exactly did it tell you? He takes a breath. Here in the abyss, the shadow becomes completely different. It crawls out when it wants to. It makes sense when it talks. It says I got an inheritance. Some power that can get rid of Voidteal once and for all. I'll get it if I go to Yigvel's old mansion in the upper city. And there's riches in it too. I never turned down a chest of gold, you know. Can I talk to the shadow? Yeah, no problem. He concentrates, trying to summon the set shadow, but nothing happens. No, it's not working. It's like my shadow doesn't want to come out. Stubborn as a mule it's gotten, you know? Well, it could be dangerous. I'm coming with you. His head shoots up. What? No, Chief, it's my business. I'll figure it out myself. I just told you because... I don't know why. I want to tell you. I already dragged you into this mess with Voitio. Just think of it like an apology, you know? But no more. If you want to come congratulate me once I got my power, you should come. But I'll do it myself. I don't want to get used to running off to someone as soon as I need help. It's not normal. Friends don't abandon each other in difficult situations. I want to go with you. Friends? Ah, come on. Woljif turns away in embarrassment, trying not to grin. You know, I don't believe in stuff like that. Come on, then. If you're so desperate, you can stand and watch. You can act like you're my bodyguard if you want. I don't mind. Oh. A muffled, rage-filled groan emerges from Wenduag's lips. She is shaking like a hound catching the scent of its prey. Tears, black like tar, are gathering in the corners of her eyes. Meeting your gaze, Wenduag frowns and struggles for self-control. I can feel him, Master. Sava Melek is here, in the city. His poison is seething my blood. What do you feel? Yeah, this was the guy who was in the maze, I think, way in the beginning. The area around her eyes is smudged with black tears. Rage, blood is pounding in my ears, and I hear whispers calling me to fight. I feel a desire to rip out someone's throat, claw at someone's face, gouge out their eyes. I want to fight, and the smell. Oh, that sweet smell of poison I tried once before. I want more. How do we find him? With an excited chuckle, the hunter says, I will tell you if I sense he is near. I was the best hunter in my tribe, after all. While finding one demon in a city full of demons is a difficult task, I can do it. Okay. We'll track him down and kill him. Yes, and take his blood. It will make my tribesfolk as strong as demons. And then no one will stop us. Wenduag draws in an audible breath, as if she's trying to pick up the scent of a dangerous prey. Okay, are you alright? How did you feel when we rescued you? He gives you a hard... Oh, she gives you a long, hard look. I'm gonna let you in on a really important secret. Just don't tell anyone. When those demons caught and kidnapped me, I got really scared. I mean, I'm a brave dragon. Really brave. But I still felt scared and lonely. Now I'm scared sometimes too. Trust me, there's no shame in that. Her eyes go wide with surprise. You get scared? Really? Do you get the shivers when you're scared? Do you get an itch right on your nose too? I always do. But what matters is the happy ending. It could have ended any other way. Yeah, you grown up. You look bigger. Yeah, she's definitely bigger compared to the first time we saw her. Yep. The dragon looks incredibly proud of herself. Dragons usually grow as they get older, but I grow as your power increases. So don't be fooled. Remember, I'm still a kid. A huge-scaled, flying kid with planar magic at her disposal. Well, there's something you gotta know about Early Sunset. Ah, boring. He's always... No, yeah, she was there. He's always been a little boring, but I always thought he was your friend, so I didn't mind so much. All devils are boring. He's the first devil I've ever seen, but I just know they're all boring and impossible to listen to. Urushile's shoulders are stooped. Staring at the floor, she hands you a scented letter? The Malkio's letter? The short letter is written in an ornate gold lettering on pink paper. My darling venomous butterfly. Oh, the nickname again. Welcome back home, to our cozy little town. Would you like to visit an old friend? I can't wait for our reunion. Always yours, D. Take a look. The one who sent me this letter. I had hoped I would never hear from him again. It was inevitable. He found out that I was in the city. Of course he did. And now, Desna helped me. The thought of seeing him again terrifies me. But this is simply part of my journey, isn't it? I can't just run away from the sins of my past. I have to at least try and make amends. And if I can't, then I must ask for forgiveness. Who's D? The Malkio. Do you remember the shadow from my nightmares? That's him. I used to consider him my crowning achievement. But now I'm ashamed to remember him at all. He was once an Azata. Oh. A true hero. A knight and a poet. A defender of the weak. The pride of Elysium. And I corrupted him. I made him fall in love with me. I broke his heart. I made him commit foul crimes I cannot even describe. and when he became indistinguishable from a demon, I left him in the abyss. And now he wants to see me again. I'm frightened and ashamed. Venomous butterfly. I heard those before in your dream. That is what my nightmare calls me, my most horrific disgrace. There was a time when that name suited me perfectly. I poisoned so many souls. I ruined so many beautiful creatures, both mortal and not. The succubus shakes her head forlornly. Almost all of them are dead now, but this nightmare of mine is still alive, and that means there may still be hope of saving him. I guess Azata. It's hard to believe an Azata could be corrupted. You know better than anyone that Azatas are enamored with freedom, and the curiosity spurs them on toward new adventures. Slowly but steadily, I lure them into further escapades, each one less innocent than before. She bites her lip. He believed he could make me give up my evil ways, and I lied to him gleefully, giving him false hope. Sometimes I look at myself now and remember those days. I want to die in shame. Are you going to accept the invitation? I don't want to. You have no idea how afraid I am. What will I say? How will I look him in the eye after everything I've done to him? But I feel like I must do this. I must see him. I must tell him that a fall like this is not a death sentence, and there is a way back. And if he won't listen to me... She looks down once again. I'll simply ask for forgiveness. What can I do to help? Please. She gasped as if deprived of air. Please, let's go together. I must see him face to face. I must try to save him from the abyss. I doubt it's possible. I know how much I've corrupted him, but I must try nevertheless. I must. And yet, I can't do it on my own. I just... Oh, she sobs and buries her face in her hands. Damn, man. Man, I want to keep playing, but man, it's crazy hot. I might just do maybe one of these side quests and then pick this up another time, because wow, it's hot. Looking all this lava is not helping me. Why couldn't the abyss be like a snowy place? Oh, she's also in the upper city? Wendell stills and listens, her attention sharply focused. Then she says confidently, Savamelek is close. The whisper in my ears are loud as a war drum. They speak of rushing rivers of blood, stomachs ripped open, of guts scattered on the rocks. They're calling me to join them and succumb to violence. The temptation is strong. Don't you think we're being lured into a trap? If that's true, they don't understand what kind of prey they caught. Let them lure me in. I'll happily walk into their trap. Well, we'll look around, find his lair, and pay him a visit. I've been waiting for this encounter for so long. I want to rip off his tail with my own hands. A handsome young man in a snow-white toga reclines in a plush armchair next to a table heaving with sumptuous food. He's got like a dragon turkey. Flowers are nestled in his blonde curls while gems sparkle on his half-bared chest. A boy sits on the floor before him, rubbing the soles of the man's feet with scented oil. The master of the house greets a Ruchalet with a wave of his hand. Even the glittering rings cannot hide his black scabbed fingers oozing with pus. Imalkio. There you are, my venomous butterfly, more beautiful than ever. I see that you taking a stroll around the world of mortals did you some good. You're slimmer, and there's a healthy flush to your cheeks, just like a doll. His eyes examine you with languorous curiosity. And what is this? A souvenir from Galarian? A handsome one, isn't he? So fresh, so hale. You barely used them, I see. My name's Stardust. Order your slave to keep quiet, my butterfly, or I'll order mine to serve up his tongue as my next meal. Imalkio sneers contemptuously without even looking at you. He doesn't even see me as a person, huh? Speaking of meals, please sit, eat. And as I'm feeling magnanimous today, your mortal pet may also partake. Just look at this perfect table I've laid in honor of your coming. See these grapes? Every single one is gilded, and this wine from the ruins of Aztalan is older than any living mortal, many demons, and even some of the gods. And last but certainly not least, behold our main course, a roasted drake. They eat us all the time, so why shouldn't we return the favor? Thank you. Arushale hesitantly plucks one of the gilded grapes and puts it in her mouth and chews slowly. It's been a while since I last saw you, Dimalgio. What happened to your hands? The Azata raises his disfigured hands and smiles innocently. Don't you remember what these hands did at your behest? It seems that the nature of Azata cannot contain all the freedom granted by the Abyss without sustaining a little damage. But it's nothing. It barely hurts. Go on, eat. This is all for you. Or perhaps you'd prefer some human meat. Dimalgio grabs the slave boy by the hair and pressed a sharpened, manicured nail to the boy's throat. Do you want me to serve him instead? Don't. I never had a taste for mortal flesh. Arushale throws a remorseful look and forces herself to finish. Only mortal souls. With a crooked smile, Wenduak casts a sidelong glance at Arushale. Is this true? I could have sworn I always felt some kind of kinship with you, sister. On a diet? Afraid of getting fat? Clever girl. You succubi must take very good care of your looks. It's not like you have anything else. Oh, damn, what the hell? Now, if you don't mind, I think I'll sample this fine repast. Picks up a piece of meat and chews on it with great relish, and wipes the grease and pus oozing from his hands on the boy's hair. I guess Arushale, you wanted to convince him to renounce evil. Isn't it time you spoke up? She nods. She takes a deep breath and proclaims in a timid, trembling voice. Dimalgio, I've embarked on the path of ascension. I'm going there, to Elysium. I'd like you to abandon the Abyss, and together I'd like you to try. With each new word out of Arushale's mouth, the Azata's expression twists more and more, finally setting into a sneer of revulsion. Under his contemptuous stare, Arushale swallows her words and falls silent. With a loud snort, Dimalgio upends his cup of wine and flashes another cordial smile. My butterfly, what is this nonsense? You barely touched it, and yet you sound so utterly drunk. I understand. Of course you don't want it. Not after everything I've... Arushale swallows hard. Then I simply ask for your forgiveness. I did this to you. I turned you into this. It's my fault. Fault? The fallen Azata laughs melodiously. What are you about, darling? I'm happy now, thanks to you. Who was I back in Elysium? A destitute good-for-nothing. All I did was flutter around singing ditties. And now? He gestures around the rich interior with his disfigured hand. I've got everything I could dream of. Treasures, slaves, the very best grub. I sleep in comfort, and with whoever I want. They respect me in the city. I open my purse, and they prostrate themselves before me. All my enemies are gone now. What else is there that to want? I'm happy. This isn't happiness. It's not? That's news to me. If having all your dreams come true isn't happiness, then what is? Fine, let your mortal pet be the arbiter. You there, human. What say you? Am I happy or not? Well, I feel sorry for you. Ha 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 ha. That's a good one. This morsel of mortal meat takes pity on me? I buy and sell dozens of you every day. I remember what you were when I first met you. So brave, so kind, so inspired. And I ruined you. Forgive me. Bah. All you did was teach me what life is all about. I didn't find it amusing back then, but now I understand your valuable lesson. The old me would have never achieved what I have now. I didn't even have desires as such. What did I want? Justice? Freedom? Sugary froth and idealistic drivel? I should thank you for opening that milksop's eyes. Instead of replying, Arushale begins to hum the Song of Elysium. Blah, enough! Stop that! It's making my head hurt. You want some music? Here's real music for you. Hey! Dimalgio claps imperiously. 3 scantily clad succubi enter the room and start playing musical instruments. Do you recognize those dresses? You wore the same one that night you dumped me for the first time. I bawled like a simpleton, but it doesn't matter anymore. I'm always married now. Every time I bend one of them over, I picture your face that day. Hey! Dimalgio angrily turns toward the succubi. Which of you is out of tune? Hey, you! What am I paying you for? To ruin my strings? Give yourself 20 lashes. The succubi produces a whip. The Malkio grins lavishly, his eyes darting from the musician to Arushale and back. Let's go with 3. That's enough. We're leaving. Yes, you're right. Arushale stands up. I tried to apologize, but you clearly don't need my apologies. Let's have it your way then. I just want you to know I wholeheartedly regret what I've done to you. Goodbye, Demalkio. I'm leaving, and this time for good. Sit down, you whore. The Azata slams his hand on the table, staining the clothes with black pus. The other succubi produces whips and smirk at Arushale and you. You're not leaving this place again. You're mine by right, and you'll stay mine forever. That's enough. I don't want to kill you. There's no need to fight. Let's go our separate ways and not hurt each other anymore. Desna knows we've had enough of that already. Oh, I don't want to kill you either. I want to gouge out your eyes and fuck. Whoa, wow. Jesus. Okay, I want to gouge out your eyes and fuck your eye holes. Then I'll perforate your tender skin and fuck every one of those holes too. Then I'll drill a hole in your head and... He stands up. I haven't even begun to hurt you, bitch. I've dreamt of this day for so long. You, get him! With every new word spoken by the fallen Azata, Camellia's... Oh, of course, yeah, because what we learned. She licks her lips nervously. Let's do Azata. Make the flowers of Elysium bloom. Let me remind you of what you've lost. Wondrous flowers bloom around Demalkio, filling the room with an aroma the abyss has never known. The fallen Azata looks around. His face is contorted with alarm and horror. No! No! Don't want to remember. Take the wench alive. You may eat the mortal right here. Get to it, you layabouts. Demalkio's servants lunge at you.
The heartbeat quickens.
We could have convinced... I think I could have convinced the succubi to work for me. Demalkio. The Azata bares his teeth in a truly demonic snarl as he points his weapon at Arushale's chest. You're going nowhere, bitch. Nowhere. You're mine. Demalkio. I've renounced my evil. And now I serve Desna, your former mistress. If she gave a succubus like me a chance, surely she can forgive you too. The path of ascension is difficult, but... Am I a toy to you? You sent me to the abyss on a whim. Then you change your mind and call me back to Elysium? Stuff your ascension up your... The Azata shakes his head. Suddenly he looks desperate. Arushale, my girl. My butterfly. Enough of this nonsense. Do you want me to apologize? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to say any of that. I just missed you so much. I needed you so much. You're my only desire, my only dream. You alone. Demalkio falls to his knees and reaches for Arushale, who recoils in disgust. Everything I've hoarded, the treasures, the slaves, it's all for you. Stay, I beg you. I'll give you everything. It will all be yours. Just don't leave me. Please don't leave me. I guess let's ask her. Are you gonna give him a chance, Arushale? I just gave him one. He turned it down. But I will try again. Get up, Demalkio. That's enough. For the last time. Repent. Either follow me on the path to Desna, or get out of my way and let me go. It's like that then. The fallen Azata jumps to his feet. Then I would rather die than let you leave here alive. Jesus. He's gonna burn his own manor? Arushale kneels before the dead Azata's body. She closes his eyes and plants a kiss on his bloody forehead. Forgive me, Demalkio. Forgive me and farewell. Let's go, Stardust. The succubus wipes her tears. There's nothing left for us here. I'm sorry it had to end this way. Thank you. I hoped I could make things right, but the harm I caused was already irreversible. It's all my fault. There's nothing I can do about it now. She shakes her head ruefully. What just happened here? Everything he said. I need to reflect on it. I want to talk about it, but not right now. Later, when I had a chance to sort out my thoughts and emotions. Oof. That's rough. Savamelek. The demon's grim figure, which resembles a skeleton with glossy skin stretched over it, hovers above you. A sea of eyes glitter hungrily in the darkness. The mongrels have been trained well, and they make not a sound as they await their master's orders to attack. The stinger, crowned with a drop of cloudy poison, is pointed at Windowag. I could see you, my lost child. I felt you from afar and called you. Good girl, come and kneel before me. I'm not a good girl. A growl catches in the huntress' throat. Oily tears seep from her eyes, painting her face with glistening black streaks. She lets out an articulate, crazed howl. Then who are you? Just my pet. All of you are my little pets, my creatures, and I am your creator. Wasn't I the one who nurtured you, child? Would you like to have another taste of my poison, sinking your teeth into a helpless victim and feeling it wash over your tongue? Or are you strong enough to take it from my stinger? Come, and I'll give it to you. It will be sweet and possibly lethal, but you will have such power if you survive. I gave you everything. Strength, food, a path. So who am I to you? Your blood is whispering the truth to you, isn't it? You, creator. You are our creator. You are our strength. Wendowag clenches her fists so hard they crack, her eyes rolling and her body shaking in ecstatic convulsions. Wendowag, you alright? The huntress hunches strangely, as if preparing to leap. Disjointed rambling pours forth from her lips. Fight. Blood. I want blood. Alright. She has never been better. I am calling to my blood and it is answering. It is seething in her veins, whispering kill. It promises the sweet taste of raw meat, the hot splash of blood on your face, horrifying screams, and quivering flesh in your claws. Could you resist that? What do you mean you made them? Mongrels are descended from crusaders who were poisoned by demon filth. His eyes stare at Wendowag, greedily drinking in every convulsion that ravages the raging huntress's body. Yes, and I was the corruption. I was the sweet bile that poisoned them. I'll tell you a story, my naive commander. A long, long time ago, when stupid mortals thought that one crusade would be enough, angels came down from heaven to fight among you. Quarrel, a child of light, led a troop of crusaders deep into the wound. Wendowag echoes Savamalek, slurring. They tore, devoured, drank blood, drank poison. I remember. I feel. They walked for many days and lost their way. The wasteland seemed like a labyrinth to them, as if someone had confused them on purpose. They ran out of food and water. Despair and incredible, rabid hunger overtook them. Only Quarrel kept going and demanded the same of them. And then, one of the crusaders said, He is a stranger, this angel. He is not one of us. If we kill and eat him, he won't be missed, and his holy flesh will give us strength to get out of here. See how he walks so briskly without tiring? We will gain his strength. The other crusaders were terrified, but the more their hunger tormented them, the more eagerly they looked upon Quarrel. And one night, in the darkness, they did what they had talked about, and the one who planted this idea in their heads dealt the first blow. And when the feast was over, I shed my crusader's guise and assumed my true form. I told them I was letting them go home, but that my brand, a brand of sin, would stay with them and their children forevermore. My poison would flow in their veins, and when I gave the order, they would come to me. So the mongrel ancestors weren't noble crusaders? They are fallen, sinners who committed a great and disgusting atrocity. They destroyed a child of light and do not deserve to see the sun. Banished to the darkness, doomed to starvation and deformity. The mongrels belong here with me. Flesh imbued with my poison is the only food they need. Serving me is the only life they deserve. No, we are not outcasts. We are survivors. We are those who had power, resilience, determination. Not renegades, but predators. Yes, my clever child, you are the strongest and most resilient. Sentient beasts created and bred to fight. That is why I value you so much. During our last encounter, the mongrels didn't cry black tears when you called them. Do you really think my powers are as crude as that? In the caves I summoned those I chose, and here I am calling to the blood of all my children. I'm calling to the sin of their ancestors, to that old promise to return them to my side. No one can resist this call. The demon grins. And you, Commander, cannot resist the call of duty. That is why you are here, and not in your fortress. Well, I was forced to be here because the queen, but yeah. Where did you get these mongrels from? Didn't you flee Neathholm alone with your tail between your legs? Oh, Commander, don't assume you're the only one with a loyal army. I've been gathering my children for years. Those who assumed to have been lost in the caves, in truth, found their homes here. Do you recognize their faces, Wenduag? The huntress looks over the crowd of mongrels with glassy eyes. Rulo, Old Gorom, good warriors, I remember them. Many thousand gongs have passed since you went hunting and returned with prey with the tribe. I remember you, although I was just a child back then. And you, how did you get here? Wenduag points at a big mongrel, old but strong. You recognize him. Through many years have passed, don't you? Father and daughter meet again. Now you are family not only because of the blood in your veins, but because of my poison mixed with it. And you can reunite. You never thought you'd see him again, did you, child? Well, this is a gift to you. My poison doesn't kill mongrels. It gives them long life. I take care of my servants. I will take care of those who remained in Dresden too. Do you see how generous I am, child? Thank you, Creator. Horror and astonishment win out over the rage consuming Wenduag's soul. Stunned, she stares at the man before her, whispering, Father, but you went missing. During a hunt. Why didn't they tell me? Why? The traces of fear in her voice give way to a bestial growl. I guess Wenduag, listen to my voice. You must wake up. The huntress gives a start and looks at you without recognition. Diplomacy. This is our best one. Wenduag, wake up. He poisoned you. Her face twists in a monstrous grimace, a sign of her internal struggle, barely able to grit out the words. She responds, I can hear you, Master. I am still here. I guess set your father free, Wenduag. So stupid. He is a good servant, one of the best. You know how many mortals he has killed for me? How he tore them into pieces with his bare hands? He has good blood, and his daughter does too. They both will be mine, as those before them were, and as those after them will be. Well, enough talking. It's time you paid for everything. Oh no, Commander. Well, I did receive mythic power from my master. I'm not in the mood to fight now. It's time to visit my children in Dresden, the city you abandoned. Without me, they are wandering in the darkness. I will give them power. Too bad you won't be able to follow me. We'll literally be worlds apart. Wenduag gives a start and raging greed awakens in her voice. No! These warriors, they belong to me. All of you are mine. You and those behind you and those standing here right now. Savamalek makes a gesture and mongrels assume a threatening stance. Choose, child. You either become one of my servants or die at their claws. Turning casually to his warriors, Savamalek says kill. The mongrels let out a wild roar, but Wenduag responds with a mad and bloodthirsty laughter. You wanna kill me? Come on! He's gonna leave, isn't he? Yeah, I don't think there's any way we could, we can't even attack him. Yeah, he's leaving. Breathing heavily, Wenduag doesn't even try to wipe the blood splatter from her face. Her eyes quickly lose the crazed look. So who else wants to fight? No one? Savamalek. Where did he go? He says something about Dresden. My warriors. Master, he wants to take my warriors away from me. We must go back. Are you alright now? Wenduag wipes away the black streaks left by her tears. I'm feeling better, Master. My mind is clear. I'm glad you were able to overcome his poison. You hear a hint of molish arrogance in Wenduag's weary voice. You didn't doubt me, did you, Master? Do you believe what Savamalek said about your ancestors? He wasn't lying. I can sense it. When he talked, it's like I was there. I tasted the meat, the poison on my tongue. I think it actually happened. Our traditions have always been harsh, and now I understand better where they stem from. Let's go, Chaotic. It's not up to us to judge them. We weren't in their position. They made their choice, Master. If I had been in their place, I've done the same. It's crazy. They ate an angel, huh? The Inheritor doesn't have anything to say about that? He's with us right now, isn't he? Like, oh, whoa, you guys ate us? Your father was in Savamalek's retinue, right? Her face freezes. She is silent for a long time, looking at the corpse lying nearby. Yes, Master. That is him. My father. Do you grieve for him? I don't know. I did a long time ago when he went missing. It's hard to bury someone twice in your heart, but it's bitter. She turns away. What was he like? He was... I don't remember. The last time I saw him, it was so many gongs ago. I know more about him from the stories of others. He was a tough chief, a skilled hunter, and a good husband. The huntress pauses, and then looking you straight in the eye, says reluctantly, he was big. In my memories, he's always been the biggest and strongest. How'd he go missing? Just like many others, he went hunting and disappeared. That kind of thing is common in the caves. We didn't know it was because of Savamalek's servants, not wild predators. And then, when I served Hosilla, I wasn't let in on the secret. A grim silence hangs after Wendowag's words, filled with the promise of a cruel death. I'm sorry for your loss. She jerks her chin up and saying decisively, death comes for all. Life shouldn't be wasted on weeping for the dead. I mean, I don't know about this, honestly. We can't return to Galarian now, but in Dresden your kin are safe. You're probably right. He won't come to Dresden openly. If he dares to take my army, I'll shove his own stinger down his throat. You don't want to interact with me? Oh, there we go. That was weird. Voidtail is waiting for you in the main hall of the mansion. The spikes on his powerful shoulders and back bulge out violently. I knew the spawn of Yggdrasil would come to gaze at his inheritance. Pathetic, stupid nobody. Do you think you'll be lucky a second time? Run, little tiefling. Run away and don't stop, and maybe you'll survive a little longer. But I'll still find you, no matter where you run. I'll suck your eyes out of their sockets like grapes from their skins. You think I was just lucky, you lizard? I had the chief with me then, and now I don't even need the chief to kick your ass. I came for my inheritance and for my power. And when I get it, we'll see who's laughing then. Voljif looks back at you and whispers, I think I went a bit too far there. You reckon he'll kill me quickly after that? And the thing I just said about not needing you, I was just saying it, but I didn't mean it, so don't get any ideas. Could I actually just leave? Why are you so eager to destroy Voljif? He hasn't done anything to you. It was his dad, right? He and Yggdrasil are guilty before my mistress by the virtues of their very birth. Lady Hepzamira, the strongest child of Baphomet, hunts down her unworthy brothers and sisters because she alone should stand before the throne of her father, the Lord of Labyrinths. I will tell you how Yggdrasil was killed, you pile of refuse, and this story will be the last thing you hear. No one can escape from Mistress Hepzamira. Yggdrasil tried. At first he settled down here, in the city. He thought that in the lands of Nocticula, no one would get him. Heh! I found him for my mistress. When he sensed me, he locked himself in his treasure room like a cowardly rat, not wanting to accept his inevitable death. I carved through his henchmen and reached his hiding place. The bones of those who did not have time to flee crunched beneath my feet. I tore down the doors of the treasure room, pretending to myself that I was ripping apart the pathetic coward. But inside, I found only a corpse. Oh, my lady was so pleased. But the demon's small eyes squint suspiciously. I knew something was wrong. The corpse lay in front of me, but I felt sure that Yggdrasil had escaped. I tortured the servants until they revealed the secret of the Moon of the Abyss. I made them search every corner, but the moon was gone. How many years I searched for it. And then I found not only it, but this tiefling as well. Lady Hepzamira will reward me when I bring her the horned skull of a defective spawn that dishonors the blood of Baphomet. And she will reward me twice over when I reveal the escape of that scum Yggdrasil. So Voljif is a descendant of Baphomet himself? Yeah, you're telling me I'm related to old Baphomet? How'd that happen? Lord Baphomet conceived many demons many bastard children unworthy of their father. One of them was Yigphilus, who made his way to Galarian. His blood, hence the blood of Baphomet, flows in you, Tiefling. Lady Hemsamira will destroy all who defile the purity of this blood. My, it turns out you're noble blood. Darian sweeps into a low, mocking bow before Woljif. I beg your pardon, my dear sir, but would you be so kind as to remind me how should I address your noble personage of the abyss? Your unholiness? Or perhaps your deplorable disgrace? So what's up with the moon of the abyss? Ask the Tiefling if Yegphilus left the moon for him. You should know the answer. Nobody explained nothing to me. I don't even know why it's important. Why does nobody ever tell me anything? I don't even know who this Yigphilus guy is. My grandpa? My great-grandpa? My uncle? He howls with laughter. Stupid Tiefling. You don't even know why you're gonna die? The demon that caused you to be born will also be the cause of your death. I'm assuming it's his dad. How did you know that Woljif was coming here? I was informed that the Tiefling I was searching for had set foot in the streets of the city. Where else would he go but to the mansion of his ancestor looking for treasure? Maybe not, Dad. The Shadow brought me here. The Shadow should have known you were here, but it always protects me from you. But why? Why didn't it warn me? Could you just take the moon and leave me and Woljif alone? He laughs hoarsely. I'll take the moon, yes, but I'm in no hurry, and you're going nowhere. Skewered on the edge of my spike, that's where you'll belong, just like your friend. Everyone else who decides to intercede on his behalf, I'll make a goblet of your skull and bring it to my mistress. If that counts as leaving you alone, then you will have peace aplenty. Alright, let's fight. Immediately, fuck it. Yeah, there's no way we were gonna have a discussion with this guy. Revenge on Hemsamira and her henchmen. A gigantic demon, Shadow, separates from Woljif and menacingly hangs in the air. At times, it seems to grow, as if the atmosphere of the abyss is feeding it and giving it additional strength. Woljif. The voice of the Shadow is deep and low, and it seems to penetrate the mind, enveloping and replacing any other thoughts. My heir. Woljif freezes as if under some spell. Grandpa! Your Honor. I don't know what to call you. Never had a grandpa like this before. And no, I always knew it was your Shadow. You're my guardian demon. Well, why not? Always knew I was special. A prince or something. And this is the chief. You should get to know each other. Chief, this is my grandpa. It's a pleasure to meet the acquaintance of a demon who outwitted Hemsamira's henchmen. It is easy to deceive those who do not know what you know. My grandson, it is grandpa. My grandson Woljif discovered this knowledge without my help. And I am proud of him. He deserves to become my heir, and the one who will take my strength and avenge the fall of our branch of the family. A new Yigphilus will rise again. That's great and all, Gramps, but I'm not quite following you. Revenge? A new Yigphilus? I want your power, of course, but like you just said, it's easy to deceive and all that, right, Chief? How'd you survive? Like, how the hell did you put yourself in the moon? Thanks to Aroden. He gives a low chuckle that rumbles like a distant thunder. I do not know if you remember the times when prophecies were not just heaps of useless words, but I do remember. You see, I am the son of Baphomet. Directly Baphomet, huh? I do not think you need an explanation of who he is. Baphomet conceived many children, but my sister Hemsamira wanted to be the only one. She marked us for death and hunted us down quite successfully. I did not want to be among her victims. I hid in the city, but I knew it wouldn't last long. In the end, I decided to learn my future. Forewarned is forearmed. I was able to acquire all knowledge I needed about my future self after many rituals. I saw a vision of how I would put a crystal like a dark moon into a silver setting. I spent a long time trying to understand this vision, and finally, bit by bit, a prophecy came to me. I realized that I would have to die in order to live again, that the dark crystal must become my refuge and receptacle of my powers. I must hide my soul in the crystal and wait for my heir to come to the abyss and free me. This crystal is the moon of the abyss, set within a silver mount. I sent it to Galarian for my grandson. Do you see, Woljif? I anticipated your birth like no one else. Why? Well, he just said because it's Hemsamira. Teal. He wanted to curry favor with his mistress and nothing more. But you cannot deny his intelligence. Hemsamira was appeased when she saw my head, but he discovered the truth about the abyss and almost killed Woljif. Hemsamira, the stupid cow, just wants to destroy all her brothers and sisters indiscriminately. But Teal, his mind was constantly seeking ways to please her, and this desire aided his efforts. Well, he died pursuing his dreams of the greatness. What do you want with Woljif? I want my grandson to accept my power and become a continuation of me. Tell me, Woljif, do you want to ascend to the top of the world and rule it? If we combine my powers with your resourcefulness, the abyss will submit to us, and all those who wronged us will be punished. Are there many such wrongdoers, Woljif? Yes, I see, I know, and every wrong has been another step leading you to this moment. You've endured everything, and you are worthy of my great power, my grandson. I'm worthy? Yeah, but I didn't even do anything. Listen, Grandpa, I understand you've been holed up in the crystal for a long time, so you probably don't know me very well. I just steal here and there, trade a little. I never even done anything special, you know. Maybe I'm not worthy at all. Maybe you're just wrong? What if later you turn around and say, why'd I go and give you that power, you useless idiot? No, I am not mistaken. I foresaw your birth, and I foresaw that you would come here. You are exactly what I need, Woljif, and no one can replace you. Well, demons don't give something for nothing. What do you want in return? I have only one condition, and it's a very small one. He shrinks down to the same size as Woljif. My spirit will enter your body, Woljif. It will hide within you, just as it hid within the crystal, invisible to you, and invisible to others. Do you want to sorta take over my body? He looks disappointed. Really, Grandpa? I thought better of you. I'm your grandson, you know. You shouldn't treat your grandkids that way. You take care of them, put up with their hijinks and stuff, not make puppets out of them. Life has taught you to be too cautious, Woljif. I do not want to take over your body. I want to help you. Who were you before you found the moon of the abyss? A pathetic thief from a small town, a coward and a traitor, a boy who was hated by his own mother, driven away from everywhere he went. And now look, Boy Teal is dead. Look at all the treasures that are rightfully yours, and this is just the beginning. You will become the Prince of the Abyss, my grandson. His voice grows lower, more insinuating. As for my living within your body, your success will be my success. I will only give you advice, as I did in the Worldwound, and you will be free to choose whether to listen or not. However, I see that words will not satisfy you. Let me show you what you will gain if you agree. You say I've been driven away from everywhere, but the chief hasn't chased me off yet. So show him too, since we got into this together, Chief. Actually, it's fine. Forget about it. Do what you want. I guess show me too. I don't want Woljif to have to face you alone. He shows no sign of impatience, but his darkness seems to become deeper and more compelling. What a loyal friend you have, Woljif. Maybe the chief just wants to guide you every step of the way. Maybe he's just afraid that you will become too independent. Woljif looks at you as if trying to find the answer, but then turns away. I don't know, Gramps. Maybe you're right. But even if the chief mouths off, even if he doesn't do what I like, he's still the best thing that ever happened to me. Oh, bro, oh. At least let him take a look. Dang, bro, that's sweet. As you wish. He begins to grow. Oh yeah, he's bigger. His darkness pulsating as it surrounds you, until you are completely enveloped and nothing else can be seen. There's only silence, only darkness, and a soothing voice. Close your eyes. I will show you what the world will be like when the dark moon of the abyss rises.
You can.
What the heck? Yigphilus. This is the square. As darkness recedes, you realize you are standing on deserted streets in Canabras. However, to call it standing is an exaggeration. You are a disembodied spirit, and through your transparent body, you can see the walls of neighboring houses. Next to you is a slovenly dressed old woman with a swollen face, her lips pursed unkindly. When she opens her mouth, you hear the velvet voice of Yigphyllis. Observe, Commander. Get back here, you little weasel. Oh, it's little Woljif. Demon spawn, I'll throw you into the Worldwound. Is he in me? A boy about 10 runs towards you, and he gets closer. As he gets closer, you recognize him as Woljif. He looks scared and clutches a piece of bread to his chest. Grandma, help me. You said I should take the bread from him. Hide me, Grandma. The old woman does not budge. Look at you, Woljif. Small, weak, useless, always blaming others, always holding them responsible for your failures. You are exactly the same as you always been. A boy who is so afraid of the world that he hides behind someone else's back. First your grandmother, then the thieflings, then the commander. The boy can't hold back his tears anymore. Gran, why don't you ever help me? You're all I have. They'll beat me, so hide me, please. You will remain this way forever because you are too cowardly and weak to cope on your own. Only I can free you from this fear. Accept me, my power, and destroy your enemies. Come on, do not hesitate. He turns to you. Watch, Commander. Once he gets a taste of this power, you will never be able to sway him again. I don't know, man. I don't know if he should have these powers. I don't know what it would do. Let's go with one. Woljif, you're not a lonely child anymore. You don't need powers of a demon. You have the powers of your own, and you have my help. Woljif turns to you when he hears your voice, wiping away his tears and sniffing loudly. The illusion vanishes. He becomes an adult again. Oh yeah, he is in me. Chief, you're here. Let's wipe the floor with him. Me and you fought against demons. What can a bunch of bandits do? Hey, let's do it. Otto should be fine. Oh, Jesus. Oh, I'm not a spirit anymore either. Oh, the thieflings. Man, this was so long ago. When the darkness dissipates, you find yourself in a familiar basement, the one belonging to the thieflings. Charisme and the others stand across from you, menacingly as they did before. Next to Woljif is you. Oh yeah, it is me. I thought better of him. And I trusted you. You will never change, Woljif. I wasn't wrong about you after all, Woljif. You are a traitor. I took you into a gang because I heard you were a master lockpicker. I was warned that you were a traitor, but I didn't listen. I took you on, and for what? You've only endangered the family. But I didn't betray you. I only took what belongs to me, right, Chief? It's your fault I've been treated badly. Maybe if you were nicer, I wouldn't have done it. Don't try any of your fast talk on them. It's useless. Deep down, you wanted your chief to appreciate you, and for the thieflings to love you for who you are, and so that they could become your family, since your blood relatives never were. But look at yourself. A coward, a thief, a loudmouth, a street rat, and even a demon spawn. Who would even want to accept you? There's nothing in you worthy of any interest. Take my power, Woljif, and enchant them. They'll praise your name endlessly. You'll bask in their adoration. I guess keep going one. You can't make them love you. Try to tell them how much the moon of the abyss means to you. They don't understand? Remember that I understand. Woljif nods and takes a step toward Charisme. His tail twitches. If I could tell you I took the moon of the abyss and stay here with you, I would. But I know I can't. The laws of the family don't work that way. I'm sorry it ended this way, sister. I had fun with you lot. You're the best gang I've ever had. You were. It doesn't matter if you love me or not. We knew it. Always been a nasty street rat, and you always will be. Ah, what kind of rubbish are you talking, Woljif? Oh, back here. Whoa. The darkness dissipates again, like in the last illusion. But this time, you see not one mole GIF in front of you, but two. The second one looks like Hemsamira, who is before him. He looks like an exact copy of himself, but something in him has changed imperceptibly. His presence is cold, and there's greatness, like an aura of darkness that vibrates around him. Now look, Commander. No, don't kill me. Have mercy. See what my powers bestows? Imprisoned in the crystal, I felt how he called to me, how my magic was changing. I can defeat Hemsamira, even Baphomet himself. With my power, you can easily crush your enemies, and any crusade will seem like a leisurely stroll. Now come, guide my heir to the right path. Is this what I'll become when I accept your gift, Grandpa? I do look pretty good. His voice still sounds uncertain. Oljif looks back and forth between you and his double. So we need to decide right now. There won't be another chance? Alright. I have to ask the Chief one last time. What do you reckon, Chief? Oh, it's tough. This is tough. Because I legit don't know if the power is evil or not. Let's go with 2. To win, I need you and all the loyal friends I fight alongside, not deals with demons. He smiles. What's that, Chief? You can't do it without my high quality goods from the best warehouse of the family, huh? You know, life's not bad with you, Chief. Although I already developed a tick in my tail after all the adventures we've been through. And all in all, well, what's left to think about? Hey, Gramps, I decided. He tosses the Moon of the Abyss in his hand. This thing's beautiful and expensive, of course. And I'll miss it. But I don't need any suspicious crystals, you know. I'll get rich after this trip and buy some ordinary ones. Any hint of subtle persuasion instantly disappears from Yigfiles' voice. Weak. Coward. You give up power, and for what? For human sentimentality? Or friendship? You, who had never believed in all those sweet words, have allowed them poison your mind? Hey, no, Gramps. I've been watching the Chief for a long time. After all, the stuff he's done and said, he's never once lied to me. Not ever. He was on my side when nobody else was. And you? You sat him in a medallion and waited for your prophecy to be fulfilled. So you could put me on and wear me around like a little meat vest? Think on it good and hard, Grandpa. Of the two of you, who do you think I trust? Stupid little rat. I thought better of you. Apparently your horns have finally grown through your brains. I'll have to beat all that nonsense out of you. You will only serve me. Oh, well, that's definitely evil.
My dream.
Wait. I'm not my horse.
Well, that's that, I guess. And I was just getting used to having a grandpa. He's not the type who will teach you how to fish and fill a pipe, you know, but he's alright. Probably even decent for a demon. Not surprising that Gran remembered him well.
I mean, yeah, he honestly didn't seem too bad.
But who gives a damn about Grandma? Chief, I mean, thanks. I don't know why you've treated me so nothing, you know? Well, look at me and you. But it turned out that we're, well, friends? Actually friends. And you've been there for me. Why are you looking at me? I'm not crying. My voice is like this because my throat's dry. It's dusty in here. That's why my throat's itchy and my eyes are watering and my nose is running.
Oh, what are you gonna do now?
Now? Are you the chief or what? You tell me. You know, I've got a good feeling about our campaign. So far, we've dealt with everything that's been thrown at us together. I'm starting to think the wrong gang was called the Family, you know? I'm with you to the end, Chief. And after the campaign, well, you'll have to live long enough to find out. Let's defeat all the demons and then we'll see.
What will happen to the Moon of the Abyss?
Huh? That's that. I'll keep the setting. It's nice work. Delicate, and another stone will look better in it. I'll keep it so I don't forget the choice I made, and why. I'll just get it out, look at it, and remember. Ooh, and then if I live long enough to open my own shop, just a thought, you know, I'll put it in a glass case where everyone can see it and drive themselves sick with jealousy.
Oh wow, he destroyed the crystal. Well, better get out of here for now.
Well, go along to the old family nest. It's a pity I can't bring this back to Galarian. Well, no, but there is something we can do. Hey, Chief, let's clean this place out from top to bottom so not even a speck of gold is left behind.
My tail is twitching. Must be a sign.
Let's see, let's talk. Woljif is here, I think. Yeah. Hey, man. Hey, Chief, you want to talk? You want to talk about what happened in the mansion? You mean about how I turned down an amazing magical power because of you? I'm kidding. I rejected it on my own free will. You know, Chief, I never met anyone like you. I should be laughing at myself. And you and the way we worked everything out. I don't wanna. What would I do in the Abyss? I just keep hanging out with scumbags and traitors, thinking that I'm one of them. But with you, I've been places, seen things, good and bad, and things I never thought about before. Woljif pauses to think. Sister Karisme and the others used to tell me to grow up and act like an adult. Maybe this is it? I seem to have made a choice, the most important one in my life. I just don't know who I am yet. But I'm definitely not a street rat or an urchin anymore. Just don't call me a crusader. I never respected them, and I still don't. You're the exception. Aw. You want to talk about what happened in the manor? Yes, I thought a lot about what he said, and then I understood. Wait, I think it'd be easier to show you instead of trying to explain everything. Will you follow me into my dream again, please? Yeah, let's go. Thank you. Arushales takes your hand in her small searing palm, and the world around you begins to fade. Arushales' dream is filled with smoke. Cold, ghostly fires devouring the dream. Of others she has collected. Tears are flowing freely from her eyes, leaving faint trails of her soot-stained cheek. Arushale, what's wrong? My dreams. It was all a mistake. Do you remember what we saw in the mansion? What he said about the dreams coming true? Food, riches, the demise of his enemies? The teary-eyed succubus looks at you. Let's not ask me what I dreamed of. I tried to find an answer. I truly did. But look, are my dreams any different from the desires of demons? What's changed? What's the name of that bird that grabs everything shiny and carries it off to its nest? A goldfinch, right? I'm just like a thieving goldfinch that spies on people's dreams and hoards them away. But doing that hasn't changed me at all. I'm still the same greedy, cruel, lustful demon I've always been. I mean, other demons don't dream, from what you told me. That's true, but this is my dream, and it's full of things that the demons desire in reality. I guess that's not true. You're not like other demons. You do good. I force myself to do good every day. I help mortals, I protect them from other demons, but can my actions change my inner nature at all? If I'm still a demon inside, then what does it matter? What if, without even knowing it, I'm simply ingratiating myself with you so I can seduce, betray, and murder you? I don't want that, but my black heart does. What are you gonna do now? Now? Arushale looks at her burning dream with sadness. I have to start anew. I still have my own dream. I will cleanse it of other desires and try to find my own. Arushale cradles a tiny flame in her palm and watches it dance on her fingers. I was so happy to receive my own dreams. Now it's so difficult to get rid of them. Will you help me destroy all this? I fear I won't manage on my own. Burn her dream. The ducks. Goodbye, ducks. Thank you for giving me this dream, Stardust. It's a beautiful dream, but it's not mine. Arushale's dream has been swallowed by the flames. Ribbons of smoke drift away, carried by an intangible wind. A black shadow lurks in the darkness, staring at you. This is Arushale's ineradicable nightmare. The succubus touches the table. The fire not only failed to destroy it, it somehow made the table even more real. Arushale studies it with a mix of sorrow and confusion. What's wrong with the stupid table? Why didn't it burn? I mean, your nightmare didn't burn either. No, it didn't. Arushale looks at the black shadow, which stares dolefully back at her. That thing won't leave this place ever. Think about it. Why this table? Why is it important? I don't know. I don't. Arushale knocks on the wooden surface. It's just a table. Nevia's fresh bread used to be here, but now it's gone. And yet the table remains. I mean, way back in the laboratory where we saw everyone's, like, dream thing, there was a table, I think, when we saw Arushale's. Is that the same one? Nah, it can't be. What if this is a real dream? Your own dream, and not something you've overheard? This table? The confused succubus traces the wooden surface with her finger. Is this what I dream of? Furniture? What now? Is it truly the end of your dream? I don't know. I probably won't do anything yet. Everything has burned down apart from my nightmare and this table. You know, I might just... She cuts herself short and turns away, blushing a little. No, that won't do. Or, I'm sorry, I need some time. I need some time alone to think about it and sort it out of my head. Can we discuss this in a few days? For now, let's just go back to the real world. Arushale. I've been thinking, and, well, you see, I wanted... What I'm trying to say is, extremely embarrassed, Arushale's voice becomes progressively quieter until you could barely hear what she is saying. It's alright, don't be afraid. Whatever you want to say, I won't be mad. I know that. Thanks. After several deep inhales and exhales, Arushale finally pulls herself together and blurts out, I need to go back to my dream. And come with me, please. You look so sweet when you're all shy. Pouting, Arushale looks down. Why, she didn't get mad, I guess. You finally figured out what's up with the table? Nah, it remains a mystery to me, but I had another idea. Something I can't do alone. I thought, this is gonna sound odd, and I doubt dreams even work like this, but what if I try to fall asleep inside my dream? To dive deeper into the dream world? What could I find there? What if that's where the answers to my questions are hidden? What if it's Desna herself? Or even me? The real me? Can you even do that in Pathfinder? Does that work? But the problem is, the succubus blushes again. Her voice dropped into a barely audible whisper. That's where the nightmares are. Someone will have to guard my sleep. Someone who won't get scared of what is to be seen there. Someone who knows what kind of monster I used to be and still accepts me. Someone... ... yeah, let's go. I'll help. Arushale's hot fingers touch your hand, and both of you immediately fall into a dream. That is a weird feeling. I've had dreams before where I fell asleep in the dream. And it's kind of weird waking up because, like, oh wait, I thought I already did wake up. Arushale's dream is still empty. The faint smoky smell of burnt dream still lingers in the air. Arushale throws a cautious glance into the darkness, where her nightmares lurk, but there's nothing to see right now. They're there, I know it, she says in an almost inaudible whisper. Arushale lies with her head on your lap. You see the fearfulness in her eyes. They'll come, I know it. Don't let them get me, please. Aw. What should I expect? I don't know. I'm too afraid to imagine. This is the world of dreams, the world of my nightmares. Expect anything and everything. Just don't be afraid. Sure man, go to bed. I'll keep watch. Thank you. She closes her eyes and falls asleep instantly. It's the first time you ever seen her sleeping. Her face is unmarked by sadness, worry, or embarrassment. Sleeping within her dream, Arushale seems at peace and completely innocent. She's so beautiful, isn't she? Oh. Hey man. You can barely make out the features of the shadow standing before you. A sturdy man in his 40s in a rusty mail shirt. His eyes are two gaping holes, oozing with pus. More than anything in the world, I loved watching her. She knew that, and that's why she took my eyes. Do you believe me? What if I ignore you? Are you hoping to go away? I'll go away if you just ignore me? Oh, he brought his friends. Hey. More and more shadows emerge from the darkness, their bodies deformed, mutilated. We don't care about you. We're dead. We're not even here. Oh, I'll tell a lie. We are not part of reality anymore. But now we're right here, with you. The shadow points his finger at the sleeping girl's temple, as if taking aim with a crossbow. And this is the place we'll never disappear from. She will not forget me. She won't forget any of us. Won't ever forgive herself for what she did. The head of this monster is a haunted house. And if you are going to be with her, you have to share this burden. Guilt, regret, memories. Think hard. Do you really want her and all this baggage? Are all of you her victims? What did she do to you? The congregation of shadows begin to move. Maimed bodies and despair-stricken faces surround you. From every side you hear a choir of voices listing Arushale's crimes. She broke my legs and left me to die of thirst. Made me watch her kill my friends. Desecrated the temple of my deity with my intestines. Mutilated, tortured, burned, violated, drove to madness. Murdered, 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 ... With me, she'll make new memories, one of good deeds and happy days. She will, but we'll spoil those too. A shadow emerges from the crowd. It looks somehow different from the others. It is a young woman in a loose robe with the sacred symbol of a butterfly on her chest. She looks dark, not like the darkness of despair, but like the night sky. You think back to when Arushale told you her story. You were both standing next to a grave. This must be the priestess whose death prompted Arushale's redemption. After our encounter, after Arushale killed me, and then realized how much evil she had wrought throughout her life, she fled to a desolated place. She hoped that being far from humans would help her avoid temptation, but all isolation can do is help her unlearn her evil ways. Who, if not humans, can help her learn kindness and love? The priestess looks at you, searchingly. Her eyes twinkle like stars. So this is you, whom she chose to be her guide in the world of mortals. I hope she made the right choice. Yeah, you're the priestess with, that we met a long time ago. Like where the hag was. At least it is her image that I wear. I am just her memory. Bitter, painful, but still bright. I am regret, but I am also hope. On the path that Arushale has taken, I am her sorrowful guiding star. Arushale murdered you. You don't hate her for that? I became her last crime, and her first step on the path of redemption. The last one she murdered, and the first one she felt sorry for. I am a sorrowful memory, but there is no hatred in me. Of course, I don't wish her any harm. What is your name? The priestess makes an apologetic gesture. How can I tell you something she doesn't know? I guess that's true. And yeah, she didn't, because if I remember right, that grave had no name. It just had the butterfly. Your eyes shine like stars. Tell me, are you really just a servant of the great dreamer? Or maybe you're ... The shadow's twinkling eyes look directly in your soul. With a mysterious smile, she brings her finger to her lips. Oh wow. Okay. How can I help her find redemption? We are her sorrow, her conscience, her cruel companions who tormented her in exile. But you can be her happiness. We chase her away from her old crimes. But you should show her what she has never known, neither in the abyss nor in the wastelands. You've done so much for her already. You've shown her camaraderie. I can't say that word. Camaraderie? taught her to do great things. But now, you have made her dream of something more. Something that is both beautiful and deadly. Can you become the one who will show her how to love? If you are not sure you're willing to follow this path all the way through, you had better step back now, before you break her heart. Oh, this is it, huh? I guess like she says, you gotta go all the way through, right? I love her, and I want to be with her. What? You love me? Urushale looks up at you, her ruby eyes wide open. Her thin lips part, and she moves closer to your face, but forces herself to freeze. Her hot breath burns your cheek. The shadow steps aside and vanishes into the darkness. The dream dissipates. The last thing you hear is the priestess's voice saying, "Take care of her." You were supposed to be asleep. What? That was a private conversation. Hello? The dream has faded away, and you are in the real world again. Urushale looks at you, embarrassed, trying to find the right words. Thank you. Thank you for being with me in there. Well, again, like she said, you gotta go all the way through, right? What I said back there in the dream, it's true. I believe you. Urushale smiles timidly. I want you to know that I also... You are so... ... Blushing, she drops her eyes. What did you see in your dream? Nothing. I expected to go to another deeper part of the dream world, but I just slept. No dreams at all. I didn't see or hear anything at all. Only at the very end did I hear your voice. But it was the most important thing I have ever heard. Aw, Urushale tries to suppress her smile. Hey, that's cute as heck. Are you going to go back to the dream world? Perhaps. I don't know yet. There's nothing in there, after all. What is the table? I guess I'll go back when I have a good reason to. Until then, let's just live in the real world. Well, welcome back to the real world. Thank you. I think... Urushale looks away. I think I now know why mortals compare the happiness moments of their lives to dreams. Urushale's eyes light up like two crimson stars. You said it! You really said it! We were in my dream, but it wasn't a dream at all! I guess this. The thing I said to you in the dream. I hope they did not cause any more inappropriate thoughts. I didn't mean to tempt you so. Not at all. Quite the opposite. When you first said it, I think I understood what the word meant for the first time in my life. It might have awoken hunger or malice in me in the past, but right now, I only feel happiness. The succubus gives you a shy smile. Aw. Alright, I gotta go. I'll be watching you. Age Tower, huh?
Let us be off.
Wait, what? Though this magic trap is now old and dysfunctional after centuries of disuse, it would have once irreversibly blinded any thief who gazed upon it? The storyteller is blind, isn't he?
Onwards.
You see a sturdy door in a stone arch in the middle of the room. The location seems rather odd, to put it mildly. Attached to the door is a tidy little metal bell with a braided pull. Examine. You see spells enshrouding both the door and the bell. Judging by the nature of the spells, they belong to the conjuration school. That's summoning, isn't it? This is an ordinary door. Judging by the carvings on the door, it is elvish. The bell also appears unremarkable, though the bell pull is covered in an ornate pattern. There's nothing unusual about this door other than the location. Yeah. The door swings open and an ethereal form appears in the opening. It looks like a soap bubble. On the other side of the door, you can just make out the hazy interior, small, trinket-filled room, typical ambience of a Galarian inn. What? Who is that? Clutching through the door handle, a skinny figure falls through the soap bubble. The bubble contracts then pops. dissolving into thin air. The door slams shut, cautiously touching the stone floor. The unexpected guest slowly rises to his feet. It seems that the storyteller— I knew it! It is! It is undoubtedly him, is quite surprised. Dude, this is the tower! The storyteller head swivels around in bewilderment, his hands reaching to examine everything around him. Where am I? How'd I get here? Who's there? I remember the sound of breathing. Stardust? Is that you? Thank the gods it's you. Where are we? And if you don't mind me asking, what brought you here? How the hell did you get here? He listens intently to the sound coming from the city. A good question. Judging by the demon speech I hear, we're in the abyss, correct? Then I suppose I was brought here by a portal. It was most likely activated by you. This portal must have been charmed specifically to deliver me from wherever I may have been. I hope it will send me back the same way. You are unlikely to have charmed it this way. If you had, you wouldn't be so surprised by my appearance. This means the spell was cast in the past. In my past, the one I'm looking for. I have to admit, this finding is quite intriguing and perplexing. But this place we are, it's a tower, isn't it? Yes, I'm right, a tower. Why'd you need the portal? In my forgotten past, I must have done something that required regular visits to the Abyss. Or regular visits from the Abyss to Galarian. Such a portal is quite a convenient means of transportation. It is also well secured against uninvited visitors. I came here looking information for purple crystals, but I found you. The old elf seems confused. I can't say I remember. I feel something familiar. Sharp edges, deep purple hue, great power inside, which I bound and subdued? Forgive me, I can't remember anything else. Perhaps if I laid hands on such a crystal, I would see something else in my past. Do you know where to get one of these? Do they come from mines or maybe from the bottom of the sea? The elf takes out a delicate compass from his bag, the needle which is slowly but constantly spinning. I sense the power we are looking for. My hands have touched it in the past. In the past, I do not remember. I think a little divination will come in handy. I can set this little trifle to help you. Explore the caves here. When you are near the crystal, the compass will let you know. How many pages did I find? Oh, his voice becomes a bit younger and more energetic. He clenches the pages. It's been 2 years since I started to serve the darkness. Oh, whoa. She found me in the... oh, right. She found me in the ivory labyrinth. Her gaze piercing through all my protective spells, as if they had been cast by an untrained apprentice, rather than the last archmage of Kyonin. She is a powerful and insidious. She is the perfect assassin. Her name is Nocticula. That wasn't revealed before, right? I remember this story that he was in like the labyrinth and someone could see him even though he was using the spells. But I thought that was Baphomet or Baphomet's daughter, not Nocticula. She invited me to the city of demons in the depths of the abyss, the capital of the Midnight Isles. The Lady in Shadow highly values my ability to remain unnoticed. Kneeling before her throne, I listened to her praise and felt like a child being given a pat on the head for doing some simple chore for the first time. But this is no longer important. Now I serve a demon lord, or this is our agreement. She will help me decrypt the scribbles I copied in the labyrinth. In return, I will serve as her court mage and spy for the next 17 years. Now a Lucinia is my home, and Nocticula is my Lady in Shadow. So the tower was always here then. You just didn't remember it was in the abyss. Yes, my citadel. The only place where I can be sure demons won't attack me. I tried to make it look like my home left on Galarian. Tell me your life in the city. Of all the places in the abyss, a Lucinia is the most civilized. My lady wants to make her capital the face of the abyss, a place travelers from other planes can visit without too much fear. I don't care. I am only here to complete my service, get the promised reward, and return to Galarian. However, strange as it may be, the Luciania's demons treat me honorably. They hate me, sometimes growl at me, but they never attack. I prepared many spells and am ready to use them at any moment. but I've had no reason to yet. I have my own tower in the upper city. Oh yeah, and this is the upper city. Yeah, this guy was living the high life. Not far from my lady's palace. I strengthened it with protective spells and set golems to guard it. Oh, I just killed him. Sorry, man. I created a portal to Galarian at the top of the tower. Oh, there we go. One of which only I can use. Wait, why could I use it then? It will be my escape route if I need to flee urgently. I expect an attack every day, but it never happens. This might sound ridiculous and surprising, but I think the demons of the city respect me. You trusted Nocticula? My lady in shadow has no reason to hide the truth from me. She does not care about my research. She offered me to help out of curiosity. I am something of a bizarre pet to her, both funny and useful. The storyteller shakes his head. She offered me help and I agreed. I must thank my lady for her generosity. 17 years of service for translating 17 phrases from Baphomet's Labyrinth. A bargain. Please continue. The storyteller stays silent for a short while, as if listening to something. I can't smell anything but sewage. I hear some demon snores or death rattles. Hidden by a cocoon of spells, I keep invisible watch in the dirty alley of the city's lower part, I guess. 2 winged shadows sweep past overhead and a terrible stone-splitting shriek rolls like a tide through the streets. But it can't hurt me. I know the ways of this city and have protected myself from Valexia's wild antics. My voluntary partner, a young half-elf named Chun-Li, sighs loudly and says yet again, "They are not coming." I shrug just as I've done every time before. "I'm not keeping you." Chun-Li frowns and turns away in response. I sneak a look at my friend. His unruly locks fall over his face. Chun-Li carelessly sweeps them out of his eyes, thinking about something. I find myself enjoying his gentle movements and look away embarrassed. Have a little more patience, my friend. Soon, our goal will be here. I am sure of it. Tell me more about Valexia. The storyteller answers with reluctant admiration. The maddest succubus of all, those born in the abyss. Even my latest shadow can't but smile upon hearing the latest mayhem she stirred up just for fun. Surrounded by her 3 succubi friends, known as the Sinners, she flies naked over the city, crushing buildings with her raging screams, grabbing poor passerbyers, taking them up in the air, dashing them down onto the rocks, getting into raging fights with no rhyme or reason. Truly, Valexia is the bane of Elushinria, but also its wild heart. I didn't expect to find out you had a partner. The storyteller's face lights up and a timid smile appears on his lips. I didn't expect it either. Chun-Li is from Galarian, just as I am. He is a thief and a former slave. He escaped from the Cyclopes of the Dying Empire. I met him before I left Galarian for the Abyss in my old tower. A thief who sought not my life but shelter, a place to spend the night, and protection from his former masters. My charms worked. Chun-Li couldn't get past the ground floor of the tower. That's where I found him, sitting on the floor, entangled in my trap's living vines. I freed the hapless thief. I wasn't angry at his intrusion. I was even glad to talk with this restless youth of the short-lived folk. I had no idea how much I had missed companionship. After that, Chun-Li often spent the night in my tower, partaking of my hospitality. Together we lived through the terror of Earthfall, and when the time came, I took him with me to the Abyss. Recently, he has even helped me carry out some of my lady's tasks, those that give him the opportunity to make some money. Does your partner know about your goal to save Galarian? Oh yes, we discussed my plans many times. Sitting at the top of the tower, nursing goblets of warmed wine, Chun-Li shares my love for our dear Galarian, and supports my desire to save its doomed civilizations. The storyteller smiles warmly at the rush of memories. My friend is not like me at all. He is young, hot-tempered, and mischievous. He prefers to act first, deal with the consequences later. Perhaps this is why we get along so well. Opposites attract. Please go on. Finally, my patience is rewarded. I see a slouching demon in rags, so pathetic that even the demon guards of Elushinria would not lay a hand on him, out of disgust. But, oh, this guy. But my spell-enhanced vision can't be fooled. I see the incubus Zephorian, the ruler of Elushinria, who answers only to the lady in shadow herself. Passing a step away from me, Zephorian stumbles and falls into a puddle of sewage, rousing disdainful chuckles from the few witnesses. But I won't be fooled by this game. Instead, I concentrate, becoming even more focused. My lord, I discovered this crystal of unknown power on one of the Midnight Isles. Have a look. A hand holding the heart-sized crystal burning with purple flame emerges from under the rags. The incubus's hand is shaking, the skin on his palm slightly smoldering from touching the crystal. The demon's reflection in the puddle of sewage ripples and changes. I don't hear Zephorian talking to his mysterious lord. The incubus hides the purple crystal back under the rags. As you wish, my lord. No, Nocticula knows nothing about these crystals, I am sure. Of course, Lord Sokathbenoth. I wince. I have no desire to stand in the way of a demon lord. Who the heck is this? The demon lord Sokenbenoth, the patron of sexual and other hedonistic gratification, seeing the world as his plaything, one that serves up violence and destruction of which he is especially fond of. He's the brother of Nocticula. Oh, I feel, yeah, I kind of remember that. I think someone talked about this guy before. I turn around. You see, Kinney? We were able to get evidence of Zephorian's treason. I was right, but my friend is nowhere to be seen. So Zephorian got caught because of the storyteller? Huh. Who is Sokathbenoth? He cringes. A disgusting demon lord, champion of meanness, debauchery, perversions, and breaker of taboos. He is Nocticula's brother and former lover. Yeah, that's right. I have heard this before. Out of jealousy, he tried in vain to kill my lady, but he remained alive after the attempt. He is driven by fear, shame, and hatred toward his powerful sister. Yeah, that was the purple crystal. He nods slowly. You are right. This is probably one of the first crystals discovered by demons, if not the first one. I'm glad it took demons so long to discover the crystal's true properties. Otherwise, the invasion by the Abyss could have happened much earlier. Please continue. I'm standing at the top of my tower. There's a goblet of warmed wine in my hand. Nocticula was pleased with my raid. Oh no, she won't kill Zephorian on the spot. My lady's punishments are much more sophisticated. Banishing, demotion, even transformation into a pathetic creature the incubus was masquerading as. Nocticula has lots of choices. I don't care. I've done my part. I sip from my goblet and turn to my friend. Without saying a word, Kenny takes out a rag under his... Oh, he stole it? Right, he's a thief, isn't he? He takes out a rag from under his shirt and shows me the purple crystal wrapped in it. I chuckle. That's where my friend went at the end of the raid. Well, we're going to keep the crystal. I will study its property in detail and find out if it will help us achieve our goal. Nocticula doesn't have to know that I have the crystal now. Let her look at Zephorian or her demon lord brother for it. I drink from the goblet again and look down. Lucinia lies at the bottom of the tower like a faithful dog at the feet of its master. I earned respect here. Even the lady in shadow heeds my words. I feel a treacherous smile appear on my lips. Of course, when 17 years have passed, I will return to Galarian. But for now, I like my life here. The storyteller is quiet for a long while, thinking about what he saw. Then he runs his hand over his face, tired. I served a demon lord, and what's more, I liked it. I did not expect this from myself. I was completely different. Different thoughts, desires, motives. What made me change so much? I don't know. The storyteller shakes his head ruefully. Oh, I think I do. The storyteller clenches the pages you brought. His voice becomes a bit younger and more energetic. My feet are covered by crawling carpet of locusts. A few insects got under my clothes, under my shirt, down my back, in my pants. They are crawling all over me, tickling my skin with their little legs. They will not attack until they recognize me as a stranger. Protective spells are guarding me, allow me to deceive the pestilent denizens of the rasping rifts. I keep very still. I am but an observer, and an uninvited guest who prefers to remain unnoticed. I don't hold my breath when Demon Lord Discari swings his scythe over Izyagna. I feel nothing when Izyagna deftly avoids the blow and tries to strike Discari in return. I'm here by the order of the Lady Natakula. I must observe the fight and then return to the city. The affairs of demon lords do not concern me. Why did the Lady of Shadow send you to follow Discari? He shrugs. I don't know. I don't want to know. My service to the Lady of Shadow is almost over. It's the 17th year, it's the last year, of my life in the Abyss, and I'm already counting the days to the end of my term. Who's Yagna? She is a rising demon lord, servants of Lamashtu. I've heard this before. The only demon lord to gain true divinity. Right, okay. She simultaneously inhabits 7 mighty ant-like bodies. Izyagna and Discari are always sniping at each other, but they dare not enter into open war, fearing Lamashtu's wrath. The storyteller chuckles. Oh wait, I just said something, didn't I? Oh no, I didn't. He chuckles. The current fight is just a small quarrel. 1 in a million. Izyagna came to the Rasping Rifts with only 3 of her 7 bodies. I'm sure it'll be easy for Discari to destroy the intruder. Where's Kinney? His lips part in a smile. Here with me, of course. The stubborn lad refused to stay in the city and volunteered to accompany me to the Rasping Rifts. He said he wouldn't miss such an exciting venture for the world. His youthful zeal and desire to live life to the fullest seemed to make me younger too. Go on. Rift Carver. Discari's scythe swings up again. With a whistle through the air, it lodges into an ant-like head of one of Izyagna's bodies. Greenish slime splatters, the poisonous drops falling onto my face. I keep very still. With a last convulsive movement, the ant-like body winces, tearing the scythe from Discari's hands and jumping back, only to drop on its side and lie still. His loss will hardly worry Izyagna. To kill her, one must destroy her heart, which is hidden deep under Yanarun, a city in Lamashtu's realm. Disarmed, Discari turns to Izyagna's second body that is attacking him. I slowly turn to Kinney, who is sitting next to me. My young friend is usually easily impressed by such mighty opponents fighting, but the seat next to me is empty. Kinney is gone. What the heck is he gonna steal now? His scythe? The storyteller shivers and starts speaking faster. Forgetting about the danger, I look around for my friend. The swarm of locusts at my feet buzzes, displeased, but the need for secrecy no longer seems important. Where is Kinney? After a moment I see him, and a treacherous shiver runs down my spine. My friend is standing over Izyagna's fallen body and reaches— he is going for the scythe! Dude, what? What's so special about the scythe? Rift Carver has a power over the material of planes. Discari made this scythe with his own hand from his mother's skeleton. It can cut rifts in the planes themselves. The Demon Lord used it to make the Rasping Rifts, his own abyssal realm in the plane of the abyss. Please continue. Kinney, stop, don't touch it! I scream, throwing caution into the wind. My friend turns to me, his face baffled. I understand to an extent. The scythe able to rip passages between planes will certainly help us save Galarian. But trying to steal it is so rash and stupid. We have nothing to defend ourselves against the Demon Lord's rage. Stop, my friend, before it's too late. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Discari lift another Izyagna's body and tear it to pieces with his bare hands. I don't hear his howl of victory. The Demon Lord throws away the still body of his enemy and turns to us. The swarm of insects is biting my feet. Locusts cover my eyes, hitting me in the face, trying to get inside my nose, mouth, and ears. Nevertheless, I get to it first. I grab the giant scythe, swing it awkwardly in the air. Rift Carver is so heavy, my hands instantly cramp. I have no idea how I managed to lift it at all. I guess adrenaline? Gotta save your friend. I drop the scythe on the ground, but the damage has been done. Right in front of me, there's a small rift, a wound in space. The smell of Elutionria sewage comes out of it. A wonderful smell that brings me hope for salvation. I grab Kinney's sleeve and dive into the rift only a moment before Discari's claws cut the air where we just stood. The storyteller catches his breath and wipes the sweat from his forehead. I angered the demon lord, and my life was hanging by a thread. Never thought that something like that could happen in my life. The storyteller shakes his head distrustfully. How many dark sides of my past will I find? I'm starting to fear what I might see in the next pages of my notebook. Hey buddy. I found the crystal.
Onwards.
Where are you? The storyteller bows his head in agreement. I've spoken with the queen, as you asked. The elf fairy was silent as she listened to my question, and whom they had come from, and she stayed silent for a long while afterward. Then she asked me to give you this along with these words. With my blessing, if you can accept it, a life veil. Did she say anything else? No, she just asked everyone to step out and leave her alone for the time being. Huh. Well, thank you. He nods, saying nothing. I have the crystal. Whoa, why'd I take damage? The storyteller takes the crystal, and his face becomes twisted with evil rage, and a screeching cry bursts from his lips. A bloody stain spreads across your chest, and the storyteller's vision once again bursts into your mind, just as they did in Canabras when he brought him the stone chisel. My wings take me higher and higher, stirring storms, but even they cannot disperse the ball of darkness hanging in front of me. Stupid little maggot. You think you can fly as high as me? My cheeky opponent does not answer, and the wound under my heart continues to gush streams of blood, tainting the feathers of the black bolt and dripping into the dark waters of Ishiar. There is something wrong with this wound. My strength is dwindling too quickly. This means there's no time to waste. I'll grab her, scrunch her up, cut her with my claws, and throw her to the very bottom of the abyss. Quickly, changing the direction of my flight, I rush forward and hit the center of the dark cloud. Well, where are you? My chest is thrust forward, ready to take any blow, and my claws are cutting through the air. But she is not here. She deceived me. The dark cloud was a fake. Where are you? Her triumphant laughter echoes over the black ocean. So insulting. So insolent. Impetuous. Someone catch that laughter. Choke it. Will check failed. You seem to be feeling the storyteller's raging emotions. They fill you with confusion. You shiver and lose your balance. The chaos in your head tangles your thoughts into a dense, discomforting ball. He's Discari, isn't he? Oh, he's not Discari. You don't know me? I am the demon lord Elenithia, lady of harpies, sweet-voiced mistress and seductive peril. My wings can embrace a mountain, and all in the abyss know my name. Who are you fighting? Oh, not the Kula. Oh, this is not anything what I thought. I thought he was Discari and he was chasing Arilu. The pathetic upstart Nocticula. She attacked me without warning and wounded me. Now she is hiding in her shadow, thinking she can get away from me. Your pathetic, leathery wings can't compare with mine. What are you fighting for? For power, for might, for superiority, for the right to fly over these endless waters, for the right to seduce the unlucky ones of our choosing. One of us will perish, the other will rise and get everything the loser owns, and I will be the one to triumph. How will your fight end? The storyteller voice changes. You hear a death rattle. She will win, overpower me, weaken my spirit, and my body will drop into the waters of Ishiar. The elf's voice becomes lower and lower, becoming denser and stronger, like a stone that has decided to talk. From now on, I am blood. I set and thicken. I grow firmer, stronger. I crystallize. I gain edges. Power lies dormant in me, and I lie dormant in the dark. What? Failed. The storyteller, heavy words like massive maws, crush your soul into the dark abyss. They lie on your shoulders, pushing you down deeper and deeper. You don't want to breathe or live. You just want to lie down and never wake up. Did she turn into the crystals, or the crystals are her? Where are you? I'm lying in the ground. In the depths my paths are laid. I am asleep, waiting for greedy hands to touch me, gather me up, take my power for their own. Are you the island of Elenithia? The one a Lucianeria is built on? Yes, my body became stone. My flesh turned to firmament, and the power hidden in it made it expand and swell. I am the island and everything hidden within. I thought the souls of demon lords went to the Rift of Repose after death. Yes, but not me. The one I used to be. She was supposed to go to a secret place, but someone stopped her, locked her in this body. She didn't want those who fell at her hand to return. She found a way to lock their power in their remains, and the power's still there. What will happen to you next? You will take me out. Your hands will take me out of the cavern. This is where the road to the past, the one open to me, ends. It leads to this very moment, but I see something else. The future. A possible future. Droplets of spittle fly from the old elf's mouth. His speech becomes furious and garbled, his voice trembling with tension. Ah, it hurts! The crystal's so huge. She's implanting it, sewing it into living flesh, my flesh, and it oozes power, soaking my flesh and blood, flowing in my veins. I am rage, I am agony, I am violence made flesh. I failed again. I have no will. Oh, it's a high one though. Red fog descends before your eyes. Something horrible, primal, and bloodthirsty awakens in your soul. It drinks your strength greedily, sending pain lancing through your skull. Who are you and who do you serve? I am a humble demon whose old name doesn't matter. From now on, everyone will call me the Horned Horror. Lady Hempzamira will lead me into battle, where I will crush your enemies. No, I will destroy them with my horrifying grunt that will rip their pathetic flesh from their meager carcasses. Who is implanting the crystal in you? Mutasephin, the cunning one with snake eyes, one of the fosterlings of the upstart Arilu. My mistress Hempzamira ordered him to do it. She has many such crystals. I am not the first or the last to have this done to them. Mutasephin is a weak immortal spawn, but even he improves with practice. You see, I am alive, unlike the pathetic unfortunates who went first. Perception. Why is your voice trembling? You feel a thirst for blood, the heat that pulses through a warrior before an imminent fight, the pride swelling within the demon that is speaking through the storyteller, that power that he yearns to feel as soon as possible, the duty that he intends to embrace with honor. What fight awaits you? We are going to fight Nocticula, the winged upstart that has been troubling our Lord Baphomet for too long. Time to remove her head from the board. How do you expect to defeat Nocticula in her domain? We have followers in the city. They will strike from the inside, cripple her, drain her blood, and then our army will bring down all its might given to us by the miraculous crystals. Nocticula and her pathetic servants will fall. Alright, I guess that's enough. The storyteller visions fade, and with it, the terrible heat in your chest. The old elf comes back from his dreams with a helpless sigh. What a horrible vision. I am completely exhausted. I never expected to touch the memories of a fallen demon lord who never found peace in the Rift of Repose. I shared the vision with you. Like when you brought me the stone chisel in Canabris? Strange. Could it be the two objects are connected? To each other? Or to you? I mean, the chisel is the crystal, right? That's what I remember? Like it's the same material. So the crystals are demon blood. Yes, hardened blood in which the spiritual power of the perished demon lord is sealed. In this case, the power of Alinthea, who was killed in battle and locked in her own remains in this unusual way. So the city is built on the corpse of Alinthea. In a manner of speaking, yes. After the spiritual power of Alinthea did not go to the Rift of Repose, Nocticula began to transform her dead body, forcing it to expand and assume a more solid, static form. I can only guess what a nightmare this imprisonment was for Alinthea spiritual essence. So how can the stone grant power? I suppose that it happens as a result of some merging process, after which the unspent power of a demon lord will literally flow into the body of the one who uses the stone. So that's how they get strong. Since it's the blood of the demon lord, a demon lord, the regular demons get their power basically, I guess. What is the Rift of Repose? That is where the souls of the fallen demon lords go. After death, they usually return to their own abyssal realm, but if death finds them again before a year passes, the abyss dumps them in its cemetery. In this stone rift full of fog, the souls of the grand demonic dead turn to stone statues and stand for an eternity, slowly becoming threaded with cracks and gradually falling into ruin. It is a kingdom of decline and decay, and a visit there might serve some good lesson to those who believe in their own might and deem themselves invincible. Everything is clear, kinda. The old elf gives a sudden jolt and says, I've had a brilliant idea. The stone knife you showed me in Canabras. Do you still have it? Can I examine it? Yeah, sure, man. Frowning, the storyteller stands for a while holding the knife. Finally, he returns the weapon to you and says heavily, no question. Oh, it was the knife that was the same material. Wait, maybe the chisel is too? It might have been the knife. Oh, man, I can't remember. No question, the knife is made from the crystal. No, not made. This stone is the hardened blood of a demon lord. And considering you found it in the square in the devastated Canabras, the blood certainly belonged to Discari and was shed in battle. Oh. What? It happens that fast? Like when he bleeds, the blood turned into a knife instantly? Alright, and we just learned that whole beginning part of the game. It was to test out if the demon lord could get hurt. Right? That's what we learned in the lab of Arilu? Huh. And that was the reason for the experiment, to see maybe hurting a demon lord and then see if the blood turns to the crystal? Oh man, I don't know. Looks like that's it. Damn, man. I think this is all optional too. What the hell? This is huge lore. What? I can't believe it. I don't think this is mandatory at all. Or maybe in the story they'll also explain where the crystals come from. Hello, Shamira. After she notices you, Shamira gives you a displeased frown and irritable ask. You again? Have you no friends? Oh, well, damn. That you must keep coming here to chat with me? Or perhaps, though I find this extremely hard to believe, you're not completely useless and have found something of interest for me. Can we lie? I hope we can lie. I completed the task. Shamira ignores you, looking somewhere else. But in your mind, you hear her angry hiss. So speak if you have, but use your mind instead of your flapping lips. Your mind. Hand of the Inheritor. I know that you have done much to win Shamira's favor, but my heart tells me that helping her would lead to evil. Forget everything I've told you. We'll find another way to complete our mission. It is wrong to fight evil by increasing the power of another evil. Reject the promises of the Ardent Dream, and we'll leave this place before we betray ourselves and our ideals. I mean, I agree with him, honestly. Especially what we learned with the storyteller, which we could literally tell her right now. We know that Baphomet servants are planning on, like, overtaking Nocticula soon. And we have no idea who's, like, under his command. For all I know, Shamira could be part of that, like, plan. And the thing is, we haven't even met Nocticula yet, so I have no idea if, like, if I had to choose between the two evils, who would be the lesser of the two evils, I guess. Alright, well, I don't think I should shout. I do not serve you, and I will not tell you anything. Shamira gives you a venomous smile, and you can read your sentence in her eyes. That's right, you don't serve me. You are an outsider, and by Nocticula's will, no one can lay a finger on you. But who stopped me? Shamira's magic crashes over your will. Yeah, baby! Oh, you're weaker than the storyteller, man. With a bit of effort, you manage to force Shamira out of your mind. An angry grimace contorts her face. Ooh! Succeeded at a will check. The latest attack is much stronger, but you muster all your willpower and manage to fend it off. 31. Ooh. She's getting stronger. Keep trying, it won't work. Swearing, Shamira unleashes all her power on you. You'll regret that, you little son of a bitch. You refuse to talk? So be it. I'll just rip everything you know out of your mind. Yeah, baby! 35. I think that is higher than the storyteller now. Shamira's last blow is not strong enough to break you. You force a Lushinria's ruler out of your mind, delivering a brutal parting blow. You lost. Get out of my head. Shamira reclines on her throne, exhausted, and hisses through the clenched teeth. You cretin! Get out of my harem! Now! A buzzing hum rises among the throng of spectators who witnessed your confrontation. You hear angry curses directed at you, but they ring hollow. For the first time in centuries, Shamira has received a public dressing down, and witnessing it was a true delight for the assembled demons.
Let's move.
Yeah, that's right. The storyteller had stronger...
You are most curious, mortal.
Well, that's not Takula, huh? Is she talking in my head? Oh yeah, she is talking in my head. He has a portrait and voice line. Also, her dialogue color, like her name color, is purple. You hear in your head a female voice, melodious, low, and sensual. You're rather intriguing yourself.
There's a reason they call me Nocticula, the Lady in Shadow. My words and thoughts are shrouded in darkness.
I take it I finally have your attention.
Yes, your arrival in Alashanira was quite impressive. Rumors have reached me even here, behind my locked gates and my wall of valiant guards. Rumors of a remarkable Galarian taking my Alashanira by storm.
Oh, shucks. I'm remarkable. I'm asking for an audience.
You have my permission to enter the palace.
Finally.
Go there and wait. I will arrive when the time is right. Until then, you will be taken care of by one of my servants.
She does not look like how I thought she would look. But I guess because like the only thing we've seen about her is the statue.
Follow me.
I've never seen her in the flesh. Oh my god, I can finally go. I wonder how far I am from finishing the act now. Yeah, like all we've seen is that statue right there. Our Lady in Shadow, the Queen of the Midnight Isles, Lady Nocticula, Demon Lord of Darkness and Lust.
March on.
That's the same thing. Okay. Is there anything to decide? The books written in multiple languages, the titles can be translated, are dedicated to the research in the nature of souls. What? Wait, what? Isn't the lexicon of paradox what we found in Averylou's lab? Am I crazy? No way. God, it's been so long, I can't remember. Like the book we gave to the queen? Key to the Last Threshold. Many mortal researchers have ventured into their scientific curiosity on the phenomenon that is the Worldwound, noting that it appears to have a life of its own. Strange natural phenomenon, spontaneously arising ruptures, unique vegetation, and living creatures found neither on Galarian nor in the Abyss. Everything is constantly in flux, appearing and disappearing at unpredictable intervals. Through this movement of alteration, if not through its order, one can detect the logical functioning of the organs of a living being. The truth is that, indeed, the Worldwound possesses a semblance of life, and its very structure presupposes a connection to a living soul. This line of reasoning sometimes leads me to unscientific implications. Namely, if the creation is an essence of a reflection of the creator, then can we say that the world wound is the reflection of my soul? The world wound was created and then improved at the same time. A being of duality was... Wait. The world wound was created and then improved. At the same time, a being of duality was cobbled together from the essence of the abyss and the essence of a mortal soul. Normally, this process requires an essence taken from a creature with strength comparable to that of an imperial or abyssal lord, but there are ways to circumvent this requirement, in particular through the use of the purple crystals. In this section, I refer to this being as the key, an instrument that allowed me to significantly expand and strengthen my original creation. Due to his dual that's me, that's gotta be me. A being of duality created by the abyss and the mortal soul. This is at the same time. The world wound has been here for years, right? And I'm not like centuries old, I think. I forgot how long ago they said the world wound was created. But it wasn't like 2 years ago or whatever. In this section, due to his dual nature and connection to the world wound, the key was given the opportunity to obtain amazing powers. Yes, definitely me. That's mythic powers. However, everything has a price. The world wound is linked to the key, but the key is also linked to the world wound and carries it in his soul, like a deadly affliction. That's the wound that kept reopening, right? The affliction is indeed fatal. The duality of soul grants amazing powers and primes the soul's owner for transformation and for bestowing incredible abilities. But this duality is slowly killing the soul's owner. This is a problem I yet to solve. Use. Why does it say use? I don't know, maybe that's bugged? But that's definitely me. So I'm slowly dying. I don't get it. It said at the same time the world wound was created, I was created too then.
Let us be off.
How's that possible? Wait, what the hell's that arrow? Oh, it's another one. Why does she have it? Wait, what? Yeah, why is this stuff here? Like all this stuff about the soul and the midnight bolt, we found that in Averylu's thing. As you know, my dear addressee, given the scope of the planes, time is a relative concept. In the abyss, it can be even more unreliable. Therefore, I do not allow myself in vain hope that my message will reach you in time. Time is a relative concept. The abyss, it's more unreliable. Your final question was the possibility of completing awakening of the memories of a mortal life within a soul that has already passed through Pharasma's judgment. I will send you the research on all cases of which I was aware where such an awakening took place. The awakening of memories of a mortal soul within that already passed Pharasma's judgment. Despite the fact that this list is quite extensive, my conclusion is that all such recorded cases are the rarest exceptions to the rule, and with the absolute majority of souls, an occurrence such as this cannot happen. Both the wonder and the tragedy of mortality lie in the fact that there is a certain moment after which the process is final and irreversible. The essence that departs the judgment of the Lady of Graves is no longer what it was in life, and we as scientists must account for this in the system of knowledge we are constructing. There is a lot that just got dropped there. We are a mix
us beyond.
of a mortal soul and the essence of the abyss, and also apparently time is
I hope you appreciate this.
well, what is it, like time is a complex thing, something like that. Like in the abyss, time is not. I gotta see it. God damn it.
Let's move.
My brain hurts, man. It's too hot. This is not healthy.
Greetings.
What? Why are you here? I came for Dr. Kula. A stately shadow comes toward you. In its hands, a small mirror sparkles and shimmers with unsettling light. Yeah, man, I got questions, especially from what I read.
You are looking for answers. That's good. That is why I am here. I have much to tell you.
Wouldn't you technically be my mom then? Since you made me. Why'd you leave me, Mom? A hint of smile dances across Ariel's lips.
You have walked a long path, one where shadows constantly flicker at the edge of your vision, and questions multiply like flies above carrion.
You're not wrong about that.
It is time for answers. At least, some of them.
Arielu lifts her mirror, and you fall into its cold, shimmery depths? Oh, this was way in the beginning, when we fell into the chasm.
Day 16, Aridus 4715. Experiment, transformation. Subject, let's skip that. Objective, to embed the essence of a Nahindrian crystal in the soul of the subject. Expected result. The essence will coalesce with the subject's soul, which will ready itself for total transformation, triggering the concomitant powers. The time has come to put my plan into action.
What?
Your power was my gift. Now you know.
Yeah, I got that, but what just happened there? Like, what did she do to me right there? Arielu stares at you, her gaze unrelenting, probing. The witch is silent for a long time. When she speaks, her voice is unreadable, betraying no emotion. I don't think she's lying at all. Let's say I believe you. Why did you need to do all this?
You are asking the right questions, but the time has not yet come.
Hand of the Inheritor. The unseen angel does not speak, but his silence seems to thunder in your ears.
Your power is of the same kind as that of Nulkineth, Jeribeth, and the other demons that you have met. The power of the Nahindrian crystal dissolved into the blood lies within your soul. I have already hinted at this to you once before, when I left the essence along with the lexicon
was
of
the book.
paradox in my old laboratory, and ordered the suture to make sure the gift found its way into your hands.
Yeah, we found the other page of the book then.
But there is more. Do you remember when you were taken to Canobris with a wound that would not heal? Do you remember how Terendelev apparently healed you?
Yeah.
That was merely an illusion. The dragon was only able to temporarily dull the pain. In fact, it was I who saved you, when I came to you in the caves and implanted a crystal within you. No, saved is not the right word. Your wound is still not healed. That is why your wound weeps blood from time to time, every drop of which burns your enemies.
So in the cave right there, the scene we just saw, she put the crystal in us. That's what that was. Oh well, it opened. As if to confirm her words, blood begins to seep from the wound on your chest. Eerie flames seem to dance within the crimson drops.
This is pure essence of Nahindrian crystal. My invention is far superior to the crystals used by Xanther, which were barely refined at all. It will give you new strength and help you to overcome the wound that still slumbers within your soul. Take it. Take it, and you will see that this is the very power that has lived in you since the Battle of Canobris.
Huh. Let's. Oh man. I'm too curious, man. I'll try it, I guess. Whatever. Touch the essence. I will not refuse this power, but I'll decide how to use it. Yeah. It's a mythic transformation again. You touch the essence, and the power, so familiar and clear, flows through you like a river. The power that courses through you is so immense. The wound on your chest closes up as it never existed.
Now you know. You truly know.
Enough! Enough of this madness! I was blind. Oh, Lady of Heaven, how blind I was. I saw holiness in the half-fiend's creation.
Oh dang, man, what the heck? The voice of the hand of the inheritor thunders beside you. Abrilu does not move, seemingly unaware of his presence. There's no way. I feel like she could definitely tell that he's there.
All your valiant deeds, your resistance in the face of temptation, it was all a deception? Curse the Abyss, and curse Alushanira, where even the most faithful lose their way, and lie, and commit treason. I must save those who can be saved, and break free from the kingdom of darkness.
The angel's voice fades, and you can no longer sense his presence. He has disappeared. Jesus, he got that mad because I decided to accept the power?
We still have something to discuss.
Okay, what is this wound in my soul? How dangerous is it?
It was my mistake. My failure. I failed to... The tale is too long to recount here. Your wound is a reflection of the Worldwound in a way. It is very dangerous, even if you do not yet realize it. It is not a disease, but rather an abscess, which will one day burst and kill you. It cannot fully be healed until the Worldwound is healed.
Oh. I was literally one-to-one then.
No doubt you have felt this affliction on several occasions. It awakens when you use your power. It makes you sense more strongly what mortals call the corruption of the Abyss. Until the Worldwound is healed, you will have no peace.
You followed me? Question mark?
Like a witch in a fairy tale, I watched over you from birth.
She really is my mom.
Before that, even. And I kept detailed notes. You were chosen and prepared for a special destiny.
Okay, we don't know that. What? Yeah, why make me? Like, for what reason?
I am pleased to see that you still wear them. I enchanted them specially to protect you from danger. I'm glad you found my gift useful.
Wow, seriously? You can't remember where you got the braces with your name and the inscription, I promise, on them. Seems like you always had them. I remember those braces, yeah. Because if I remember right, only I could equip them.
Aside from this, I helped you. Even when you were unaware of my presence. I saved you and your unfortunate companions when you fell into the crevice in Canobris.
Yeah, you did do that.
In the Grey Garrison, it was I who distracted Minago to allow you to approach the Wardstone.
Oh.
And in Dresden, I appeared under the guise of Yoniel to guide you toward the Sword of Valor.
I do kind of remember that, because, like, when we got to the Wardstone, Minago's like, what are you doing here? Huh.
And I also left you a present in my old laboratory, and told the Suture to see that you received it. I knew that sooner or later you would find your way there. That place exerts a powerful pull.
Dude, I don't know. I can't. She's so. Confusing, man. Like, she's not evil. That's how I feel like, but I can't even say she's good either. And I also kind of want to say chaotic. Whatever, I'm going with it. In that case, thank you for your help. You should help me out more often.
Certainly. But do not expect me to solve all your problems. A child that is forever carried in its mother's arms will never learn to walk.
Well, okay, Mom, thanks. Why was the whole ploy with the lab necessary? You were ready to sacrifice your servant, the Suture, for it.
You always have to sacrifice something. I wanted you to go to the laboratory to see with your own eyes what I had been doing and what I am capable of, so it would be easier for you to accept the truth. The laboratory is the place where I prepared your ascent. And the Suture was the only one who I could trust to execute my plan and explain everything. After all, he too once experienced rebirth at my hands, and that is why I was willing to risk his life.
Well, I mean, speaking of him, he's being held captive by Samira. I saw her buy him at the flesh market.
I don't understand why you felt the need to tell me that.
Okay, I guess you don't care about him, huh? It'd be better if you just told me everything instead of playing mind games.
Knowledge gained independently through research and experimentation is far more valuable than knowledge that is simply given.
I guess so.
That is why I wanted you to go to the laboratory yourself. I just gave you a nudge in the right direction.
I mean, we know about this because the storyteller. Tell me about the crystals.
Nihindrian crystals are formed from the solidified blood of demon lords. Their properties are not well known, even among the inhabitants of the Abyss. And there are reasons for this. Acquiring the blood of a dead demon lord is very difficult. After a demon lord dies, their body is instantly absorbed into the Rift of Repose. Only the Lady in Shadow knows how to kill them in a way that allows her to preserve the bodies of her fellow lords and transform them into a solid state. That means that Nihindrian crystals cannot be obtained anywhere other than the Midnight Isles. Or rather, it was impossible until recently, when I managed to experimentally obtain a crystal from the blood of a still living lord. You saw the result. A dagger made from Discari's freshly shed blood, which I left for you in Canabris. As regards the use of the crystals, that is a discussion that will take time, a very long time. Someday I will finish my groundbreaking treatise on the transformation of Nihindrian crystals, although it is unlikely I will ever publish it.
So you figured out how to use the crystals to imbue living creatures with power?
Not just any creatures. Demons. And half-demons. The soul must have a stable connection with the Abyss in order for it to receive the power of the crystal. Experiments involving tieflings and mongrels failed because the voice of the Abyss was not strong enough within them.
Huh. Yeah, I'm not a demon, but we just read we're half the essence of the Abyss?
I wasn't a demon either when I started.
Oh, that's true.
But there are always ways to circumvent, or even to override the laws of the universe.
I forgot about that. Yeah, she wasn't a demon to begin with.
I changed myself by knitting my soul together with the essence of the Abyss. And I changed you. Do you remember the fits of rage that began shortly after Discari's attack on Canabris? This is how the second half of your soul manifested itself. Not yet fully aware.
Oh, yeah.
Not yet awakened. It's a pity you did not choose to let your demonic nature take hold. The result would have been most impressive.
Yeah, those were the times where The dialogue would show you could like pick the demon mythic path.
All those arrogant crusaders, those knights with their eyes ablaze, those pious priests. They have installed at the head of their magnificent army a scion of the abyss, the creation of the architect of the Worldwound, whom they so revile.
It's strange to see you here in Natakula's palace. Who do you really serve? Discari? Baphomet?
Both. And neither. I have served both Discari and Baphomet, and not merely as the lowest in the pecking order. But I do not think you'll be surprised when I tell you that to me, both of these mighty lords are merely convenient temporary sources of power. And their time is almost at an end. But the Lady in Shadow is different. She is the preeminent ruler. Soon you will understand this for yourself.
Oh, we still haven't met her. My power is different from Jerebeth, Nulkineth, and the other demons.
Yes, because I taught Xanther and the other servants of Baphomet and Discari the earliest version of this transformation ritual. I spent decades perfecting it until I obtained the power that I gave to you. Power in its most purified form, cleansed of the filth and chaos inherent within the original blood of the demon. Your power is as pure as thrice distilled water, but it resonates with other powerful sources of supernatural power, such as the Sword of Valor. And your power can change. You must have realized this already. You have shaped my gift into a form that you yourself have chosen. You are seeking answers, trying to understand the crux of the matter. That is good.
I guess that's all I can ask.
I want to help you close the Worldwound.
Why? Weren't you the one who opened it to begin with? Oh, finally we meet her. Erilu's words are cut off by a quiet laugh. Sitting on the throne that was empty just a moment ago is none other than Natakula, ruler of Alushinria and the Midnight Isles, a powerful demon lord, the one they call Our Lady in Shadow. Her red lips curl into an ironic smile. Her large eyes observe you with keen interest.
You were about to say, we are going to close the Worldwound, weren't you, Aurelian? I see no reason to continue deceiving this mortal. Now I am convinced that he is quite worthy of serving me. I will even reward him with a modicum of knowledge about the events in which he is about to take part.
Greetings to you, Our Lady in Shadow.
Wow. Even though... But she's literally kneeling too. Even though Irishula, like... I guess gave up the path of the demon and is trying her best to be good, she still respects her.
It's nice to see that even surrounded by mortals, you haven't forgotten who your mistress is, Arushale. You may rise.
I didn't mean to. I don't know why I did it.
Arushale stands up awkwardly and looks at Natakula first, then at you, with a stunned expression. I mean, it's just, what's the word? Kind of like muscle memory, I guess. I have too many questions, and I demand answers.
You are a guest here, mortal. A guest of the Lady in Shadow, the vanquisher of many a demon lord. I am the only one here who is entitled to demand answers. You may ask your questions when I allow you to do so. For now, remember your manners and greet me properly.
Natakula offers you a condescending smile. She speaks as if talking to a child. You've been sitting on your throne and listening to us the whole time?
Naturally. I am in the habit of observing my servants and guests while remaining unseen. Their private thoughts fly most eagerly from their lips when they believe themselves to be unwatched. And secrets exchanged in whispers are often invaluable.
I mean, your name is this lady in shadow, right? Ba-da-ba-da. Ba-da. It's either 2 or 4. Maybe 4 since we've been chaotic good. Or 6. Now let's go 4. Smile charmingly. You are truly resplendent, lady in shadow. It would bring me great happiness to get to know you better.
I see that rumors of your passionate nature weren't exaggerated. I have heard some rather impressive tales of your escapades. I have had my eye on you for a very long time. You see, it was at my behest that Lady Vorlesh imbued you with such incredible powers. But I was curious to see your worth as an individual, not as Lady Vorlesh's creation. Thus, I decided to postpone our meeting and see how you'd fare in Alashanira, and whether or not you could win respect and power among those not so easily impressed by outstanding magical abilities. Well, you've passed my test adequately by proving that your character and your will are stronger than the Nehindrian powers Lady Vorlesh has vested in you.
Oh, thanks, man. Oh, what?
You are wise, my lady. However, only those who have never known or forgotten what it is like to be mortal can so easily dismiss the importance of power. To be someone whose life is fragile and can be cut short at any moment, like a candle snuffed out by a gust of wind.
I just realized how she's sitting on her throne. She's sitting it like it's a bed, not a throne.
It is a shame your angel has left you mortal. I would have liked to talk to him. I don't expect I will get another chance, as that celestial buffoon's days are numbered.
I mean, sure, why not? Natakula's tone is casual, but her eyes are intent, scrutinizing you. You were able to see the hand of the inheritor despite all his enchantments?
The herald of that upstart goddess. Here.
Oh, you legit didn't see him. I thought she did. But like, you know, wasn't trying to give it away that she could see him.
Yes, although his defenses were quite intricate. A commendable precaution on his part, as word of the hand of the inheritor descending once more into the abyss reached the echo of Discari almost immediately. Mind you, vindictiveness and guile have always been among his best qualities.
The hand of the inheritor told me his magic deceived the eyes of all evil spawn of the abyss. But not yours?
Perhaps you don't know everything about me yet, mortal. Perhaps you made the same mistake as many before you, and many who were more insightful and more powerful than you, by presuming to know what to expect from the Lady in Shadow.
I mean, I guess you're right. Isn't that the whole point of how she defeated all those, like, enemies who were, like, bigger than her? They underestimated what she could do. Tell me about the Echo of Discari.
He is a strange creature, a bespoke creation, so to speak. Long before the Worldwound was opened, Discari, that little cricket, was seeking a way to have some fun on Galarian and assert his influence there. One day, he decided to gather a few strong mortal followers, fuse them together into one being, and pump that being full of his own power, in the belief that something worthwhile would come of it. That is how the Echo came to be. To the great dismay of both the Echo and the Lord of Crickets, the Echo was greeted by Eridan, protector of humankind. Eridan gave the Echo such a thorough thrashing, the whole abyss thought him dead. And yet he was not. Cricket, the younger, is alive and well, though I cannot say the same for Eridan. But the Echo remembers his humiliation still. He hates anything and everything related to Eridan, especially his inheritor, Iomade. Her heralds, her priests, her temples. He would hate Iomade's pet pug, if she had one.
Why does the Echo of Discari prey upon... Well, she just said it. He hates everything I own. Eridan.
Envy, humiliation, ego. The usual playthings of little boys from all planes and realities.
Oh, dang.
The Echoes suffered more than one defeat. First at Eridan's hand, then under the onslaught of the forces of heaven. Those routes taught him to attack his enemies by stealth, boldly and often, killing and crippling anyone close to the light-bringing goddess. Now, it seems, he has decided the time has come. The Herald of Iomade himself is in the Abyss alone, without a retinue of lesser angels.
I see.
He's an interesting little bird, that angel. Before he became the Herald of Iomade, he served Regathiel, the General of Vengeance. I've always found the fate of that Imperial Lord to be quite fascinating. Did you know that the father of the Upper Plains' top military leader was a devil from hell? Regathiel had to achieve many feats to redeem his unholy legacy in the eyes of the other Imperial Lords. But he did. A remarkable tale, is it not? Of course, not all your actions in my realm have been commendable. By destroying the flesh markets, you've harmed my city and impoverished my realm.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. They took my dragon, man. Can I say that? I can't say that. All we could do is suck it up.
You've just arrived in my realm, and you're already trying to dictate your own rules? As I recall, when demons attempted something similar on Galarian, armies were raised, and mortals fought to the death to stop it. I can scarcely believe it myself, but I will be gracious and show you mercy. I am a hospitable ruler.
Thank you. Sorry. Your conversation is interrupted by the... Oh, whoa. Concerned-looking succubus, who silently approaches Natakula, then begins fervently whispering into her ear. Natakula's expression turns hard and cold. As Natakula ponders the new development, the messenger makes eyes at you playfully. You recognize those green eyes, except they were awash with pain when you last saw them, their owner bleeding out in the caverns of the Nexus. The succubus smiles slyly and gives you a wink. Oh! Dang, that was the beginning of the act, yeah. She was in the cavern in the upper part, yeah.
Another island, another loss. Enough! I warned them that I would not stand for the desolation of my realm. They have not heeded me, and they will regret it. Go to your sisters, and tell them to prepare.
Should I say I know her? Yeah, why not, I guess.
Yes, you've already met Laoli, my talented assistant. I've heard she was very convincing at acting out her tragic death in the mines of the Nexus. As you can see, I've been watching you since your very first moments in the Abyss, and even a little earlier. I have prepared a beautiful intrigue that will topple many of your enemies and seal the Worldwound forever, ending the threat to Galarian.
Oh, yeah.
And you have the chance to become part of that intrigue.
My companion Ember would like to speak with you.
Ember? So that's her then? Well, approach. I have heard you bleeding your pathetic prayers at me. You have some nerve addressing me with such nonsense. Did you think I would simply repent? Renounce my status as a demon lord? Do you have any idea what I had to do to acquire it? Wait, what is this?
Whoa. Tears are rolling down Ember's cheeks as she sniffles noisily. She presses her maimed hands against her heart as she stares up at Natakula. Her fragile form shudders from weeping. Rilu wrinkles her nose in disdain. Why have you brought this simpleton here? This is a Lushinria, not Nerosian. We don't give alms here.
I can't stand these noises. Do you think you're the first to try to move me with a display of tears? It only makes me angry. If you wish to speak, then wipe your nose and speak clearly.
Natakula throws a disgusted look at the crying girl.
I know what you had to do to others and to yourself. I'm so sorry. So sorry. If only I could ease your pain somehow. Calm your sorrows.
You should hear her out.
In my realm, I decide to whom I should listen and whom I should hang. Be quiet. You wanted me to hear the girl out. Then let her babble on until I tire of her. So, where were we? My pain? My sorrows? What nonsense are you talking? Don't tell me you pity me.
I'm so sorry. You're the most miserable soul I've ever seen. I've seen people burned alive. People being devoured by monsters. People burying their children. They were in pain. So much pain. But I've never seen anyone in as much pain as you.
Huh.
What is this sacred drivel? What do you even know of me, Nat?
I've seen your city. You were the one who built it. It is the way you wanted it to be. It holds all of your dreams, all of your heart, and everyone in this city is suffering. Everywhere, all the time, every minute. All who live here are hurting and scared. If these are its citizens, how miserable must its ruler feel?
Oh my god.
And this is what you brought her to me for. You think this infantile sniveling is worthy of my attention?
Natakula's lips curl in distaste. To be honest, I really agree with one, because it's true. I've seen the truth of her wisdom more than once. Perhaps it would benefit you to listen to her as well.
As if I hadn't seen enough sanctimonious bores in my life. So, what do you suggest I do, preacher? Beg the good gods' forgiveness? Devote myself to serving a sword-swinging upstart, perchance? Or that old crone, the moon?
No. Gods can't help anyone. They're just like us mortals. Silly, frightened, clueless. You're almost a goddess yourself. You know better than anyone that no one can save you. No one except you.
Save me? From what exactly?
From yourself. From what you've done to yourself. From the city you've imprisoned yourself in. Listen! You are a queen, but you're the queen of pain and filth. Your realm is a realm of your own suffering. You're almost a goddess. You can do anything you want. So why won't you make yourself happy? You could become the Redeemer Queen.
I can't believe Ember is speaking her thoughts so freely to a demon lord. Like, this is one of the top... I remember saying this before, like, the demon lords are one of the top, like, up there tier list, I guess, of, like, characters we've seen in this game so far. She's just talking like nothing. Like, no fear. Wow.
Oh, the Redeemer Queen! That's new. Never in all my years have I heard anything like that. Well, child, enough joking. Get out of my sight, or I'm afraid I might decide to keep you here forever as my fool.
Tilting her head back, Nantakula explodes with wild laughter. Her body is shaking. She doubles over, slapping her thighs with her palm. When she is finally done laughing, she catches her breath. She wipes the tear from her eyes. Apparently that was literally a knee slapper.
Do you think she took my words to heart?
Upon giving Nantakula one last smile, Ember ducks behind your back. You hear whispering. I honestly don't know. But yeah, why not? Probably. Question mark?
That would be great.
Oh.
I told you to get out! I don't want to hear your squeaky voice again!
Yeah. It's funny. Ember like gets into it like what's the phrase? It like gets under her skin. This random little elf girl. Alright, back to the topic at hand. Is Arielu really my mom? She has certainly had a hand in your present state of existence. Lady Vorlash designed the Worldwound, a magical phenomenon of unfathomable power. To seal it, we required a key. Oh, that's why the note says key. We required a key that was just as strong and unique. Simply put. Simply put, we required a champion, and she chose you. Both your powers and the wound on your chest were the result of her experiments. When she infused your soul with the essence of the abyss, of course, you remember none of that. Everything was done in secret. Even the power granted to you was purified, to the extent that it was possible, so that you would not guess its source ahead of time. In trial after trial, we watched your will be tempered, and when the time came, we started filling you with the energies of the crystals. These energies are necessary for the task at hand. Everything that's happened to you was part of my intrigue. I was going to summon you and reveal the truth when the time was right. Instead, you have followed your queen's orders and arrived here early. One can only hope you're prepared to accept the truth. Oh. Everything has its price, says Arielu quickly. Your wound was, in essence, the flip side of my experiments. There was a reason why we required a true champion, not merely a living tool whom we could fling into the flames of the Worldwound and close it like any lesser rift. I think you should know that. Nantakula makes a sudden gesture, cutting Arielu off. Don't be too hasty. We have burdened him with enough revelations for now. Give him time to become accustomed to the truth about himself. Then you can share all the details. What exactly are you offering me? I'm offering you the chance to become my weapon. Your enemies are a thorn in my side as well as yours. What's more, I have never schemed against Galarian, nor have my warriors taken part in the conquest of your plane. At least not at my behest. There's no cause for enmity between us. I guess that's true. The whole war, well, the enemies we've been fighting now, they've just been discarding a Baphomet, right? Why would you want to close the wound? When the Worldwound opened, I was pleased. My realm was now connected to another plane. I want to make it into a crossroad of worlds, a place where demons, devils, and even angels could meet. The wound was a convenient path along which I could advance my ideas. But the Midnight Isles were not the only realm that had linked to Galarian through the wound. Discari and Baphomet now also had a way to their realm into your plane. Your servants flooded my island and spread out across them like a plague of locusts, killing guests who were under my protection, questioning my rule. They were driven by their lust to conquer and enslave, whether on Galarian or in another abyssal realm. I was forced to shift my focus and express my discontent. Eventually, atop of the bones of our servants, we reached an accord. I would let their armies pass and they would comply with my wishes while on my islands. Of course, the accord is a polite fiction. Both the Discarites and the Baphomets are attempting to amass their power and influence in the city to overthrow me. Oh right, yeah, we heard about that with the storyteller. When they think I'm not watching, they break my taboos and revel in their impudence. And worst of all, Lady Vorlish told them about the crystals. They realized what kind of power the crystals hold, and now they are determined to mine every last deposit hidden within my islands. And once an island loses its crystal, it becomes nothing but a flotsam, slowly sinking into the dark waters of Ishiar. With every lost island, my power is diminished. I could start a war and kill the plunderers, but a major conflict would hinder some of my other plans. So instead, I will teach my neighbors a lesson by orchestrating their ignominious defeat at the hands of a mortal. What do I gain by serving you? A reasonable question. One must always serve one's own interest. Well, rest assured that you will be adequately rewarded. I will give you gifts befitting your ambitions. My patronage, which you can certainly count on, will prove more valuable than any enchanted trinket you could dream. If you're so powerful, why do you need me? Well, because we're the key, apparently. If I were to make a move myself, it would start a war. Not that I'm afraid of doing so, but it would hamper my more important plans. Baphomet and Discari could never best me, but they could sow enough chaos and spill enough blood that visitors from other planes would shudder at the mention of Shinria. No, I will not. I will wage war on my own terms, in the shadows, and I will remain unseen until I drive my blade into the enemy's back. And, since Galfrey happened to send you to my realm, you have the honor of becoming my blade, mortal. Be glad you're wielded by skillful hands. You should also reveal how exactly our blade will be employed. Natakula silences Arilu with a sharp gesture. We can discuss the details later, when the moment is right. Now is not the time for idle conversation. This is such a weird situation. Like, up until now, I haven't seen Arilu ordered around, I guess. Like, this is the first time we see her, like, having to stop due to someone telling her, like, yo, keep down. How exactly do you plan to close the Worldwound? She rolls her eyes. It's a complicated magical process. You will receive precise instructions once you capture the Threshold Fortress on Galarian. I think I remember that. There, at the exact spot where Lady Voilesh opened the Worldwound, you will be able to close it. But first, you'll have to crush the Guardians of the Threshold, and their forces are growing day by day. Hemsamira, Baphomet's daughter, is mining a large number of crystals in my realm. These crystals are her secret weapon. No army on Galarian can stand against them. You must stop Hemsamira. If you do not, your world will fall and my plans will suffer significant harm. At one time, I disclosed the secret of transformation to two servants of Baphomet and Discari. Xanthir, oh yeah, we killed Xanthir, and Mutasafin. There's a well-calculated gambit, which has bought us time and assured both Discari and Baphomet of my loyalty. Mutasafin is Hemsamira's favorite. He oversees the transformation of her army. Hemsamira is currently on another island far from here. The route to the place is plagued by pirates, monsters, tempests, and other more terrifying dangers. Have you heard of the living bubbles of frozen time that swallow airships? And when the ships reach port, their crews discover they've been gone for 100 years. Wow, that sounds like the warp from Warhammer. That is not the strangest occurrence you could encounter on your journey. I'm willing to provide you with a decent ship and an experienced crew. If you kill Hemsamira, it will stop her sinking any more of my islands, but without giving Baphomet cause to declare war on me. Natakula cast a sidelong glance at Arushale. Then again, I'm not offering you anything new, as you've already been enjoying my favorite commander. Your companion is a succubus, and I'm the succubus queen. This demon follows you around only because I allow it? Tell me, Arushale, are you grateful that I'm not forbidding you from traveling with the commander and fighting against your own kind? The succubus reluctantly lowers her head. You are incredibly generous, Our Lady in Shadow. Huh. Okay. Why is it so important to kill Hemsamira? Discari and Baphomet won't just stand there and watch you close the Worldwound. They'll send their armies after you, so you will need an army of your own. That is something the Crusaders won't have for long. Hemsamira is mining more and more crystals to empower her forces when she attacks Galarian. If you don't stop her, the Crusader resistance will be crushed, and the ranks of demons pouring through the Worldwound into your world will multiply 100-fold. You were sent here to cut off the demon's army supply of the crystals, weren't you? Well, that's exactly what you're gonna accomplish. Well, I guess I'll consider your offer, Lady in Shadow. And accept it, I'm sure. I respect your caution and won't force you into submission. We all stand to gain if you do my bidding on your own volition. A glimmer of approval dances in Nocticula's eyes. An interesting destiny lies before you, mortal. You will rise to great heights and play a part in events of titanic proportions. Many would give their life for a chance to tread such a path. Zamira visits a Lucinia every now and then, but her true lair is far from here. She hides on the island of Califiar, to the northwest of my archipelago. There lies her secret fortress. In the deep mines, her slaves dig purple crystals for the invading army she plans to bring to Galarian. I will give you a magnificent airship and an experienced crew to take you there. It will be a long and perilous journey. Take some time to prepare. I think this is what the storyteller, what we learned from him. I wish to inform you of treason. Nocticula looks quite amused. Is that so? Who is it you decided to inform on? More importantly, how did you learn of these traitors, and how credible are these accusations? I think we could do both, but I want to do this one first. A friend of mine, the storyteller, has peered into the future. In his vision, Samir was sending demons after you. The demons were strengthened by the crystals. A hint of dangerous excitement creeps into her voice. You are a font of knowledge, my dear guest. Let's just say I'm not surprised by her appetites, the ambitions of that brat, or her lecherous goat of a sire. We're bound to surface sooner or later, but your warning will encourage me to keep a closer eye on her. You could have gone to Samira with this and received a payment for your silence. Your foresight must not go unrewarded. You got a secret ingredient. Shamira is researching the crystals in secret. Perhaps she is planning to overthrow you? A small smile appears on Nocticula's lips. How nice of you to warn me. I'm impressed. I do wonder, however, did you really think I was unaware of this? Or did you merely want to demonstrate your loyalty? Either way, I appreciate you telling me. I'll take this as proof that I can rely on you. You were very astute to uncover Shamira's desire to dethrone me. It was particularly sensible of you to keep your mouth shut about the secrets of the crystals. I suppose your caution calls for a reward. You did not allow Shamira to suppress your will. All right. At the snap of her fingers, one of the servants approaches you and presents you with a delicate package wrapped in gossamer-like silk. Aspect of the asp. Mining purple crystals is a surefire way to sink the island the crystals are on to the bottom of Ishtar. I assume you understand why all who attempted to procure them on Elenithia were executed. At least you didn't tell Shamira about the mines you found. The last thing I need is the ardent dream burrowing under my capital. Why do you still tolerate her? Someone has to deal with trivial matters. Shamira's betrayal was assured the moment I made her my favorite, just as Zephorians before her. The second always dreams of rising to be the first. I know the feeling well. I said everything I wanted to say. Nocticula nods graciously. I guess I want to ask about the other powerful denizens of the Abyss? Are you interested in one of my servants? Or do you wish for me to tell you something about your enemies? Yeah, what the heck is your relationship with Arilu? She works for me, isn't it obvious? I guess. Lady Vorlesh is very talented. She may be the most brilliant and capable mind ever to come from your plane. And the guile she used to betray one Demon Lord Master after another impressed me so much that I offered her the position of my advisor on matters of magic. Naturally, the esteemed Lord Goat and Lord Goat and Lord Locust don't know a thing about the betrayal of their faithful lackey, Lady Vorlesh. I plan to keep it a secret for a while longer. Betrayal is too strong of a word. I opened the path to Galarian for those two, and I told them how to extract power from the crystals. That will suffice. I guess, does it bother you that Averlu serves another master? He smiles deviously. I'm not prone to jealousy. Let Discari think Lady Vorlesh serves him still. This bug brain seems incapable of sensing betrayal. As for Baphomet, he, like any talented liar, is the most vulnerable when he's trying to deceive someone else. He was so pleased to have fooled Discari that he became truly blind to the treachery that was happening right under his snout. In truth, Lady Vorlesh's loyalty is mine alone. Loyalty is for fools. Shared interest. That is what rational minds rely upon. That and fear. Nowhere in their right mind would oppose the Lady in Shadow. So how'd you meet her? When the Worldwound was first opened, it only led to Discari's realm, but then there was another, more powerful breach. The wound expanded, and its path now passed through my realm, and Baphomet's as well. Before long, all sorts of interlopers had heard about the power contained within the crystals here, and the Midnight Isles were soon overrun with agents from my new neighbors. They flouted my embargo, burrowing greedily into my rocks, stealing my crystals. The main culprit was one Averlu Vorlesh. She was the one who discovered the energies of the Nihedrian crystals. I had captured her and was about to carry out her agonizing execution, when Lady Vorlesh offered me something I desired even more than her death. She entered my service, and her main task since then has been to close the Worldwound. Once it is sealed, my realm will once again be cut off from those of Baphomet and Discari, and their slaves will no longer be able to infiltrate my islands with such ease. Do you remember the elven archmage who served you thousands of years ago? He's still alive. We're buddies. Really? He was well past his youth even back then. And now? Just how old is he? Can mortals even live that long? Well, apart from your immortal Azlanti. Say hello to him on the behalf of the Lady of Shadow, and tell him that the one who replaced him has disappointed me immensely with his incompetence. No matter how hard he tried, he could never live up to my magnificent elf. You know, you managed to surprise me. A rare occurrence for someone who knows just about everything. With a bat of her eyelashes, Natakula sends you a piercing gaze, one that feels like it's delving into the deepest corners of your souls. Are Baphomet and Discari your allies? Yagoda and the Locust? Allies is too strong of a word for our relationship. Our connection was forged by circumstance, not out of desire to deal with each other. When the Worldwound opened, it tied your world to our realms. I did not join my armies with theirs, but I was forced into making peace with them, so as not to get bogged down in a tiring, distracting war. If I had the opportunity, I would have met them on my terms and expanded my territories, at their expense. Natakula indulges herself with a thin smile. Unfortunately, this is not currently possible. But by the way, one of them came to me with an offer of an atrocious alliance that involved conceiving little ones together. I'm still contemplating the specifics of my refusal. It needs to be clear and unambiguous. Her ensuing laughter is deep and musical, almost enchanting. So one of them wanted kids with her? I'd guess Baphomet since he has so many kids. Everything is clear, I think. Natakula gives you a mysterious smile. I guess I want to know more about you. Recounting my whole story would take longer than your brief mortal life allows. The list of demon lords I've slain is endless on its own, as is the number of isles under my rule. And that's just the past. There's also my future. We know this. She killed the harpy lady, no? Bear in mind that I've always been unique ever since I was born. I was the first succubus of the Abyss, the perfect specimen of my race. I had been enjoying my youth, sharing it with my brother and lover, until the hungry gaze of the demon lord Nihedri fell upon me. That greedy tyrant saw me as a jewel to be added to his treasure hoard. He tried to abduct me, and I knew I had no choice of defeating the demon lord. But in that moment, I was not thinking at all. I was fighting for my freedom. When it was all over, Nihedri was dead. I eviscerated him, and for many days afterwards, blood spewed from his open carcass. First, his body turned to stone, and then his blood, which had been flowing like stream, began to crystallize into massive purple glaciers. Now do you see why they're called Nihedrian crystals? Perhaps they should be called Nocticulan crystals, because as Nihidria's blood crystallized, so too did my understanding of my power. Soon after, I began my campaign of conquest. I was cunning and swift, and the demon lords themselves trembled before me, knowing I could take their very lives. Only when all of the Abyss spoke my name with terror and reverence did I decide that I had killed enough. I had a realm. I had power I no longer shared with my brother. I had servants, and most importantly, I had safety. No one has ever repeated old Nihindri's mistakes. No one has tried to make me their slave. Are the Midnight Isles really the corpses of demon lords? Yeah. My realm is literally built on the bones of my slain enemies. Ironic, isn't it? How did you turn demon lords into islands? Yeah. Natakula responds with a mocking smile. Surely you don't expect me to reveal the secret to you. There's no need for mortals to learn the weakness of demon lords. All I can say is that everything started with my desire for revenge. After I had dealt with Nihindri, I was furious at the thought of that vile, lecherous wretch just teleporting over to the Rift of Repose, where he could turn to stone and stay there to rot for the remainder of his eternity. I wanted to trample his foul corpse, to keep his bloodied body within my sight forever. I yearned to display my glorious trophy to all of the Abyss, and that's when my power first manifested. I studied my newfound abilities and learned how to use them. Before long, I possessed not just one island, but an entire archipelago. What do you plan to do next? Subdue all of the Abyss? Possibly, or perhaps I have something grander in mind. The Abyss? Who cares about the Abyss? Nocticula's full-throated laughter rings out like a challenge to the entire world. Alright, I guess that's it. It's always nice to indulge one's curiosity. Huh. Actually, I guess it's true now that... Because the Inheritor left us, I assume he's no longer protecting the camp then. Yeah, okay. If I'm to depart for Califria, your guards must watch over my camp in the Nexus and all who are residing there. Natakula nods regally. I will send my assassins to ensure that no harm comes to your entourage. Be grateful for my patronage, mortal. Alright, well, let's go. I'm gonna kill Hemsamira. She nods to herself. Erilu, you are no longer needed here. As you will, my lady. Erilu vanishes, but you notice the look in her eyes. Pensive and appraising. I hope you are well prepared. Have you brought your strongest companions? On your journey, there will be the only ones you can rely on. You will receive no reinforcements. You will not see those you leave behind on Alinthea for a very long time. Don't dismiss the importance of preparing for this mission. When you are ready, step into this portal. It will take you to my airship. The captain and the crew have already received their instructions. And good luck to you, mortal. An extraordinary adventure awaits you. That portal, huh? Holy cow, that was a lot. We had a bunch dumped on us. Alright, man, I think we could go to the portal because I did everything I can in the Abyss. I think. Because the only two quests I have for the Abyss, one doesn't have a timer, and the one that does is the main quest.
I stand ready.
So we can go in. You stand in front of the portal that will lead you to the airship's deck. The vessel will take you to Califir, where you'll have to fight Baphomet's merciless daughter, Hemsamira. You have a long and dangerous journey ahead. There will be no turning back, and you will only be able to rely on yourself and your companions. Before departing on this deadly and dangerous mission, you would be wise to check your equipment meticulously and complete all unfinished business, because the opportunity to come back here may never appear again. Go in! Oh, we're here. Wait, isn't that the Echo of Discari too? You followed me for a long time, you frail, pathetic little stalker. But then you disappeared. You've been gone for so long, I thought you were dead. I'm glad you proved me wrong. I would have enjoyed it if you had died alone in the darkness, lost and forgotten, but I would much rather punish you in person. Behold, the great daughter of Baphomet in all her glory. Oh, I didn't even see him. Oh my god. Wow, they tortured him. There is strength in the tormented angel's voice, though it quivers with pain. Stardust, the false chosen one, herald of my jaded faith. How did this come to pass? You still hate me? Seriously? Mortal, it is him. Mortal, watch the golden winged servant of the imposter goddess weep. The fool fell right into our trap. Zamir and I tortured him for the moment we captured him. The whole time, he spoke only of you. It was as if he didn't care about the pain at all. At least, not the pain we caused. Did you know I was coming for you? Zamir stares at you contemptuously. You Crusaders think that all demons are as dumb as the rabble we sent to Galarian. But that isn't true. I have prevailed in wars and battles that you mortals know nothing about, and I always use scouts. My spies are everywhere. When you were trying to get to the attention of Our Lady in Shadow, they told me that you were searching for me. I tracked your movements. I knew that the moment you stepped foot on that ship, I sent my slave, Kestolglir, after you. Unfortunately, he proved just as useless in undeath as he was in life. I disappeared? What are you talking about? My journey only lasted a few weeks. Yeah, it was like almost a month. Weeks? Yeah, I've been seen in almost 6 months. What? You showed up in the abyss, caused mayhem in the city, and then you disappeared. My spies told me that you acquired a ship and were headed to Califir, so I sent Kestoglir to hunt you down. But you disappeared, and up until now, I assumed you were dead. I thought you were fish food by now, or that perhaps you deserted, having realized your ridiculous and pathetic struggle was doomed to failure. The echo of Discari laughs in shrill and unpleasant. The abyss is primordial chaos. The laws of space and time have no power here, but this chaos can be controlled. You could, for example, force it to distort time around a particular ship, one that is being used by some overconfident outsiders who are used to the world of order and stability. Huh. We read something like that in Nocticula's palace, didn't we? About time and the abyss. So, for us, the journey here was just almost a month, but it's been half a year already? Is that true also in Galarian? Like, it's been half a year since I left, like, from the Midnight Fane? Let the angel go or you'll be sorry. How can you possibly still care for the one who abandoned you? If you want the winged fool, come and get him. The demon tosses her head defiantly, lowering her sharp curved horns like a bull ready to charge. Muta Safin stole your army from you. The demon reels as if she's been slapped. You can hear the pure rage in her voice as she hisses angrily. Muta Safin is a skilled alchemist and a gifted scientist, but he thinks too highly of himself. He was born in the abyss, and he spent his life here, so his knowledge and skills were too valuable to risk on the front lines. He dreams of endless entertainment in the lands of the mortals, and desires the glory of conquering Galarian. But he will not live to see such triumph. He will pay bitterly for his betrayal. After all, I am the one of the few who know the secret to his mortality. You don't need to worry about that. He won't live long enough to see me destroy him. The portal in this room, where does it lead? It leads to the Nexus, a hub of mines and portals. We managed to put the mining of the crystals on hold for a while, but the work will resume soon. I'll finish here with you and then go to Galarian, catch Mutasefan, and drag him back. I'll have to decide the best punishment for him. Can he still work with the crystals if he has no eyes? How about one eye and one hand? And of course, I'll certainly take his legs. He will continue to create an army for me, whether he wants to or not. And with these hordes, I will march through the Worldwound, through Mendev, through your entire plane. From one end to the other, mortals shall bow before Hemsamira, daughter of Baphomet. She turns her horned head toward Arushale. And not just mortals. I will think of a worthy punishment for you as well, you miserable, stupid traitor. What kind of scum would trade the fury and power of the abyss for a friendship with these slabs of meat? You're a disgrace to the entire demon race. Arushale's eyes flashed with dark burning rage. Who are you, girl, to lecture me about the abyss? You are nothing more than a slab of meat yourself, a half-mortal perversion of your father. You're not even a real demon, so don't you dare. The succubus stops short. The fire in her eyes disappears. She gasps, horrified. Oh no, what am I saying? I guess it's the same... It's like the same gut reaction like when she met Nocticula. Why don't you just give up? Her roar shakes the ground. Her angry eyes flash crimson. When I'm finished with you, I will have you chained. You will be dragged behind the army naked, wounded, and trembling. You will watch as I, daughter of Baphomet, an archpriestess of his cult, take Galarian by the throat. I will bring it to its knees and make it weep like a wench that's been whipped. Oh, here we go. We're fighting. Hey, let's go. I'm surprised the Echo Discard didn't come here. Like, join the fight. Run for your life. Head for the Nexus. We'll hide from this horrible Galarian in the city. You will pay for this. My father will punish for your insolence. Behold the power. Behold the greatness. Tremble before Baphomet. Make this insolent mortal... What? Is that the real one? Or is she summon like an avatar? Ah, the angel who wandered into the abyss and couldn't find its way back to heaven. I heard about you. My daughter could not break your spirit, but I'll rip out your heart. He looks kind of real to me. If he's real, isn't this bad? That's one of the 3 demon lords. My lady Iombe, hear my final words. The leader of the crusade is one of Aerilu Vorlesh's profane creations. His power comes from the blood of fallen demon lords. There's no hope for any of us. God, man, this guy's really all about the sins of the father, huh? Who cares what my background is, man? What matters is who I am as a person. Looks like you overdid it, my daughter. Your torture drove the angel mad. I think that is him. Oh, wow. Kalima! A swift execution. But I wasn't finished with this angel. There were so many games I wanted to play with him. Show your power, O Lord. Let our enemies tremble in terror. Now it's your turn, you low-life scum. You disappointed me. How dare you summon me here? How dare you use forbidden knowledge? Oh my god, that actually is him. You think I'm here to save you? No, I'm here to inflict punishment. Oh, Jesus!
Have I been summoned merely to push this creature to death? A mortal who still shows loyalty to the queen that exiled him to the abyss. Oh yes, Galfrey guards her glory with the jealousy of a lioness.
That is legit Baphomet. What the hell? That wasn't the plan. Oh, dude, the music! Oh my god. We were just supposed to defeat a spawn, not a demon lord. The fiery gaze of the demon lord of beasts pierces you like a red-hot knife. The demon scrutinizes you for a moment, then bursts into mocking laughter that resounds through the air. Oh, dude, the music is so good. So yeah, it's definitely him with a portrait.
But no, this creature proudly wears the knife stuck in his back like a badge of honor. Or is the betrayal weighing you down after all? Did you come here looking for a new master? One who can help you seek revenge?
Dude, the music is so good. Like that singing right there. Oh my god.
I don't belong to the Abyss. I believe in Desna. I believe in mortals. And in the right to dream of something greater than being dominated by monsters like you.
As she stands before this demon lord of the abyss, some innate instinct forces a Richelieu lay to her knees. Oh, it's just like with Nauticula, yeah. She bows her head, compelled to show her reverence and submission to his authority. But the succubus is scowling, and there's a stubborn glint in her eye. Slowly, as if bearing the weight of an entire mountain on her shoulders, a Richelieu straightens up and defiantly faces down the demon lord. Where did you send the angel?
Why do you care about his fate? He was merely your overseer. Heaven sent him to watch over you. His only purpose was to remind you of your mission and to destroy you should you stray from the path. You shouldn't worry about him. He is just Iomede's pawn, and she did not think twice about sacrificing him. The foolish angel thought he would be forgiven for leaving Regathiel and joining Iomede, but heaven never rewards traitors with its trust.
Actually, what he says makes sense. I've wondered before if this angel was sent to control our actions and cut our throats if we didn't act in Iomede's best interests. What if it's true? I don't think the gods are stupid. They would have had some kind of backup plan.
Man, I don't know who to trust. Like, I think that's... Well, what I just says is not completely wrong, I feel like. If we did stray the path, I think the Hand of the Inheritor would do something. Did you slay your own daughter?
I have countless slaves and numerous offspring. When one of them disappoints me, I simply get rid of them. To me, you are nothing more than mayflies. Your lives are so brief, it is as if you are already dead.
It was definitely Baphomet who asked Nauticula to, like, sire a new child.
Oh, I have a question concerning your offspring too. Tell me, Lord Baphomet, how is it genetically possible that you have the head of a goat, and yet you are the progenitor of minotaurs, which are essentially bulls? Are you mating with a certain cow whose genes went out over yours?
Alright, two things. One, I forgot she was invisible because of the fight. And two, I can't believe she's so casual. Even, like, face to face to a demon lord.
I will take particular pleasure in killing you.
Baphomet is silent for a moment. Oh god, wow. Demon, and evil. I wonder if you could team up with him. I vanquished your servants, and I can do the same to you. Baby.
Even if we pretend for a moment that you have a chance of winning, have you considered what reward awaits you? Your queen knows that you have surpassed her. Your success is why Galfrey exiled you here. How will she reward you for the death of a demon lord? Will she honor you by personally slitting your throat? Sadly, we will never know the answer, because you have no chance of winning.
I don't think she... That's like the second time... Didn't Nauticula say the same thing? I don't think Galfrey sent us here because she was jealous. Is that true? I didn't feel like she was. Although it's been a while. Maybe I'm not remembering right.
Adventures await.
Wait, what? Baphomet's word.
Let's prove their logic is lacking.
Oh my god, we're actually gonna fight him? Oh, okay. Yo, what the heck? The guitar? That's pretty good. Oh, this is gonna suck. Can we win this, or is this a fight we're gonna have to lose? We should move it here. Miss, 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 miss. Yeah. Here. Okay, we're fatigued, so this should help to reset it.
Strike with all your might.
Oh, Ava, nice. It was the only person who's doing damage. Let's see. We could try fireball. No, let's say stop. I forgot we're slowed down.
Nice try. Didn't work though.
Oh. You feel your hair stand on end. The blood boils in your veins, and the fire within your heart is so fierce and hot. It feels as if it's about to burn through your chest. A cry springs from your lips, and at the sound of your voice, a light envelops the cave. The ground begins to shake as your radiant presence overwhelms those around you, knocking them back into the surrounding rocks.
Which of my enemies is responsible for this trap? Who has put you up to this, you pathetic insect?
The Demon Lord retreats, his steps shaking the cave.
Such power must have a source. You are such a curious insect. I must see what is inside you.
Do we really want to do this? Are you sure you're a match for me, Dark Creature? You should flee.
Absolutely not. You are not going anywhere, you old goat. You made a fatal mistake when you dared to set foot here uninvited.
A real Nauticula showed up. There's two Demon Lords right here. What the heck? All we're missing is the Scari.
Nauticula, Lady in Shadow, once again, I offer you an alliance. A great alliance.
It was him who wanted to make a kid with Nauticula.
I've told you before, and I'll tell you again. The answer is no.
Oh. That has to be the Midnight Bolt. But what the hell? One shot got him?
It has been a long time since I last killed a Demon Lord. It is good to see that I remain unsurpassed in my craft.
Nauticula looks at you imperiously as she clutches Baphomet's still quivering heart in her hand. She raises it high in the air, and her triumphant voice breaks the silence. How'd you get here?
You have been absent for too long. You are the chosen instrument of my will, but for months there was no word from you, and no one in the Midnight Isles knew where you were. I watched you from afar, unseen, but then you also managed to hide yourself from my gaze. If it hadn't been for Lady Vorlesh, I would have thought you dead long ago. She kept reassuring me that you were alive, and then I felt your blood in my realm again, and I heard the sound of Baphomet's hooves as he walked through my land. That is when I realized two things. First, this was my chance to annoy the old goat, and second, betting on you was the right choice.
Thanks, man. Also, I guess we were gone for 6 months. Thank you for your timely arrival, Lady in Shadow.
Oh no, you are the hero. I simply put the finishing touches on the work of art you created.
Why did you decide to attack Baphomet? You didn't want a war.
I did not want to enter into a difficult, exhausting war against Baphomet when he was at full strength. But massacring his minions when they are helpless and success is guaranteed? Well, that is a different matter entirely. Thanks to recent events, the slaughter can finally begin. Baphomet is frightened. He will not leave his abode for at least a year, because if he dies again within that time, his death will be final.
Oh.
This gives me an overwhelming advantage. My black bolts gave him a kiss
It was
he
a
will
midnight
not
bolt.
soon forget, and the memory of their touch will cool his fervor. 2 armies of demons will meet in the coming battle, and one of them will be led by its mistress in all her glory. The other one, however, will be cut off at the head and left without the leadership of its lord. In a year's time, I will have undermined Baphomet's forces and deprived him of his troops and allies. By the time he finally feels invincible again, it will be too late. And instead of crushing my servants and destroying my islands, he will be forced to bargain for his life. As you can see, I won this war before it started. And it's all thanks to you.
Oh, I didn't do much. Now that he's dead, will he become an island in your realm?
No. Any demon lord that is killed will return to their abyssal realm, where they will be reincarnated.
So he's back home.
Their body will be unharmed, but the demon lord will be vulnerable for an entire year. If they are killed again during that time, they will be drawn into the Rift of Repose forever. However, if I kill them, they will become an island in my realm. Therefore, nothing will induce Baphomet to leave his labyrinth during the next year.
Huh. You said I was gone for several months, but my journey didn't take that long.
Perhaps it felt that way, but believe it or not, Alashanira has already forgotten the hot-headed Galarian who caused mayhem throughout the city.
Wow, really?
You may have ended up in some sort of temporal anomaly. These sometimes occur in the Abyss. Or perhaps someone arranged this anomaly for you. If that is the case, you are lucky to have escaped from it so quickly. You could have been gone for several centuries.
That would have been very weird. My powers increased.
Of course it has. Everything went according to plan. Your fight with the Demon Lord sapped much of your strength, and you were forced to rely on the power that you were given by Lady Vorlesh. You reached for it instinctively, without even realizing what you were doing.
I guess let's talk about the future.
Every Demon Lord needs a weapon. Someone who will be an instrument of their will. Baphomet chose Hepzamira, and I chose you. I'm glad I picked the superior weapon. You proved yourself stronger than your counterpart, and laid bare the cowardice of my enemy. I, the Lady of the Midnight Isles, will give you the honor and glory that such a deed deserves. With a single blow, you have begun the great war between Nocticula and Baphomet.
Jeez.
And I will reward you for this achievement.
We got Perla. Also, literally, if Hemzamira didn't summon, her body's still there. If she didn't summon her dad, I guess none of this would have happened, huh? That's crazy. Baphomet wouldn't go into hiding.
Your queen will reward you for this deed, but she cannot match the generosity of the Lady in Shadow. Accept my profane gift, and remember the moment you triumphed. The moment Nocticula herself expressed her gratitude and respect for you.
What's a profane gift?
Every succubus can bestow her dark patronage upon whomever she likes. My magic will enter your being and enhance your already exceptional abilities. It will also allow me to watch over you and, if you are in mortal peril, help you. It will not make me your guardian demon, but you can expect to receive some aid from me. Furthermore, there is one more aspect to a profane gift. It allows the succubus to affect the mind of whoever is under her protection. You have proven to be trustworthy, And so, I will not exploit this by invading your thoughts. Others, however, will not be so kind to you. If a powerful demoness charms you with her magic and grants you her profane gift, you will become her toy. A mortal can only have the patronage of one succubus, and I would rather give you mine than leave your enemies a chance to cause you harm.
Huh. I don't know. Oh, this seems like a big decision. Screw it. Accept the gift. I thank you, Lady in Shadow. You feel the power pouring into you, slithering like a snake to your very core, and as it reaches your heart, it coils around it and hardens, becoming armor of black bone. Never before in your life have you felt so protected, invincible. You promised you would help close the Worldwound if I killed Samira.
Conquest is your next step. The Worldwound can only be closed where it was opened, in the Threshold Fortress. Go back to Galarian, gather an army, and bring the full force of your power down upon your enemies. Baphomet will wish to recall his soldiers as soon as possible in order to repel my attack. You will only have to deal with Discari's servants. When you get back to Threshold, stand on the edge of the rift that connects your plane and the Abyss.
True.
And we will execute our plan.
Interesting. What's to stop Baphomet from sending more slaves here to mine crystals?
I will stop him. Baphomet's servants will be too frightened to go to the place where their master was killed. And whoever tries to mine my crystals will taste my wrath. You have fulfilled the mission for which you came, Galarian Crusader. The mining of Nahindrian crystals has ceased, and Baphomet and Discari will no longer have mythic demons under their control. I will send my servants to destroy the network of passages they have carved throughout my islands. I will destroy all their portals, including the one that brought you to Alashanira.
So what's happening on Galarian?
It is clear that Queen Galfrey lacks your talent as a strategist. In your absence, she has made several mistakes that have brought Mendev's crusaders to the brink of destruction.
Geez, seriously?
She is a skilled warrior, and a good leader, but that is not enough. It never has been when it comes to dealing with the Worldwound. You were the one who tipped the scales toward a victory for Mendev. But you'll soon find out everything for yourself. I won't spoil the surprise.
So how do I get back home?
The same way you arrived, through the Nexus. The rift that led you into the Abyss is open. Of course, the Queen tried to close up every opening within the Midnight Fane, but I'll let you in on a secret. She didn't close all of them. If you look hard enough, you'll find the way back.
So the Queen literally closed every portal? How was she expecting me to get back? She literally actually wanted to trap me here? I'll try to return to Galarian as soon as possible.
A wise decision. Every hour of delay is paid dearly in the blood of your soldiers, and you will need them to retake the threshold. Now it is time for you to return to your plane. You are desperately needed there, and I must attend to my own affairs.
Alright, man, let's pincer attack. Zamira. All this happened because of her. The adamantine shackles have been enchanted. They block teleportation and any other abilities that involve extraplanar movement. Which I guess is why he couldn't leave. Alas, a worthy foe. This will be a glorious battle. Kill and die. May our demise be the quill that inscribes our name in history. So all the people we met in the city, I guess, are defending the Nexus. This is our arena. Taste the bliss of battle. This camp is under the protection of Our Lady in Shadow. Begone, you filth. And these are the guards that the lady gave us. What? The Lady in Shadow? I spit on her. Oh, well, you're dead. It's harder to spit when you don't have a head, isn't it? We're over here. Help! Take us away from this awful place. Get off the barricade, you nitwits. We'll be good slaves. We're obedient and skilled. Take us and keep us. Idiots, they'll devour us. Oh, dude, you're dumb. Final hour is upon us, brothers and sisters. Let us not disgrace the name of our leader. Let us die with honor. Well, we gotta help these people. What? How could mortals be beating us back? Not all these guys are fighters. Despite despair in our faith in the inherited lead us into battle, we do not fear death. StardustSynchron fought you, and we'll do our part. You pursue us still. Damn creatures. Know that we will not run, as we have nowhere else to run. I won't run because I can't. What is this light inside me? I feel power. Be gone, wretched spawn. Yeah, what the heck was that? Ah, it burns. Blow some light. The celestial power is in our hands. The light is with us. Wow, they did really well. How did they do that? The light is so bright. Get back, you're frightening me. I don't think you'll enjoy what happens next. Ah, some kid's trying to intimidate us. It's a Clivoth! The Devourers are here, run! Your return is met with happy cheers. The inhabitants of the camp watch you, their eyes sparkling with joy. It feels almost like they might mob you just to have a chance to touch you. What happened here? Succubus guard. A furious succubus clad in battle armor exclaims, "Those whelps dare defy the Lady of Shadow and threaten those under her protection. We show them the error of their ways." Galarian slave leader. All is written on the faces of the Galarian slaves you freed from bondage. One of the slaves, a young man with sharp features and a bad leg, bows deeply. I don't believe my eyes. Oh yeah, it's been 6 months for these people too. I forgot. I was just thinking about like Galarian. Even here and the city, but even the people on the camp. Oh, that means for our party member as well who didn't come with us. I don't believe my eyes. You've returned. We thought you had perished in the abyss and said your name in our prayers every day. Though we didn't believe they would ever reach the God. Wait, wouldn't that mean? Wouldn't that mean like compared to Regio, I'm 6 months older than him? I don't know how to explain it, but that whatever. But they listened and they answered. When the portal first opened, we thought it was the end, but then we realized the demons were even more frightened than we were. Something was chasing them, driving them forth. We met them in battle, held firm against their devastating assault. And then you appeared and saved us all. When did you manage to build an entire camp? I mean, it's been 6 months. A young Galarian whose neck still bears the marks of his slave collar looks at you in confusion. 6 months have passed since you disappeared. What were we gonna do? Return to the city? Hold out our hands to be shackled once again? Never! So we decided to settle here and start a village. Oh wow, really? We hunted, we kept quiet, and no one bothered us until today. Wow. How could so much time have passed since I left? Oh, the kid. Taking a deep breath, Zorhes cautiously observes. I could smell the ravenous winds that tormented you. When Mother made me plunge into the depths of Ishiar, I heard their howling through the water. You've been inside a hurricane, haven't you? Yeah, we did. We were. That was no storm, but a living creature, nameless and unwanted even by the abyss. Its squalls rip apart time itself, turning it into dead sand. You thought you struggled with the elements for hours, but many months have passed for those around you. Oh, wow. The Azmir cast a piercing look at you. The abyss is treacherous. Perhaps it lured you into a trap where time does not fly like an arrow. but instead fall slowly like shifting sands. What happened to the portal to the city? The commander of the Nocticula squad moves forward to speak. Our Lady in Shadow ordered us to destroy the rat holes used by Hemsamira's servants. We blocked the portals with rubble, and now we keep close watch on them. I do have a couple questions. The survivors turn to you. You see relief written on their faces. How about the Azmirs? The light you used to burn those demons. What was it? We have no answer. We did not know we were capable of anything like that. When we found ourselves in the abyss, we thought heaven had abandoned us. But then you gave us a second chance. And so we prayed. Our faith grew, and we knew the beacon of hope burns even in the darkest hour. And as we were about to accept death, rather than be enslaved again, something sparked inside us. Heaven still remembers us, and its powers awakened within our blood. Zorhiz, would you mind explaining when exactly you grew tentacles? The boy forces himself to speak but avoids eye contact. I never killed anyone before, but I knew I could do it. Whatever it was that reached out to me in the depths of Ishiar, it found me interesting. I can't say what happened down there, but I'm no longer a half-blood demon. I am something else. Perhaps there is now darkness within me, a darkness demons call Clyphothic. These creatures, the Clyphoth, existed before demons, but they were expelled into oblivion. But that did not destroy them, as they were oblivion. They're still here. They call to me. We noticed the denizens of the abyss, who moments ago bravely fought the remnants of Hemsamira's army, now watch the kid warily and give him a wide berth. I was like, oh, okay. Kinda weird, man. This creature is a source of a power beyond our control. His presence is a threat to the unit, which is why we must rid of him. Regel's words are accompanied by a look that brooks as much argument as an unsheathed blade. He's a kid, man. Wendewag looks at I'm just gonna say Jorge. Jorge with a sudden and slightly proprietary interest. How about we take him with us and train him? The demons have tamed their monsters. Why shouldn't we have one too? Jesus. Arushale flinches as she's about to leap away from the boy. The Clyphos, enemies of the demons since time immemorial. When they come, death reigns. The succubus looks at Jorge as if he were a venomous creature, but the fear in her eye quickly gives way to shame. Forgive me. It is not your fault. Most mortals view me the same way, as nothing but a monster. It was wrong of me to say that. Could your powers be a result of your mother's experiments? Mother was interested in the things hidden in the depths, and the places undisturbed by moonlight. I do not know what it is. Whatever it was that touched me doesn't have a name, because names are alien to it. Huh. It's sounding like some Lovecraftian stuff. Nah, man, come on. Come with me, kid. I'll adopt you. He is silent, looking at you intently. There's a hint of fear in his eyes. At last, he gives you a hesitant nod. Is this gonna be a journey? I've never been on a journey before. Well, sure, kid. I don't know if you should be on my side by side, though, because I'm about to go to war. I think. Talk to the pleasure slaves whimpering on the sidelines. We need to discuss your behavior. The faces, once beautiful, now red and swollen with tears, turn to you. Calm down, the danger has passed. You're safe now. Sobbing and wiping away tears, the slaves look up at you. Is it over? We'll go to your palace now, right? Well, I don't got a palace, but you can come with me to Galarian. Start a new life. The young slaves gather his thoughts for a time, then ask hopefully. There's a palace, right? Dude. So funny. It's like someone mentions like, oh, can you come to this something like a family gathering? It's like, yeah, sure, there's food, right? He's like, well, it's mostly about, you know, catching up with our cousins and stuff. He's like, yeah, but food. Cries and toast break out among the survivors as they celebrate your return. Alright, how about my companions? I take it you're tired of waiting for me? Ember wrings her hand and exclaims with joy. How wonderful! I knew you were alive. You were in my dreams, fighting the elements, descending into the caves, driving the darkness away with the fire that lives in your heart. I guess I do it again for each one. No, it's the same thing. Oh, I thought I would talk to each of them. You're true heroes. I am proud of you. Time to return to Galarian and strike the demons there. The survivors greet your words with elated cries and looks of faith and adoration. Good night, Fang. Give me that mace.
The commander found himself in a Lashanira, the very heart of enemy territory. Much to his credit, he managed not only to pique the interest of the Lady in Shadow, but to defeat Baphomet himself. But after these adventures, does he still remember Galarian and wonder about its fate?
I don't know if I defeated Baphomet. That was mostly Nocticula. Oh, statues. Now we've met every single one of those people on the statues. Before it was just Discari in the beginning. A slight figure slinks out of the shadows. Hold it! State your names, or my archers will shoot you where you stand. The voice is familiar. You don't even have to guess. Anivia, it's you! Commander! Anivia visibly fights her desire to pull you into a hug. Ha! I bloody knew it! I told them you'd come. I've got some winnings to collect. She gleefully punches the air. I thought it was you the second I saw you. Why are you here? I'm on scout patrol, slaying any demons that reach this far. It's kind of routine these days. Anivia glances around. But this ain't the place for that conversation. We gotta move. Fast. Do I get a cut? Whoa, why is this like that? Whoa. Anivia laughs. I'll donate your share to the treasury. If we survive. The stuff that's going on right now, Commander? It's a long story. What the heck happened? She spits. Everything went to shit, to put it mildly. Let's go back to our base. I'll fill you in when we get there. Base? All of Dresden is our base. She shoots you a bleak, guilt-ridden look. Not anymore. These days, we make do with what we got. And what we got is sod all. Dude, did we lose the crusade? Like, we don't even got an army anymore? Let's go and talk somewhere more suitable. She nods. Let's go. But I gotta warn you, the news ain't good. Where are we? Anivia waves her hand in the direction of the camp. There you have it, Commander. Our temporary camp. It's embarrassing to have to show you how things turned out, but now we're gonna do something about it. What happened to Dresden while I was gone? Anivia folds her arms. Things were quiet at first, you know. As quiet as they were when you were here, I mean. The Queen took hold of the reins, but she wasn't gonna go against your wishes, so she kinda left everything as it was. She just told everyone to hold on and you'd be back soon. Anivia sighs. Things carried on like that for 6 months. Yeah, I guess I was gone for 6 months here? Yeah. Why are you acting so surprised? I'm no expert in demon stuff, but it hasn't been that long for you. There's definitely something fishy going on. Magical trap or something like that. Alright, 6 months. What happened next? So listen. She frowns. 6 months. That ain't nothing, you know. After a while, we realized that maybe that you wouldn't be coming back. The Queen was real cut up about it. She was always praying to Iomde, asking for her counsel. One time, I overheard her blaming herself for sending you to the abyss. But you know our Galfrey. She's laid plenty of friends to rest in her life. If she called off the crusade after every death, we'd have lost her to demons a long time ago, right? That sounds just like my dear cousin, mutters Darian. If we encounter her while she's still among the living, may I be the first to greet her? Arms outstretched, asking if she missed me? Okay, we're gonna ignore that. So Galfrey pulled herself together and made a decision. To push forward before the demons recovered from their last defeat. To go on the attack before they thought of doing the same to us. You were declared dead, see? We did things properly though. Threw you a big funeral feast and everything. Everybody was bawling their eyes out. Even Beth shared a tear for you. The Queen took the Sword of Valor, but she left a war stone here, and a detachment of soldiers to guard it. She said anybody who wanted to could stay, but they should know one thing. You weren't coming back. She laughs. I wanted to go with Beth, at first. I even started packing my stuff, but then I realized I couldn't do it. I just kept thinking, you are my commander. We've been through so much together. So I told Beth all this, and she said to me, I failed to persuade Galfrey that you should retain. Oh, right, I got fired. I forgot. So I told Beth all this, and she said to me, stay. I know what you're feeling. I know your love is with me, but if the commander comes back and finds no one here, he'll lose faith in us. I miss her, like crazy, but I'm grateful as well. She's bound by her oath to the queen, seeing as how you're not commander anymore. But she gave me the freedom to do what my heart told me. Anivia frowns. I'm not here on my own, you know. There's a whole gang of us here. A ragtag crew, for sure. But we're all united. We're all fighting for you. Except, less than a week ago, after Galfrey left with the army, the demons had us in a pincer move. Orengofta on one side, that fat hog. On the other side, that bitch Apanphysis. So the population of Dresden has been evacuated? Yeah, the queen got as many people out as she could. Those who agreed to go, that is. Even the dungeons were emptied and the prisoners could evacuate. I did hear that somebody might have escaped on the way to Nerusian, but I didn't ask the details. It's not our problem anymore. Of course, that couldn't move the bodies of those poor people whose souls were stolen by that jeweler, Sunhammer, or whatever his name is. They've been sheltered in the city. Our Sinoi has been looking after them. And Sila's pals from the Houndhearts have been guarding them all this time. The demons have attacked a few times and given the knights a thrashing. Only Elan is left standing. But none of the victims came to any harm. By Desna, I hope their souls are found, so all this won't have to have been for nothing. Where are the mongrels? What? Oh, because of Savamuk? I forgot his name. Anivia grimly shakes her head. Deserted, they did. I didn't see that coming, I'll admit. They were good people, strong. There were no signs of anything wrong. But one night, they just got up as one and left. The guards at the gate tried to stop them. That lot of good that did. The mongrel slit the guard's throat and vanished into the wound. Nobody knows what happened to him. But there have been rumors. Alright, we covered recent history, but what's happening now? It's all hands on deck here. The one-eyed devil squad is holding on in the tavern, and Hidlors is in the dungeon. And the storyteller, he had some vision about you and the queen. He took off running, saying he needed to touch her things to find out where she is. If she's in dire straits, we need to go and help her once we deal with things here. And Captain Sealkind, remember him? Was given the boot by his superiors. Is this the guy who... No, it's not the guy who was like investigating the other. He wasn't getting along with them, so they tossed him out on his ear. And get this, the guy just walks right out of the city gates, pack on his back, heading west like he's going for a stroll. That dumb fool. What happened? He didn't see eye to eye with his superiors. The higher ups didn't like the way Sealkind was assigning more and more soldiers to surveying territory, leaving less and less for military action. The captain had a dream about discovering a surviving Sarkorian village, like Wintersun, and he got away, or carried away. A couple of knights from Nerusian showed up with orders to strip him of his rank. Sealkind started yelling about how, once again, the nobility was neglecting the interest of the common folk. He said that he was trying to carry out a rescue mission, because that's what he called it, while the top brass were only interested in glory from winning battles and the gold Galfrey would put in their pockets. He was about to be thrown out on his ass, but Sealkind beat them to it. He just disappeared. He left Dresden and went who knows where. A new captain was sent to replace him, but the queen took him and his soldiers with her when she left. Where do you think he went? I can't tell you where, but I can definitely tell you the who. He's gone off searching for his beloved Sarkorians. It's a damn shame we lost him too. We could do with another decent officer around here. Bloody amateur archaeologist. I legit can't remember him. I mean, I guess 4? He didn't deserve to be treated like that. He's a good man. You got that right. I hope he's still alive. If you come across him, tell him to come back, will ya? Maybe Sealkind's career isn't over yet. Where did the queen go? Has there been any word of her? She shakes her head. She didn't say anything to those who were staying behind. In case the demons got their claws on us, you know. They could force the information out of us. I don't know if what the storyteller saw was a dream or a vision. He just dashed off toward the citadel. Said he was gonna hold some Galfrey's things and find out where she was headed. because the commander would be back soon and would be asking about it. That's the last I heard of him. He's been gone half a day. Oh, that's not that long ago then. Well, I've heard better news. What are we gonna do? She furrows her brow. Now that you're here, there's only one thing for it. We gotta win. But to do that, we need to hit him with everything we got. One and done. Here's what we'll do. You head for the Citadel, send everyone who's manning outposts in the city back to me. We'll get a squad together. We'll meet up again at the Citadel and sock it to him in one final punch. Well, it's time to do my duty as a commander. Yes, sir. And don't worry about your pals from the Fane. I'll get them here in one piece. Hey. Well, we're in Act 5 now. Statue of Iomde rises above the desecrated paraphernalia of the temple. We're still in Dresden. Alright, Act 4 is done. Now we're in Act 5. Act 4... It's pretty good, but it was not what I thought it was gonna be gameplay wise, I guess. Because what I was thinking was in Rogue Trader there's a similar act where you have to go somewhere and you're basically locked out of the map, I guess, in a similar way. And that act in Rogue Trader was hard, at least for me. Like, it would be like, I guess, in this game, if for the Abyss act, if there was no way you could remove the corruption, so you have to go through the entire act trying to arrest as little as you can, so that way the abyssal corruption doesn't screw over your like stats and stuff like that. Do you still run weird? Nah, you run normal now. Remember when she was a baby and she ran like a little goofy? But yeah, at least in this one it wasn't that bad, because I guess the Nexus, like the Nexus, you were able to sleep, and other places too, you were able to sleep without building up the corruption that badly, and the inheritor could heal you and stuff like that. The only difficult thing, well actually, Act 4 was definitely the most difficult combat wise, because dang, there were a lot of fights in Act 4 where I died. I had to cut some parts because like, okay, yeah, this attempt was bad. What else? Story wise, Act 4 was good. Like dang, we learned a lot about the truth, I guess, about Avrilu, the Worldwound, and I guess more about the Demon Lords too. Natakula's great. I like her a lot. Baphomet's a bitch. And Discari we still don't know much about. We know Avrilu made us, so she's technically our mom, I guess? Question mark? The Midnight Bolts are definitely part of the story, since Natakula used it to defeat Baphomet. That is crazy, we had to go against Baphomet, by the way. I did not expect we were going to go against the Demon Lord. I thought the final boss would be Discari, and that'd be the only Demon Lord we'd fight. What else is there? What else? The companion quest in Act 4 is really good too. Like, everyone had one. Well, mostly everyone.
I shall not be swayed from my path.
Darian didn't really have one. I was trying to think. But Rushale did, Wenduag did, Woljif did. Yeah, and they were really good. I like Arushale's. Wenduag's too, that's interesting. I want to see the end of it. That's crazy that her brethren or ancestors had to eat demons. And it's not the story of like, oh, you were born from Crusaders, but good. I think that might be it. I'm trying to think if there's anything for Act 4.
Each step is a new journey.
I don't know how I feel about the Inheritor. I guess he's just too religious, maybe? Because dang, man, he really, like, as soon as he found out that Avrilu created us, he's like, alright, well, screw this guy. Not even gonna bother helping him anymore. It's like, what? You've seen what I've done. even said during the dialogue, like, even though your actions were good, you're still like a spawn of the abyss or whatever. And it's like, seriously, man. God, it was like, it's all about. I think I said it before. Like,
I will follow my dream.
why that thoughts of like the sin of the father is like, come on, man. That's not. What the hell does like the past or where I come from matter? Shouldn't my actions speak louder than that?
I can do
But whatever.
this.
Maybe in Act 5. Although I don't know. He got Indiana Jones though. He's dead. I don't know. Maybe he will come back, and maybe he'll change his thoughts
Each step is a new
with
journey.
this act. Also, I'm not sure if this is the final act, because in Road Trader Act 5 was the last one. But I don't know if there is more than 5 for
I enjoy
Wrath of
our
the Righteous.
travels.
But we're definitely actually isn't it called? Yeah, we have a quest called Endgame. Maybe this is the last one. Huh. Okay.
You called.
But yeah, that's gonna be it
Trust in
for today. I'm still having a lot of fun. The story elements, the surprises and all that is still knocking it out of the park. It's really good. I am very curious to see how this all ends. So that's gonna be it for me today. Bye bye.